Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. We should be live. I think. Let me know. Let me know if you guys see me. It says it's live on my end, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start talking. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're gonna be doing a little bit of severe weather coverage. To be honest, I'm not really expecting anything too crazy to happen, but I ain't got nothing better to do, and might as well. We got a couple of things we got to talk about today. So far, where our risk kind of continues to be at here is a slight risk. No upgrades have happened, and no upgrades to our tornado risk. So we're still only talking about a 2% tornado risk, and also no updates to our wind risk either. So nothing. I'm not expecting anything too crazy, but we are going to have some severe weather storms out there. So why not? Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Rockford, Loves Park, Roscoe, Rockton, and Belvedere. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. A little bit of a severe thunderstorm is coming your way. So much rain in Kansas City. Yeah, you guys have just been getting absolutely drowned in rain. It seems like it's just been over and over and over. Looks like it might clear out for just a little bit before more rain, unfortunately, comes in behind that as well. Also, there's a little couple of areas of broad circulation back over here south of Carbondale here in Kansas, and that'll eventually be making it closer to the Kansas City area. So we'll see. There is a little bit of a tornado threat with this segment of the line, but again, not super elevated. It's possible it tries to eke out a little bit of a severe thunderstorm or maybe even, a couple of areas of rotation. Maybe can't even rule out a tornado warning with that line segment. And at the very lowest probabilities is a tornado, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Further down over here near Wichita Falls, we've had a couple of rounds of severe weather down here for you guys as well. Wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are certainly possible with a couple of these storms. We got one over here north and east of Wichita heading up towards Andover and Benton. And then we've got another one back over here near Clearwater, about to head up into Hayesville soon. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. Hopefully everybody is having a good afternoon so far. Welcome. Big 2% today. Yeah, it's a pretty large area where tornadoes could theoretically be possible. One of the things that I've been keeping an eye on, obviously, is our mesoscale analysis, as I usually do. Let me go ahead and get this set up here, and then get this set up down. Where is it? Why isn't it popping up? That. There we go. Set that up there. But yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the mesoscale analysis, and we actually do have some. Let me just make sure this is current. Yeah, we do have the lapse rates improving, mainly down over here in southeastern Kansas, going into Oklahoma as well. We have a couple of storms trying to fire back over in this region, so we're going to keep an eye on those. Can't rule out some damaging winds and some hail with those. Also, our surface-based instability is pretty elevated. We have anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 joules per kilogram, but you can see further up to our north, we are lacking a little bit of instability, and that wind shear really hasn't pushed into that area either. So not looking super tornadic up here, but I wouldn't completely rule out, a small chance for a little spin-up tornado. But man, we are lucky we don't have any storms firing in our open warm sector today, as we do have a decent amount of shear back over here in northeastern Oklahoma. Back up into our 500 millibar winds, you can see that our winds are kind of parallel in between, the upper levels and the lower levels. So we're probably only going to be talking about some severe weather and a low chance for tornadoes. And yeah, so nothing looking too crazy out there at the moment. Storm relative velocity probably strongest where that little line segment is about to come into the Kansas City area. Also up here, further up to the north, still got a whole lot of smoke happening out over here near the Manitoba, Ontario area. And we also, believe it or not, have a little bit of a 10% chance here for some tropical weather off the coast of South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. If we come over here and go to our latest longer run here on the HRRR, you can kind of see where that's going to come from. We got a little area down here of some disorganized showers and thunderstorms, and eventually this system is going to try to organize into maybe a tropical depression. I think that's basically all we're talking about at this moment. If you look at the ocean temperatures right now, right here in this region, we're talking about 24 degrees Celsius, which is a little low. So even if something does develop down here, it'll reach its peak strength before it even gets to the coast, which that peak strength I'm thinking is probably going to be around tropical depression if we can even get to there. Again, there's going to be a decent amount of shear in this area. If we come over to the 500 millibar, you can see there's a little bit of shear out over there. Also, if we come over to the 850 millibar, you can see there's a little bit of shear out over there near the Georgia area. So, it's not the most favorable environment ever for a tropical system. There is some warmer waters out there. But the one thing that I'm kind of keeping my eye on is as this thing kind of comes up further up to the north into like the South Carolina area, I do think we're going to have a small, brief tornado threat over there. If we come over here to our surface-based instability, you can see we have plenty, over 1,000 joules per kilogram making it into the coast. And then also, if we come over here to our storm relative helicity, especially with a tropical spin-up thing like this, it's most likely the most of it is going to be over here in the northeastern quadrant, which it is. So if we get any of those storms with enough instability make it onto shore, we could have a little bit of an isolated, but a little bit elevated tornado threat. Probably would end up being like a 2% tornado threat there. So I can't rule out, brief spin-up as that comes into land. But yeah, this is kind of our first tropical area to monitor. Kind of came out of the blue here, which happens sometimes. But again, water temperatures out here are, like well under what is possible or what will sustain hurricane or tropical development out over here. So we're probably talking peak strength of tropical depression, and there is a good chance, even if it does hit tropical depression down, further south of South Carolina, that it could fall apart and not even be tropical anymore by the time it comes into the South Carolina. But the bottom line is some flooding is going to be possible as this rides up the coast, and then also some elevated winds. We have our first kind of looks at what these wind gusts could be as they come in. And as you can see, could have some, 30 mile per hour winds, maybe even 35 mile per hour winds out over there near North Myrtle Beach. 33 mile per hour winds in between Myrtle Beach and Florence. These are wind gusts. So this is the strongest the winds will gust. So we're not really talking about this being sustained for a long period of time. But even if this thing is not a tropical system, it still will bring some gustier winds. But we probably won't even see any, power outages with this. But some flooding is certainly going to be possible out there. So we're keeping an eye on this guy. Our first kind of little threat here of the beginning of hurricane season. Is Connor doing a shift? He will probably be doing a shift today. Yeah, I think we'll get him on for a shift. Even if this ends up being a shorter live stream, we'll bring him on maybe for like an hour or two. We'll see what happens. It could get Mother Nature can surprise sometimes, so we'll see what ends up happening. So at worst, a 2% tornado risk from the Wilmington, North Carolina system. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm thinking right now. That could change as we get closer. Again, these models change all the time, so it is very likely as we get closer and closer that we see enough change to maybe warrant maybe a higher tornado threat or maybe a lower one. So as of right now, those are just my current thoughts. Keep the tropical storms and hurricanes below the Mason-Dixon line. Yeah. But I think that's still where I am. So you want to keep all the hurricanes hitting me. Okay. I got you. I see where your head's at. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer, I'd give him a chance. Just remember, one characteristic of somebody that you might not be happy about does not override the entirety of their personality. That's all I would say. If there is something about him that doesn't really jive with it, just know that there's probably thousands of other things about him that you will jive with. No tornado chance, nor for hail. Let me check up there. Yeah, I think it might. Yeah, you guys are just outside of that tornado chance. Yeah. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings, or a severe thunderstorm warning over here just to the north and west of Chicago. But that will go north of you guys. Got a 60 mile per hour winds on radar. Not really any rotation indicated here on our radar yet, as that pushes up towards Rockton. Beloit eventually is going to be going into Janesville here shortly. But the northern part of this is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just to the south, though, a little bit weaker or a little bit stronger 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yes, it's Connor. Yes, not Connor. There's a big difference between the OR and the ER. Connor and Connor. He's a Connor, not a Connor. If that makes any sense at all. Hey, thank you, Kitten, for the $50 donation. Thank you so much. Hello, Evan and chat friends. Have a blessed day. You too. You too. Hopefully, you guys are having an okay June so far. Yeah, thank you so much. That is a huge help out to the channel. Did we just get a new mesoscale discussion? All right. Yeah, it's interesting. They didn't add a 5% tornado threat, but they are putting, a little dashed region saying locally enhanced tornado threat up here in northern Missouri. So, fair enough. Widespread thunderstorm activity is possible, posing a threat for severe wind gusts, large hail, and a tornado or two in the purple. And then over here in the black, we have a locally enhanced tornado threat. So I guess they're saying 5%. I don't know. Let's go ahead and get at least a view on some of these storms. Let me go ahead and get that set up really quick. We'll come over, get our Kansas cameras up, and get an eye on these guys. Hopefully we can find a sky view. That would be nice. And then we'll go see. Are any of our storm chasers live? Does anybody know? Like PA Storm Tracker, Storm Runner Media, Storm Chaser Zach. I think Storm Chaser Zach's going to be going live at 4. Let's see what we got here. We got some cameras over here near Wichita. Oh, that's cute. Look what it says. It says which way, as in like Wichita way. They're pretty punny over there. In the old Kansas area. All right, let's come back down to here. We'll check out some of these cameras near the Kansas City area. I kind of want to get a view, if I can, on this line of storms eventually. I would like a sky view. The side of fries. No. Ooh. Oh, man, of course, the only sky view isn't live. What is that? What is that? That is just a bunch of rubbish. Oh my gosh, all of these are not live views. Come on, man. It's just a perfect stretch of sky view cameras. And none of them are live cameras. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna lose hair. It's gonna go gray. You can even see the storm in this one. Ugh, that is that's killing me. Bunch of malarkey. I agree. There should be more in the Kansas City area directly. What about this one? Jeez Louise. What's a man got to do for a live cam, huh? What do I got to do? Do I got to do a dance? Oh my goodness. What the heck's happening over here? Jeez Louise. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 police cars? And what appears to be a car. I don't know what happened there, but it seems like something happened. It seemed like something happened. Okay. I don't know what to say, guys. Don't know what to say. These cameras, I don't understand why none of them are live. Not even in the Kansas City area, really. Let's go deep into Kansas City. Oh, come on. Missouri has live cams in Kansas City. Why doesn't Kansas have live cams in Kansas City, huh? None of these? Okay, I guess I'm tired of looking. Not gonna lie. They did allow the special weather statement to expire on this guy. That's good. But we're still looking out for a little bit of a tornado threat. Again, with this line of storms, there is some elevated SRH. means there's a decent little spin environment around this storm. So not like, we're not talking about, like tornado outbreak or anything by any means, but definitely a small tornado chance and severe weather chance with that as it approaches the Kansas City area. Back over here near Wichita, near Andover, still talking about that 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading towards Towanda and El Dorado. Share your stream on X and Facebook. All right, thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It'd be fun. And I think it's possible. I'll see what he's up to. We'll see. We'll see what Connor's up to. Maybe he'll be down to just kind of hang out. Why can't you rewind the stream? I disabled DVR. I disabled it. I'm testing it out because if it is enabled, people can get behind on the stream. This way, nobody's behind on the stream. And, I want everybody that's watching to be at the current moment. Can we rewatch when the stream is done? Yes. Yes, you can still do that. I missed your super chat. I thought I saw it. Pretty sure I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. You said, so 2% tour risk at most of Wilmington. Yeah, I responded to that. Flooding down in Texas? Uh-oh. Where? Really? No. There ain't no flooding in Texas yet. I don't see nothing. All right. I was gonna bring back up these cameras. There we go. The only live cam apparently in Kansas. You hate DVR on YouTube? Well, I just don't want somebody that's, in a tornado warning with a tornado approaching them. And they're like behind on stream. And thank you, Kitten Lover, for the 2. Thank you so much. Or thank you so much for sending 5 gifted memberships. Never mind. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, I understand you guys. I mean, if you want to go back in the stream, just clip it. There's a clip feature. And if everybody hates it after 3 times of doing it, we'll remove it. But I think it's going to be better so that everybody can be on the same page at all times. We're never going to have anybody behind on stream again. And that happens way too often. Storm in Topeka is very noisy. Yeah, decent amount of thunder up there. Thankfully, not anything too crazy is happening with these storms just yet. We still do have, though, a couple of areas of broad circulation here along the leading edge of this line that I'm keeping an eye on, but nothing that's like, nothing that's like looking like overly dangerous to me right now. I think we should add Connor to our group chat. Sure, to be honest. It's a good question. All right, I want to come back over here and keep trying. Keep trying to find the storms. Surely we can find one. I think we have tons of live cameras here in the Wichita area. This one's just outside of Wichita. What about this one? Can we see a storm? Oh, at the furthest west. Oh my goodness. I swear, like we have the worst luck with these cameras. Oh, is that a storm? Okay. We got a storm. What city is that, Dylan? To the west, 235 cam. The western one? Like over here? This is technically And Derby now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to find cameras based on roads. I'm really trying to find like maybe just one camera, but I really want to look at one of these storms. I mean, this is the only one that's actually in a storm, and it, kind of looks meh. How's Wolf City? Let's check it out. Over near the Wolf City area, let's get our latest HRRR runs up. Yeah, looks like yeah, still expecting a line of storms sometime at around like 3 to 4 a.m. So your tornado parameter values are pretty much near zero, so it definitely seems like that's mainly going to be a damaging wind threat, if anything. Yeah, I could see some max gusts of up to like maybe 40 to 50, potentially 60 mile per hour winds. So that might get up to, severe limits, but looks like it's mainly just going to be damaging winds and maybe a couple instances of small hail. On the bottom of my screen, yes, you do have to code those alerts, and it's not, I didn't make them, somebody else did. So. You think the best tornado threat will come with the potential confluence bands later in South Oklahoma to North Texas? I mean, I think a lot of those storms are going to be outflow dominant. If we can get like these storms to become mature, maybe. But a lot of the things that I've seen on these storms is they're going to struggle to do that. So I don't think a significant tornado threat is at play at all today, in my opinion. I think we can get like maybe a brief tornado with this part of the line. I think down here we could potentially get some larger hail if these storms can mature. There will be a decent shear environment eventually around these storms if they can mature. That's really the main question: is if they can mature, do they mature? Do they tap into that shear environment? But most models are saying that they don't really mature that much. Maybe a couple of them get close, but we also got a couple of storms firing down here. It honestly, I agree with the 2%. It's just not. It's looking like a very outflowy type day, meaning mostly damaging winds, and then maybe a couple of instances of some tornadoes. What do I think about Springfield, Missouri? Your threat is going to be later on today. So if we come over here to the HRRR model, it looks like it's going to be around like 1 a.m. And it's probably just going to be rain and thunder, to be honest. I would be very surprised if you guys were actually put into a severe storm. Just the environment as we get into late this night, especially further up north here, just kind of falls apart. The winds last night were crazy strong. Where are you from? What's the ceiling at? It's pretty low. I would say like the only unexpected thing that could happen today, if we can get these prefrontal storms to mature. But you can see, we just like there just really isn't much out here in this area. These storms out over here near like Bartlesville, southeastern Kansas don't mature. The main thing that sticks out to me is this QL or this, MCS that kind of forms here. Damaging winds could very well be possible. Maybe a couple spin up tornadoes there. If that can get organized, if it can get mature, but over here near like Springfield, maybe a little bit of a chance there for some prefrontal storms to develop. But again, looking very weak in terms of, its maturity. Surface-based Cape, decent instability there. SRH, a little bit elevated, but still relatively on the lower side of things. And again, these storms are also clustering pretty quickly there as well. So, given the limited environment and given the fact that we're going to be seeing a lot of clustering, probably won't see much. But, every now and then, it is June. right? And every now and then during the month of June, we get big surprises. So we'll see if that ends up happening today. All right, let me check in on the chasers. Let's just see what's happening. They're probably chasing in Oklahoma, so I would assume later rather than sooner. Yeah. AG doesn't go live until 3. The PA Storm Trackers, if I were to assume, is in Pennsylvania still. Storm Winter Media is probably going live at like 8 o'clock p.m. Oh, no, this says they're going live in 43 minutes. Okay. And then... oh, yeah. Stormchaser Zach, someone that we haven't used in a while, but has recently got their stream to where they want. And they're actually partnered with Radar Omega and the Project Weather Eye, which I think is very cool. Very excited for him. He goes live at 4. So we should have like maybe 3 Storm Chasers today. Not sure what we'll see. I see the Mesoscale discussion. I did see it. Yeah, locally enhanced tornado threat. That's going to be for with this guy up here. If this can organize into a decent MCS, we could definitely see that happen. But so far so good. Although I will, and one of the things that is interesting, the SRH is particularly high here. I mean, we're talking about 400 SRH with these storms. And, you know, there is technically some instability building out over in this region. So that's why they're highlighting this area as a potentially localized enhanced tornado threat. Because what's happening here is that we do have a kind of an outflow dominant type storm here. It's created a little bit of a surface inversion, and it's having trouble even producing severe winds right now. But as it runs into a little bit locally higher storm food or instability, you know, it could try to maybe get a little bit tornadic there, because the SRH is definitely supportive of some QLCS tornadoes. How strong is their shear? Depends on, like, just in general, our strongest shear is down here. We have about 40 knots of shear right here. But as you can see, there's like no storms developing in that area. Up here where this storm is, we got about 30 knots overlapping like this. 30 knots, and then we got like 20 knots above it. But the directional shear is pretty intense on this, which is why the SRH is elevated. What do I mean by instability? So instability is essentially just warm and moist air. Unstable air that can rise easily. The warmer and the moister the air, the more buoyant it is, meaning the stronger the updrafts can become in that environment. And when you have storms with stronger updrafts, you usually have more severe potential. What are the dew points at? Yeah, pretty much all the way across Missouri. We're talking about high 60 dew points going into the 70s. And then that goes all the way up even into like parts of Wisconsin. In fact, we're starting to get more severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Wisconsin now, still for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not seeing any areas of dangerous rotation yet, but I do have that potential there for some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Delavan, Whitewater, Harvard, and Marengo here in northern Illinois and Wisconsin. Now, I think we should be able, you know what? Let's try getting a view on this guy, maybe. I don't know. I forget if Wisconsin has a live traffic cams or not. Let me check in and on that. That. And we'll come over to this one where it's static. Let's see, near Janesville. Like Portage. Where's Portage? You see where Portage is. Hold on. Portage. Just getting my bearings straight. Portage, Wisconsin. How is that all the way up there? That doesn't make any sense. That's north of Madison. Oh, I guess it does make sense. Okay. I'm just in the wrong area. That's why. Okay, they do have the live cams out here, but you can figure out which cam to look at. I just always have trouble seeing these town names because my freaking other monitor that I use is just so dog. It's so dog water. It's just like I can't see the city names like at all, and that makes it like impossible to see what is happening. All right, I got a better idea. Let me search it. For some reason, like on OBS, it like makes it super small, but on my other monitor, like actually looking at the website, yeah, there is cameras near Janesville, and that's going to be on the very southern side of our risk, just down here. Okay, so this is what it looks like in Janesville, Wisconsin. Definitely rainy. Definitely a little windy. GoFundMe for a new monitor. It's already on a wish list if you guys want to contribute to it. I want to see if these cams go a little bit further east. I really would like to catch the storm. Yeah, no cams until we get about up here, which isn't terrible. I mean, eventually we will get a view of this storm as it moves a little bit closer to areas like Milwaukee. But for now, I don't think we'll be able to get anything other than just kind of seeing what's inside of it. Seeing what's inside of the storm. Yeah, this is what that storm looks like right now. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, pretty weak severe thunderstorms right now. Let me check on the environment here. I haven't really looked at the parameter space up here. Now, yeah, it seems like there's plenty of instability. Yeah, shear is a little bit on the low side up here. Actually, it's not terrible. We're talking about 30 knots. 30 knots of shear, which is not super terrible. I mean, I guess you probably shouldn't rule out a tornado with this line segment. I still think it's pretty low. The shear isn't that strong, but maybe a possibility of like one of these guys trying to turn into like a more serious rotation. There is a couple of areas of rotation down there. They're not very strong, but I would say it's worth keeping an eye on. Like over here for like the Kenosha, Racine area. Well, we also have another part of the line going towards Kosh, Konog, Kosh Konog. What does it look like for far north Texas? That's going to be later on today. So you said what? Far north Texas? Like, are you talking like over here near Dallas? Because like the main threat for Texas is going to be these storms that form like near Wichita Falls by around 6 p.m. And that's eventually going to come down to like the Fort Worth, Dallas area by around 10 p.m. It wouldn't even rule out some significant hail if we can get any sort of discrete cells. The wind shear down here is going to be relatively low, so we're not really talking about much of a tornado threat. But maybe some isolated large to very large hail and some damaging winds could be possible with these storms. Damaging winds mainly with the line. If we get any more like storms kind of out in front of the line, like this is indicating potentially a brief moment of some large to very large hail would be possible. I want to check back in with this line over here near Baldwin City. Oh, wow. That's like actually an area of rotation there. right there going over 59. Another area of rotation. Like these are actually tightening up. I would not rule out a tornado warning on these storms. Maybe I should have put a tornado in my thumbnail. Oh well, same thing. What color table do I use, if you don't mind showing us at this moment? Honestly, I didn't know it until recently, but apparently it's the Ryan Hall color table. Which is great for y'all. I don't know if I did that first or he did that first. Not sure. But my color table, the Viper color table, Viper HD is the exact same. So it's the same color table, apparently. I just realized that a couple days ago. How old am I? I am 31 years old. Hopefully you can't tell. Hopefully that's not an obvious fact. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep a close eye on this line. It looks like it's becoming tornadic here. Again, with 400 SRH, definitely would not rule out a couple of brief attempts to do some tornadic activity, but we probably won't be able to monitor this storm until it comes into like areas like Kansas City, like the eastern part of Kansas City on the Missouri side. Such a youngin'. I'll take that. I don't feel young most of the time. Are there any tornado warnings right now? No. As of right now, the main areas of this line that we're watching is this one back over here near Wichita, where potentially we got some flooding, taking place here. Just multiple instances of storm after storm going into Wichita. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we do have flash flood warnings in Wichita. Considerable flash flood warnings, actually. And some severe weather. Also possible with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're also monitoring these storms as they will eventually try to, upscale and become a severe threat here for like western Oklahoma going into central Oklahoma, and then back over here near Kansas City. Probably our highest, short-term tornado threat will come from this line segment. And then back over here, maybe a little sneaky tornado threat up here where we have some severe weather happening over here and into parts of Wisconsin and northern Illinois. As of right now, these are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but definitely would not rule out a brief tornado. There is a little bit of shear up there. This one is catching my attention just in the short term here, as we do have some areas of rotation developing. I mean, we got an area of broad circulation here. They have broadened out a little bit, but, definitely getting some stronger winds on the backside here. A little bit of a gust front, which might initiate, maybe some tornado genesis there. Would not rule out a tornado warning. And in the shorter term, I would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning getting issued for this too. Oh, well, speak of the devil. There's that severe thunderstorm warning over there for Baldwin City, Wellsville, Eudora. What do you guys think? What do you guys think the probabilities are that this is a tornado possible? Severe thunderstorm warning. Also, 60-mile-per-hour wind. No tornado possible on it. Okay. Fair enough. I would have assumed, but you know what they say about assuming. A latest scan, it does seem like, especially in weather, my goodness. But yeah, our southern area of circulation does appear to be weakening here. Still keeping a closer eye on this northern area of circulation. It still appears to be some decent rotation on that storm right now. You just like my video? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's kind of what I'm seeing out there right now. Over here south of Emporia, we just have some showers and thunderstorms about to head into Burlington and Eureka. Eventually, I don't think this portion of the storm is moving that fast to the east. Yeah, I mean, Eureka's had like thunder going on forever. It still hasn't seen a storm. But eventually, I promise, that line should eventually move through, you guys. Had a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado possible tag on it. And it was just wind. Yeah, it is possible when you get those. It's just more of like, hey, this storm is in a tornadic environment. It's not super pressing, but eventually you might see, some rotation. That's pretty much all that means. And maybe a tornado warning. It's pretty much just like, hey, the storm is in an environment to rotate. So, keep an eye on it. Northern Missouri has a chance of a locally enhanced tornado chance. Yes. And I believe there's some truth in that. We got a lot of SRH around this one area of our storm. And we also have an increasing instability environment out there. If we come over here to our mesoscale discussion, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So you see we got, so our SRH is storm relative helicity. That's just kind of telling you, what's the spin in the atmosphere. And you can see it's at 400 where those areas of rotation is. One of the things that's kind of keeping the storm a little bit less tornadic right now is because we got a surface inversion. Also, some pretty low instability at this moment, but the storm is about to head into some higher instability. So right over here in like northern Missouri, that's probably our bullseye for today if we do get a tornado threat. How did I get so popular? I have no idea. I don't know why people watch my channel, to be honest. I guess I helped them survive storms. Kansas. All right. Could be time for another relationship. Yeah, the environment's unstable. Mother Nature should probably take some meds. Mother Nature forgot to take her meds today. It looks like they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Atkinson, Jefferson, Ixonia, Economo, Waukesha, Brooksfield, and Menomoney Falls are now in a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning here. And I'm still not seeing any of these areas of rotation escalate. But, I mean, we still have a couple of, little areas of rotation. Just a couple small ones. It's technically trying. But, again, nothing to be super worried about just yet. Just mainly some 60-mile-per-hour winds for now. If that rotation does try to get a little bit stronger, we'll let you guys know. I mean, this Kansas camera is so annoying. It keeps on, like you need to like constantly refresh it. Oh, wow. That'd be a cool view if it was live. Ooh. This one's looking interesting. Look at this camera. We can actually, I think, see some storms. Look at that. Off in the distance, we did it. We found some clouds. And it froze. Come on now. Try again. There we go. That kind of looks like some storm clouds to me. Cloud emergency. Yeah, y'all better watch out. We've got some moving areas of consolidated water vapor heading your way. This is the Derby cam. Yes, I like this camera. If this is the one you were talking about, then I agree. This is a good camera. Flash flood emergency? What? Uh-oh. Folks, we've got a flash flood emergency here in Wichita, Kansas. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Let's look into this here. Local law enforcement reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. 3 to 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible. And this is a flash flood emergency for along the and east of I-135 in downtown Wichita to East Wichita. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Wow. That is not good, folks. Let's check in, see if we have any storm reports over here. Hopefully they're providing some information through those here on what's going on out here. Yeah, we got a lot of flood reports out here. Let's read in here. They're mostly centered over here near Eastboro. And even some flood reports near the highway as well. We might actually be able to sneak peek a view of what's happening here. But let's see. Vehicle submerged in East Wichita near Eastboro. Vehicle stalled at following intersections in Wichita Metro. Vehicle floating down alley. Oh my goodness. This is very serious flooding ongoing here in Eastboro. My goodness. Multiple vehicles submerged. Cars floating. Stalled vehicle due to high water. My goodness. This is not good. No, yeah, it's just almost with an occupant inside. One vehicle submersion with an occupant inside in East Wichita. Hillside flooded ramp with vehicles unable to drive through, traffic blocking up Kellogg. Okay. So let's... Yeah, I mean, you guys have been just getting tons of rain, and it's still continuing. Let's go try to locate some of this flooding. We've got a flash flood emergency, which again is the highest category of flooding that you can get. Okay, not seeing anything on those cameras. We got a lot of cars driving through that, but nothing like puddling on this highway. Unfortunately, most of these cameras are on the highway, so probably won't be able to find a view, but I'm going to try. Oh yeah, look at that. There is some pretty high water here with cars driving through it. Or not high water, but some water on the roadway there. About this camera. Oh yeah, you can see there's some flooding rising up over here on the right side of this camera. Trying to think, how can I creatively try to find a view like in this area of Wichita? Because I would like to provide some information on this. People might not know, and a live camera view could get that. Oh my goodness. Look at the right side of this. That is all water. Yeah, look at that car driving through it. There's part of that flooding right there. Look at that. That's like completely submerged. Like the water's almost, I think the water's up to the bottom of that sign there. It's probably deeper back over here near where that sign is. This is in Wichita. Definitely would not be driving through that. And we already have reports of some submerged cars out here in Wichita. And we have a flash flood emergency for the Wichita area, the eastern Wichita area, mainly over there near Eastboro is where we're getting a lot of our reports. And as you can see, we have some pretty high flooding already in this area. And I would not suggest you guys do what these cars do, because it's very possible that we could see one of these cars get submerged here, especially if it's like a small car. So far, we've just been seeing trucks. New tornado watch? Wow. Is it in Missouri? Yeah. We got a tornado watch over here in Missouri. That's going to be for Harrisonville, Clinton, Sedalia, Marshall, Chillicothe, Macon, Moberly, Hannibal, and Kirksville. And yeah, that's going to be for that area of storms we've been talking about. This one right up here that has that increased SRH. Also, they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east. Oh my goodness. Got an area of rotation here near Wellsville. Yeah, I still think a tornado warning here in the short term is very possible with this line of storms. Also, some broad circulation over here south of Lawrence, as well as that pushes off to the east. Again, Gardner, Olathe, western Kansas City in the Kansas area, Aubrey and Lewisburg are also in a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning, and they do now have that tornado possible tag on these storms. Dang, today's a little bit more active than I was expecting. I was honestly expecting to come on here. I did know that there might be a little bit extra of a tornado chance, which is why I went live. But I was not expecting a flash flood emergency in freaking Wichita, Kansas. That's not good. That is not good, especially the flooding that we are seeing there. Is no bueno. I thank you, Barbara Paul, for the 5. Thank you so much. How is their rotation in all green? Well, it's not all green. You can see that we have strong blues here near Wellsville and some lighter greens there. That indicates that we have some storm relative rotation here just to the north and west of Wellsville. And then we also have broad area of circulation. Not very strong, but broad. Don't think that one's going to get tornado warned up there, at least in the short term. But something like this could definitely get a tornado warning, given that it's a smaller, tighter area of rotation. But those are pretty brief, so it is likely that that dies off here in a little bit. But I'll keep coming back up and checking on it. Let's come back up here towards Wisconsin as well. We've got still a couple of areas of severe weather out here with some 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible. Not like I still see a couple of areas of really weak circulation along this, but I'm still not seeing anything organized. Still mainly just damaging wind threat. Heading to Lake Geneva and East Troy. What's going on in that cam? Did it freeze? Man, I hate these traffic cams, man. There we go. There's a car just sitting there on the bottom right. Where'd that sign go? Is that car stuck on the bottom right? It's not always red and greens. Sometimes it's reds and grays, and sometimes it's greens and darker greens, like are the blues and the darker greens. Just depends. That car is not moving. Oh my gosh. There's another car further up. That car is also not moving. Uh-oh. I think that car is stuck. Because that's one of those small cars. Yeah, the waters have definitely risen pretty quickly up here. Yeah, we got a car stuck there, I think. It's not moving at all. Hopefully they're out of the car. Again, this if you guys are just tuning in and you're wondering what the heck's going on and what we're looking at, we got a flash flood emergency over here near Eastboro, Mania, Monarchy Heights, Keeler, Springdale here in Kansas and also eastern Wichita. And what we're looking at is we've got what appears to be a car stuck. Let's see. We're still that car is stuck. It still hasn't moved. It's in the middle of those flood waters. They are rising pretty quickly. You look at that truck, that water's almost all the way up above its wheel well there. And you can imagine a smaller car like that one that's stuck. It's going to get, obviously not a smart idea to be driving through this flood, as you can see. So if you live in this area in eastern Wichita, please stay indoors. And away from the flood, as we got a pretty dangerous flood happening again. Flash flood emergency is the worst kind of category you can get, and we already have probably about 10 reports of vehicles submerged out here. Headlights are almost gone. Yeah, we'll keep on checking back in on that car. Hopefully that person has gotten out of there by now. Yeah, latest scans. Look, we have maybe a little bit of a strengthening of some rotation here south of Eudora in parts of Kansas, still heading up to the north and east towards Kansas City. Again, nobody needs to be in their safe spots yet, but we're still keeping an eye on that area of rotation there. I do think a tornado warning could be possible in the short term. And yeah, this is one of the main problems. We just keep getting heavy rain after heavy rain, kind of going over the same areas here. And if I come over and show you guys what we're dealing with in terms of our 1 hour accumulation. I mean, this is just how much rain they've accumulated in 1 hour. We're talking like 2 inches per hour out here. So no wonder we have some major flooding issues out over here. So again, just watch out. We got a flash flood emergency out over there. Definitely a dangerous situation developing over here into eastern Wichita. Again, please do not be driving, especially in eastern Wichita. If you see some flood waters, just turn around, or you're going to end up like this guy. Oh, looks like it froze. We'll refresh it. Yeah, that guy's definitely stuck. I think we know 100% sure that car is a stuck. I still haven't seen a person come out of it yet. Hopefully we see somebody try to rescue. I mean, I'm sure it's not that hard. I don't think we're talking about fast flowing water. They should be able to get out of the car. Yeah, that water is almost to the headlights. Is that a new tornado warning? Yes. Why are my alerts not on? I just got a new tornado warning out over here near Gardner, Spring Hill. That's going to be for this area of rotation here near Edgerton. So we got a tornado warning happening here. So you guys need to be getting into your safe spots. That is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. And again, that's going to be for Edgerton, Gardner, and Spring Hill. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is pushing off to the east, and that's for this area of rotation we've been talking about here over the past couple of minutes. Again, it's not super strong, but it could definitely try to spit out a brief tornado, so I would not let your guard down out here. Just continue to be in your safe spots there. And then back over here near Eudora, south and east of Eudora, we have a couple of areas of circulation up here as well. Would not rule out those areas getting tornado warned here in the short term either. And again, this is over into southern, southeastern. I mean, isn't this part of Kansas City here? I think it is. Let me. I will search for a camera on the side screen. One thing I do want to do, though, is take this camera and quickly move it up 44, because we will be checking back in with Wisconsin again eventually. This is what it's looking like on I-44, just off to the west of Milwaukee. A little bit windy, but nothing too crazy happening there yet. But I do want to see if I can find a camera that's actually live in the Kansas City area. We might have to wait until this gets into Missouri, which is fine. It's a fast-moving line. We'll be able to get a view on it shortly. But if I understand correctly, most of the cameras out here are not live. Yeah, this is the current view underneath where this tornado warning is. And as you can see, a lot of rain under there, and probably fast-moving rain as well, because this storm is now warned also for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we definitely have an increased potential here for some power outages and also some trees down. So again, if you live in Gardner, DeSoto, Gardner, Spring Hill, and just south of Olathe here in Kansas, again, continue to be in your safe spots, as we do still currently have a tornado warning for your guys' area. All right, so we're checking in our car out here. Hopefully they get a rescue out here. Yeah, we've got, if you look on the top right here, you can see that we still have a car submerged in eastern Wichita, where we still have a flash flood emergency in progress. Olathe, yeah. If you live like in southern Olathe, you need to be in your safe spots. Just south of Olathe needs to be in their safe spots there for sure. Let me just double check we don't have any like radar mega cams in the Kansas City area, we do not. Okay, and then I'll check my other sources just to make sure. That one at a country club. Don't think I can use that. It's like a golf course, so it's like a private business. Can't use that one. God, I hate these Kansas cams. Hey, Tornado Explorer, you wanna hop on cameras? Got another new severe thunderstorm warning with now some ping pong ball sized hail. This is our hail threat picking up over here in Oklahoma. This is just to the west of Oklahoma City. I'm moving towards Burns Flat in Dill City. What's the worst cam state, in my opinion? Just any state that doesn't have live cameras. The best one, for sure, is Florida. Wisconsin also has pretty good cameras as well. All right, latest scan here. Still have an area of circulation here south and east of Gardner. Still not very strong rotation, but enough, I would say, to continue to be sheltered in place. Again, we're talking about brief spin up potential. And there still is a tiny area of rotation. It's still not very strong. I'm not seeing a debris signature right now, but our debris signature scan is a little bit behind here. Oops. And Gardner, yeah, just make sure they're in their safe spots. All right, looks like we just got a new flash flood emergency now for El Dorado, Kansas. Look at this. That's going to be for El Dorado. Prospect, Venora as well. And we have multiple vehicles reported stranded in floodwaters throughout the city, along with substantial street flooding, emergency crews responding to stranded vehicles. So we have multiple vehicles submerged here in El Dorado. So again, if you live in El Dorado, Kansas, or over here in eastern Wichita, this flash flooding is very serious down there. Again, that is the worst kind of flash flooding you can get. And as you can see, we have views here, if you look on the right side of your screen, of cars submerged in near Wichita. Let me see if I can. No, I don't even want to get out of this view because I won't be able to find it. Is that like floating debris in the water too? I can't tell. Like on the very bottom right. Can you tell if that's floating debris or just like a curb? Oh yeah, there's people leaving the car. Look at that. So they just got out of the car. You can see them walking away from it. The one that was stranded. Yeah, that's floating debris in the water. Well, that's good. They have officially escaped their car, but this car is a goner for now, unfortunately. But I'm glad the people got out. That's a big old flood happening here in Wichita. Please do not drive through these floodwaters. We are seeing multiple cars get stranded. All right, latest scan over here, just south of Kansas City. Still watching this little area of rotation. Again, not very strong, but still would not rule out a brief tornado here south and east of Gardner, heading towards Clare and Bonita. Yeah, two of them. Yeah, two people escaped that car. The water is lifting that car. You think so? It's possible it's floating. We might see that car start to drift down here. I mean, you can see those flood waters are still rising quite a lot. I am curious. Let me see if there's any cameras in that other flash flood emergency. It froze. Yeah, there aren't any cameras near El Dorado, unfortunately. All right, so looks like Edgerton over here in Kansas can come out of their safe spots, but over there near Gardner, I'd be in your safe spot for about another couple minutes. Bonita, Claire, and Olaf Medical Center in Southern Olaf still need to be sheltered in place. And this area of circulation kind of looks like it's the beginning of an MCS circulation, maybe a little bit more organized. Sometimes, most of the times, those stay broad and don't produce tornadoes, but something to keep an eye on just in case. Our main QLCS tornado threat should be on the southern side of this broader circulation, though. That's usually how it goes with these kind of setups. Let me come back over here into southeastern Wisconsin. Yeah, still a couple of instances here where I can see that there is probably still some damaging winds in here, but I'm not really seeing much rotation. But still, 60-mile-per-hour winds all the way up the board here on all these storms. So again, Waukesha, Brookfield all need to be indoors and away from windows. A line of damaging winds, but on the lower side of things is coming through your guys' area. Sirens back on in Olathe. Yeah. Yeah. So thankfully, we haven't been able to see if this is on the ground or not. So no reports that this is touched down yet, but I would still be in your safe spots. They're in Oklahoma. Yeah, I can check Live Storms Media and see if there's anybody up in this area. But unless it's like actively producing a tornado, I might. Yeah, there's Max Mueller, who's actually on the storm or near the storm. He's like just south of the tornado warning there near Olathe, but I really don't want to use him because he's like $85 an hour. But if he gets a view of a tornado, we will definitely pull him up. But there is a chaser out there, worst case scenario, like heading into the Kansas City area. How's it going? It's going all right. Hanging in there. Although a little bit concerned about the area surrounding Wichita. Definitely got a pretty dangerous flash flooding situation occurring over there, and that flash flooding is usually some of the more deadly type of weather. What's going on now? There might be. I thought I saw something there. Hold on, that might have just been a. There's another car. There's another car. You can't see it here because I have this expanded. There's another car just sitting here on the bottom part of the screen too. And I think that's been sitting there for a while. I think that car's stuck too on the bottom right. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we have a flash flood emergency. Catastrophic flooding is occurring here in Wichita, and we now have what appears to be 2 cars stranded. You see the water levels on the right side of this highway are really high. It goes really all the way. You see that Motel 6 sign? That flooding goes all the way past that Motel 6 sign. So this entire parking lot is submerged in water. And that, thankfully, though, if you guys are just tuning in and you don't know, this car that is submerged just out in front of the Hotel 6, the 2 people that were inside of that car have already escaped their vehicle. So they are technically safe. All right, latest scan here. Looks like a little couplet is now pretty much completely gone with this storm just north of Spring Hill. And it looks like our main area of rotation, though, is back over here. Just south of Olathe. So Gardner can come out of their safe spots. Yeah, let me show you guys on the map where these flash flood emergencies are. All these little flooding indicators, these are showing us that we've had, most of them are saying vehicles submerged. And then same over here near El Dorado and Prospect here in Kansas and southern Kansas. And pretty much what's going on is we just keep getting these storms. They're just kind of like on a boundary forming and just kind of going over the same areas over and over and over. We have rainfall rates of up to 2 inches per hour, which is pretty elevated. Pretty elevated. Okay, good news. They did allow that tornado warning to expire. So great news there. That rotation did dissipate as of our last scan. So that's not super surprising. And thank you, Julia, for the $7 donation. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can I go over northern Illinois? Yeah, we can do. Oh, I just got another tornado warning. No, okay. I don't know why that sound was so high. All right. Yeah, we can go over the models again. Let's do that. So I think our main tornado threat today is going to continue to be from this storm as it pushes into some higher instability. Definitely going to be a problem. I think, probably could get a couple of tornadoes out of this line segment. And that's going to be really pushing in 3 o'clock near Grain Valley, 4 o'clock near Chillicothe, 5 o'clock near Kirksville, Missouri. But then after Kirksville, I really do think their tornado threat really goes downhill from here. By 7 p.m., though, we could still have some damaging winds like heading into Davenport, Davenport there in Iowa. And eventually, as you can see, past 7 p.m., we're talking about just maybe some light wind and rain for a lot of folks. Further down to the south, we are expecting some storms to fire down over here near Oklahoma City. There was a slight chance for some prefrontals, but it looks like the models are kind of giving up on that possibility, but still could get some damaging winds with this line, really in between like 6 to around 11 p.m. before it really starts to fall apart. Dallas, Fort Worth is also going to be getting in on some storms potentially. Can't rule out some isolated areas of some larger hail there near like Claiborne or back over here just east of Abilene, but it should stay non-significant there. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. Up here in Wisconsin, we do have a chance out over here for a little bit of severe weather with that line of storms. Again, there is some shear in that area. I would not rule out, some chances of tornadoes. And we were seeing some broader circulations embedded in this line earlier, but all of those have dissipated. But that line of storms is about to push into, Milwaukee, Franklin, and eventually into Racine, Kenosha, and Caledonia here in Wisconsin and northern Illinois. But for most of you guys right now, I mean, we're just talking about some light rain in Illinois. But eventually could get, another round of maybe some more dangerous severe weather as this comes up there. But again, I really don't think this line of storms is going to last too long. I think by the time we get over here into Illinois, it should be in the process of falling apart. Which is why I think they have decided to kind of stop this tornado watch at Hannibal. And it's not going to be like a rapid fire tornado day by any means, but I do think, like, at least according to what our models were looking like today in comparison to what's happening, it is a little bit more of an elevated tornado threat out here than I think a lot of us were expecting. Yeah, no, I actually have the mesoscale analysis up right now. And as you can see, we have about 1,000 joules per kilogram, 1,500 joules per kilogram out here. Actually, our latest update now puts at 2,000. So yeah, I mean, this storm is about to slam face first into a lot better instability. And one of the things that, kind of concerns me a little bit is that, I mean, our SRH just keeps going up and up, right around where that tornado warning just was. I mean, we have, 350 to 400 SRH. So there's definitely an elevated tornado threat with this segment of the storm. About to push into northern Missouri. So definitely can't rule out a couple of spin ups. But the good news is that the tornado warning that we just had has been allowed to expire. But I do think eventually we could get another one. Also monitoring an area here of some broader circulation near Lenexa, about to head into Overland Park and there in southern Kansas City. And seeing another little couplet trying to develop over here just to the north and east of Bonita. But regardless of all that, 70 mile per hour winds is going to be possible for the Kansas City area. Let's come check back in on our flooding in the Wichita, Kansas area. And yeah, we still have 2 cars submerged. Maybe a floating dumpster? I don't know what that is. On the top right corner. Kind of looks like a floating dumpster. How many people we got in chat from Wichita? What is SRH? Storm relative velocity is essentially just, how much the winds are kind of like, it shows you how strong the wind shear is relative to the storm. Yeah, it basically just shows you like the potential of how much rotation a storm could have, and it kind of just measured like the vertical shear, and how it's interacting with the motion of the storm. And thank you, Terry, for the 20. And it could be a great indication. Elevated SRH of around 400. That's a lot. Once you get over that 400 point, that's a lot. Yeah, thank you, Terry Graves, so much for the 20. You're in Chillicothe, so it's nice to know what time you need to really focus on the weather. Yeah, no problem. That is why we're here. The sky's getting super dark in Overland Park. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got that storm coming in right now, or it's kind of over you right now. Oh, wait, okay. Olaf. I was thinking about Olaf. But yeah, Overland Park is right here. So yeah, the storm's about to push in to you guys shortly up there. And again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be in that, which is nothing to scoff at. 70-mile-per-hour winds definitely increases the risk for some power outages. Let's come back over to here. Just a little update. We are finally getting a view of what this storm looks like in Wisconsin. So the storm is entering where our cameras are. And as you can see, it's pretty windy and rainy there. I don't know what's gone wrong with my radar down here. I want to make it bigger. And yeah, that's this storm over here near I-43 is where our camera is. And now that we're close to it, let's just go see if we could see like maybe a shelf cloud if we get out in front of this thing. Do we have a sky view on any of these cameras is the question.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll go back to this camera then since we have to rush back. Oh, wow. Camera shaking quite a bit. New tornado warning. That's a new tornado warning has been issued. It's not showing up on weather-wise yet. There it is. Yeah, new tornado warning has been issued for this part of the storm here, where we have a little bit of an appendage sticking out on this thing and a little bit of rotation there. Not seeing a debris signature at the moment, but enough rotation, I would say, to seek shelter. That's going to be for Martin City, Grandview, Red Bridge, Holmes Park, Unity Village, and Lee's Summit. All needs to be in their safe spots. We got an area of some rotation heading your way. And right in there, there's your little couplet. It's not very strong, but definitely wouldn't rule out it eventually trying to produce as it crosses over the Kansas and Missouri border there. Do a little refresh here. Go. Little hook. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a hook on it. That is for sure. Do we have any live cameras there? Where is that? That's on this portion of the storm, just north and east of Springfield. I mean, we have cameras, but none of them are live. Oh, wow. This is what the storm looks like. It's a picture of it. Look at that. Back in there. There's your shelf cloud. And that is pretty much right next to where that rotation is. I'm not seeing a tornado in progress at this moment. Don't know if you can search for cams. Discord is being difficult. That's okay. No big deal. Yeah, as this crosses over to Missouri, we will have a lot more live cams in Missouri. So let me just go ahead and get a Missouri cam set up as well before these storms get there, just so we can keep an eye on this. Well, that's supposed to be Missouri. Why did it do that? Hold on. That's Wisconsin. There's that. There we go. And then turn on those cameras. And then I want to be close to like Lee's Summit. It should be like, there's Kansas City. Frick. All right. I'll figure out where to get a camera on this in just a second. But we should have a view of this storm as it comes into Missouri at the very least. Latest scan on this storm, still an area of some rotation is there. Again, this is a radar indicated. We still don't have any indications yet that this is on the ground, and rotation really isn't that strong in this area, but there still is a little tiny couplet there. So we just saw a picture of it not too long ago, and there's definitely some rotation aloft on this storm as well, according to that. So I would still continue to be in your safe spots here, out over here near Martin City and Grandview and Red Bridge. All right, let me see. Where's that? Be like that one is that. Obviously. Okay. So I found a. Okay, so that this camera. Can't see a sky view from there. Ooh. Okay, I think I found a good camera. Okay, so that. And then it wouldn't be up there. It wouldn't be that one. Okay, that one comes out of there. Okay. So it's one of these cameras I was just looking at. It's in the tornado warning. Yeah. Okay, this one's in the tornado warning. Hopefully we'll be able to get a view of the storm as it moves into Missouri. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry family. And we'll bring that camera up here. There we go. Yeah, it looks like our latest information on this severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds is possible. Still for Smithville, Kansas City, Belton, Peculiar, Pleasant Hill, Blue Springs, Buckner, Oric, and Lawson. You guys still need to be sheltering at least indoors at the very least from those winds. Again, increased power outage potential is certainly possible as you start to get into those 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, for Overland Park, just some damaging winds possible going into Prairie Village and Leawood. Has the warning touched down? Not as far as I can tell yet. Is Vandalia, Illinois going to be okay? Most likely, yeah. I don't see much of an elevated risk in Illinois. Camera 71 highway. Yeah, I got a camera literally like right here in Grandview. That's got a sky view. That's the bottom left. So I think we're going to have a good opportunity to hopefully see this thing, especially as it comes near the camera. You're in the path of the tornado here in Kansas. Yeah, I mean, if you're over here to like near like New Santa Fe, I'd be in your safe spots still. But like everybody back over here, like just south and east of Olathe is fine. And in fact, our latest scan looks like that rotation has dissipated there. And I'm not seeing any new areas just yet. So if I were to guess, unless we see anything new develop, let me check this radar just to be extra certain. Yeah. Yeah. Both radars are showing that our rotation has dissipated again. Make sure I have this on here. Oh. By the way, Alabama was voted #1 most south of South. Wait, what? Was voted #1 most south of the southern states. Are they just calling us the biggest hicks? Is that what they're saying? Not sure if we could gloat about that. I do think I see some like police lights, something flashing. I can't tell if that's like emergency lights on the or like, but it does seem like the police are finally responding, or somebody's responding to these submerged cars. Oh my gosh, there's another submerged car. I think that one's actually floating. Look, we got another submerged car. We now have 3 submerged cars here in Wichita. 2 right next to each other in the Motel 6 parking lot. That one seems to be floating. Potentially submerged garbage can as well. And then we got a car on the very bottom right where you can see the reflection of what appears to be emergency vehicle lights. Again, we got a flash flood emergency here in the Wichita, Kansas region. And as you can see, the floodwaters are very high. And unfortunately, over the past couple of like 30 or 40 minutes while we've been watching this, we've witnessed 3 cars get submerged in this area. So that just goes to show just how serious the situation is. It's like something swimming. What? That would not be good. Probably not smart to swim in stuff like that. All right, latest scan over here for our tornado warning. Yeah, still not seeing any new areas of rotation develop yet. Nothing really sticking out to me either further up to the north. Couple areas of broader circulation still up here, but they still haven't like organized up there yet.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Man, that's loud. Let me turn that down. New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. That's going to be this one further down to the south. That's going to be for southeastern Kansas, going into central Oklahoma, then also over here near Wichita Falls. And as you can see, we do have some severe thunderstorms already developing back over here in Oklahoma with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds there, and then some ping pong ball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Burns Flat and Dill City here in Oklahoma. So definitely want to be indoors and well away from those windows with that storm. And we also have some severe weather potentially trying to develop here into parts of Oklahoma City as well. And then back over here near Wichita, we continue to see some heavier rain. And unfortunately, it looks like you guys might have yet another round. So this is going to clear out. But then look at this. We got even more rain. Oops. Even more rain developing back down to your south and west there, unfortunately. So I would definitely be indoors. And please, if you see flood water around you, I'd get to some higher ground. Because it does seem like the rain's going to stop for a little bit, but back over here with our tornado warned storm. This is our latest view. Let me just make sure this is current. Sometimes these cameras, fall behind a little bit, so we have to refresh them. It would be this one. Yeah, you can see it. We are going to get a view of this tornado warned storm. You see that shelf cloud, but I don't think we're going to see a tornado given the amount of rotation we have on it, but we will at least be able to see a storm. You live in Kansas City, well, you guys are getting impacted by a pretty strong storm. Kind of the run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning, which can knock out some power, but typically, not most of the time, unless you got like some sort of really bad infrastructure, like electrical infrastructure. 60-mile-per-hour winds are usually not too bad. But once you get above 60, going into 70, now you're talking about a little bit more widespread power outages. And also, we've had a couple of tornado warnings with this storm so far. But I do think this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire probably pretty soon, given the fact that our area of rotation is just completely non-existent now. But I still wouldn't rule out a tornado threat. The environment for tornadoes is locally a little bit elevated out there. Just mainly, I would say mainly with this, area of the storm, this little Boeing segment. Oh, wow. You can really see that shelf cloud coming into Missouri. Look at that. That is a storm. Wow. Shout out to this camera. It's actually pretty high resolution. And again, this is the view of the tornado warrant storm. Okay, some people are reporting lots of flooding in...
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Lots of flooding in Topeka, maybe. Topeka's fine. I mean, your main risk is past you. In fact, this storm came through your guys' area a little bit earlier, most likely. Man, look at that shelf cloud. It's just all black in there. That is definitely a little ominous. It's an ominous looking cloud, and 70-mile-per-hour winds inside there as well. We'll see as it crosses over our camera if those 70-mile-per-hour winds are still in there. Although the strongest winds might be a little bit north of this camera. Might be a little bit north. Let me see if we have any sky views up here. Then, oh my goodness, look at that! This part of the storm is in the whale's mouth. That's the updraft of the storm. Oh my goodness. Yeah, our stronger winds are probably over here in this area. Man, it is so dark. I think Storm Winter Media is live. That is crazy. Yeah, let me see if they're live. Storm Winter Media. Yeah, they are live. Awesome.
I'm here.
Yeah, they're over south of Oklahoma City.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Let me see where I want to put them. I'll put them up in the Wisconsin view, which will be here. No, here. No, that's Kansas. I don't want to put them here. Let me get this going. There we go. There, in the Wisconsin view, right there. There we go. This is the view just south of Oklahoma City with those storms developing. So we'll be keeping an eye on them. The Stormchaser, that's Storm Winter Media. They're live out there. They're about down over here, like with these storms, this little special weather statement storms over here near the Chickasha area.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Wow. Big old rain shaft there. What the heck? A random little rain shaft on that storm. Yeah, latest out here where we still have multiple cars submerged. It does seem like the rain is taking a break. It's not as rainy as it was. But man, you can see just how high this water is. It's almost reached up to that sign, that yellow part of the sign, which is elevated, I think, a couple feet into the air. So we're probably talking about a good 3 feet of water here in eastern Wichita. Again, this is a flash flood emergency. Just a little update for the folks that are just tuning in. We got a flash flood emergency back over here in eastern Wichita and into El Dorado as well. New tornado warning has been issued for this part of the storm now. We got an area of circulation developing now just to the south and west of Leeds, moving off towards Independence, Raytown, Blue Springs, Buckner. All need to be in their safe spots. We have an area of rotation developing on this one. Now, this storm, we can also get a view on which I will do in a little bit. Just want to check to make sure. Yeah, this storm down here is still not looking overly concerning. Also, maybe another little area of rotation developing over here near Spring Hill, Kansas. We might have to keep an eye out for. All right, let me get a camera now on our new tornado warning. I think this one's probably going to be... I can remember where I freaking put all these cameras. I'm so sorry that I have to do that. I just keep forgetting where I put them. All right, so that'd be a little bit further up to the north. We probably want to be like right around here. Oh my word. Yeah, there's your tornado warned storm. Jeez. Look at this camera view. This is the tornado warning here in eastern Kansas City, where this camera is. We're looking at the shelf cloud out there approaching the Raytown and Independence area. Again, we have a little bit of circulation developing here. If a tornado forms, we should be able to see it with this camera. That rotation's about to go directly over this camera. Sky looks like a movie, and it kind of does. Like, if you have like just the colors, the contrast, very dark clouds for sure. There's definitely a lot of. And look at that wall of rain just entering on the left side of the screen there. Look at that. That darker wall of rain there. What is that? Is that a... Yeah, look how fast that's moving. On the left side of the screen. That's where our area of circulation should be, is back in there. Thank you, Bucky, for the 5. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I got to keep a close eye on this area. Again, that's going to be on the bottom left there of our screen. And we're looking, our camera is right here, near Leeds, north of Raytown. Right in there, right next to our circulation, which is right here, which is what we're looking at. So I still want Independence, Buckner, Blue Springs to continue to be in your safe spots. And we're going to be monitoring the storm very closely. We're going to have a very close approach here of that circulation here. And you can see the wall of rain and wind that is coming through this area right now. That's fast moving. So that's definitely some strong wind there. Keep an eye for tornadic circulation to pass here. Could see one if something tries to drop. Oh, wow, look at that lightning bolt. Okay. So far, no tornadic circulation. That rotation should be like right on this camera now. Oh, we might have lost the camera due to the winds. Let me try again. Nope, it's back. Oh, debris. Debris flying. We have debris in the air. Lots of debris. What the heck? There might be a tornado forming like right on this camera. Either that or we have really strong winds. This is in eastern Kansas City, in the Missouri side. Lots of debris in the air, or lots of leaves, it appears. Might have been a weak NATO. So again, if you live in Raytown and Independence, please be in your safe spots. This is coming right for you, especially in Independence. I might move this camera if I can. Hold on. So that's there. This is heading more to like up here, unfortunately. So we don't have any cameras up there. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is definitely our best camera still. Man, it's down. We're starting to lose power a little bit. Oh, yeah. Look at how strong these winds are. Yeah, it looks like we're losing power out in this area. Let me... Oh, nope. There we go.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh, wow. They upgraded this tornado warning. So that we literally just saw the tornado live on stream. Oh, yeah. Look at that. There, south and east of Leeds, we have a strong area of circulation. That went right over our camera. So that was definitely a strong tornado. And folks, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now in Kansas. This is a PDS tornado warning. You guys need to be in your safe spots with this storm. We just saw the beginnings of it live on stream. This is not good. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress here in eastern Kansas City, heading towards Independence. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is very bad. Again, right there south of Inglewood. Debris flying in the air. We just saw it there live on camera. And that is heading directly towards Independence. I will say our latest scan is not looking as bad. Looks like our rotation broadened out pretty quickly there. Might have just been a really brief tornado. Did we actually get a debris signature? Let me see. Could be some de-aliasing. Let me check our other radar in this area just to see if we have an agreement. I mean, this radar still has some pretty decent rotation there south of Inglewood, so I would still be in your safe spots there in Independence. Further back down on this tornado warning, I still believe that they're going to allow this one to expire. Rotation is not too dangerous, but again, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress here, heading towards Independence. Not sure if it's still on the ground, but I would still treat it like it's on the ground, as we are still seeing some debris. But I will say that that rotation signature, at least on this radar, doesn't look as bad. But if we go check our terminal radar a little bit further away, we still have some pretty strong rotation aloft, indicating that still very well could have a powerful area of rotation here south and west of Independence. So if you live in Independence and Buckner, I would be in your safe spots. Again, we just saw the tornado cross directly over that camera on the right here. Not that camera, but this one? Yeah, on this camera. And we might be able to get one more little sneak peek at this thing. I'm seeing it's not taking as far of a northerly trajectory. It would be like one of these cameras that might see something. So it'll be our best bet. Can't believe that touched down like right over our camera. So that debris that we saw was definitely a tornado on the ground for sure. And we might get a sneak peek out of this camera. This one's a little bit north on this, so it's like right here. That rotation will come pretty close to it if it's still, strong rotation. We'll see. And then I want to refresh this camera just so we can keep an eye on our flash flood emergency here in the Wichita Falls area. Okay, they unfortunately changed the angle of the camera, which is not very helpful. But yeah, a little update over here near Wichita. Just by the way, we got more rain coming, so don't let your guard down over here near Wichita. Again, the big threat in the Wichita area is going to be for that flash flooding, and we got more rain on the way. That will definitely continue to make the problem worse. Back over here near Oklahoma and Oklahoma City, we're still watching these storms. They're still really not too strong right now. So main focus is going to be up here in the Kansas City area as this pushes off into Missouri. So again, this storm just potentially dropped a large and extremely dangerous tornado. But latest scans, let me check from this radar. This one's still indicating we might have a little tight couplet there near Independence. I definitely want to see what our next scan looks like on this one. I mean, this one's still not indicating any new strong rotation there. And there's no debris signature either. So there's nothing, I don't think there's anything going on that the radar's not picking up as far as I can tell. But just in case, sometimes the radar doesn't catch the whole story. This is a PDS tornado warning. I would take it seriously because the environment is technically there that this could try again. So if it's not still on the ground. So if you live in Independence and Buckner here in Missouri, I would still be sheltered in place. Our Missouri cam went down, it seems. Let me get this back up. These winds are also pretty strong. I would not rule out like an upgrade. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the storm. See if we can see anything back in there. This is the tornado. This is the PDS tornado warned storm here. We'll see if we see anything else that doesn't line up with our radar. Yeah, Overland Park's good, guys. You guys are good to go. The main threat is past you. We're more worried about Missouri now. So like the Kansas side of Kansas City is doing fine. It's now just going to be rain and wind and some lightning. But we're mainly worried about over here in Missouri, where we just had a tornado live on stream. And we're dealing with an extremely dangerous tornado situation here as we have a PDS tornado warning. But radar really isn't showing anything on the ground at this moment, as far as I can tell. So we might get that to expire, but we're just checking on our cameras here that are close to this thing to see if we see anything that misaligns with what the camera is seeing. So keep your eye out for power flashes, but I don't think we're going to see a tornado, hopefully. But this is in the tornado warning, smack dab in the middle of it. So we'll see what we see. Definitely some stronger winds now pouring in here. North Kansas City's fine. It's more of eastern Kansas City or just to the east of Kansas City in the Missouri area that needs to be watching out for this storm. Yeah, I'm talking like Buckner, Blue Springs, Missouri, maybe even Lee Summit, but I think Lee Summit tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. We haven't seen that part of the storm has become very outflow dominant. It could be rain wrapped. Well, the first one was rain wrapped. The first tornado that we saw it live on stream. It was rain wrapped. Out over here near Independence. It was back. It was on the ground definitely here near Leeds, but it appears to have lifted. And I'm still not seeing any strong circulation redeveloping, but we definitely still do have rotation on this storm. So it could be recycling. You could easily see this thing try to do it again here shortly. So again, if you're out over in this area, I would still be sheltered in your place. We're still dealing with a pretty dangerous situation. I mean, on this radar, still showing some pretty decent rotation aloft. I'm about to head over 24, so I would not let your guard down on this storm just yet. I know the scary tornado warning PDS situation, but as far as I can tell on radar, we do not have anything on the ground at this moment. But that does not mean, again, I don't want you guys thinking that does not mean that this storm is done by any means. Again, we got SRH around this storm over 400, and yeah, it does seem like our latest scan on this radar now. We're getting stronger, broader rotation. Still got some grays in between, meaning it's still on the broader side, but we do have some stronger rotation redeveloping here. So if it's not on the ground at this point, it could be very well about to drop back down over here near 24 Buckner and Sibley. Again, we're over here in Missouri, just to the east of Kansas City. Ozark, Missouri. I don't know where Ozark is. Let me check in on that. Ozark. It's not showing up. Might have spelled that wrong. Crazy lightning and rain just started. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. We've seen this storm multiple times on cameras. It's definitely producing a lot of lightning and some damaging winds. Again, we've got 70-mile-per-hour winds, not just where this tornado warning is, but all the way across, from Peculiar all the way up there to Lawson, Ulrich, and Richmond here in Missouri. So it's definitely not just the tornado threat that is a threat here. 70-mile-per-hour winds can also knock down power, knock over trees. So, if you live near a big tree, you should probably, be closer to the more interior portion of your house. Is Chicago fine? Yeah, Chicago's fine right now. Is South Mississippi? Okay, yeah. Or Missouri? Yeah. So if Ozark's in the south, let me just double check. Ozark. I don't know why it's not popping up. I feel like that's like a weather-wise issue. Let me do a refresh. Because I have searched Ozark before. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've searched it a couple times, but if it's in southern Missouri, then you got a while before the storms come. The main area where we're watching out for this short-term tornado threat is going to be over here near like Marshall, Warrensburg, Moberly, Kirksville, over there near Quincy and Hannibal. All right, latest scan still seems like, yeah, we still don't have the latest velocity scan, so I'm gonna wait there. Let me see if we can get a better view again of our tornado warned storm here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like that's going to be possible, because where this portion of the storm is going is in between all of our cameras at this moment. So our storm is now officially in a camera hole. We could technically still keep an eye on the southern portion, though. Just in case that tries to become more active, there will probably be a shell cloud out here, if I had to guess. Let me see if we can get another sky view really quick. And it doesn't seem like... Might eventually see something on this camera, but... Man. Definitely an interesting little signal in there. It's of our latest reflectivity. But still nothing backing up here. A tornado north and east of East Independence. But I technically would not rule out this still being on the ground. They haven't released this. We might be still getting reports that this could be on the ground, and radar just might not be telling us the whole story. So if I lived in Buckner and Sibley, I'd still be in my safe spots, just in case. Oh, never mind. Yeah. See, they just updated it, and it said they're still saying it's confirmed. So as far as I can tell on radar, I'm not seeing a signature. So that's the best I can tell you. But they must be getting some report from somebody that's on the ground that is disagreeing with the radar, because they still have it observed. So just to be safe and err on the side of caution, I would still be in your safe spots there in Buckner. Your dad is in Kansas City and you're scared. It's okay. Your dad's fine. The storm has passed him. Siren stopped. Yeah, this part of this, so we haven't really talked about this tornado warning that much because it's not a tornado threat right now. You can see our outflow boundary is all the way over here near Lee Summit. We've got some stronger winds coming in down here, but because our colder air is out in front of this line, it's not going to be a tornado threat until we start to see some more convection happen along that outflow boundary. This will still be a damaging wind threat, though, of up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, but that's about it. You see that outflow boundary extends all the way down into, southeastern Kansas as well. So, and you can see that it stops. Where does the outflow boundary stop? Right where this little part of the line is surging out. So that's why that storm produced a tornado, because it latched onto that outflow boundary. Let me just make sure Storm Hunter Media is live. They're over here in Oklahoma, in Amber, Oklahoma, still near the Oklahoma City area. They're keeping an eye on these storms. See, it's definitely stormy over there. Just want to make sure that they're live, because sometimes it goes behind or gets behind. Lee Summit's fine. You're technically in a tornado warning, but there is no rotation on this. It expired just now, so we should see that disappear very shortly. But this one over here near I would say Buckner and Sibley, short term, you guys are in the strongest tornado threat here, as we do still have a pretty decent area of rotation on the storm heading your way. You think Olaf, Kansas sirens going off again? No, not today. Yeah, you guys will be good for the rest of the day. As you can see, after these storms passes, you're in like a lot more stable air, so not gonna really be a big issue. I would still watch out for some flooding. Oh man, yeah. Unfortunately, over here in the Wichita area, we still have a lot of rain coming. If you guys don't know, Eastern Wichita is in a flash flood emergency. We have multiple cars submerged out here. We did have a view of it not too long ago, but unfortunately, we've lost that view as they turned the camera. But maybe they've turned it back. Let me see if they've let me just get this at the most recent view here. Yeah, so they turned it back. This is what's happening over here in Wichita. You can see on the bottom right, we do have emergency vehicles out here. Oh my gosh. Look at that car that the car that we were looking at, the first car that's on the road. It is almost like completely covered up. You just barely see the top of the car. I'm so glad those folks got out of that car. Yeah, that car on the bottom right is submerged. We got another car in the Motel 6 parking lot that is submerged as well. And we got some very serious flooding ongoing here in Wichita, Kansas. So again, please do not try to drive through these waters. Even if you're in a truck, probably going to start floating and put your life or whoever's with you in some serious danger there. All right, latest scan. Looks like our circulation is going to be over here south and east of Blue Mills, just about to cross over 24. Still heading towards Buckner and Sibley. You know, I might use that Stormchaser if they're... Yeah, we got a Stormchaser near Lee Summit. They're like way south of this. There's a guy out there named Max Mueller. We could use him, but he's a little bit off of... He's like down over here near 70. If he tries to go up north and intercept this, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. All right, latest scan here. Still some rotation north and west of Lake City here in Kansas. I mean, Missouri. Still a little bit broad, but definitely some decent circulation there. So that's the latest on that storm. I would still be sheltered in place. Overland Park's fine. Blue Springs is fine. Yeah, this circulation is going north of you. And in fact, you probably noticed it just cooled down in Blue Springs because that cold air just went over you. Independence is now good, but if you know anybody that lives over here near Leeds, I'd be calling them and letting you know. We witnessed this large tornado cross right over our camera, as it was developing. I don't think it was a large tornado as it went over our camera, but we were seeing debris fly all around our camera earlier in the stream. Olathe. Really? Olathe. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Yeah, there goes. So you see that southern tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Liberty's fine. Liberty's fine. You guys are behind the line now. Just going to be cooler rain, and a decent amount of thunder is still possible. So it's not like I'd go outside and start dancing. We can't go back in our streams anymore because too many people are getting put behind. YouTube has a major problem where people fall behind on the stream, and I don't want that happening. Because if someone's under a tornado warning and they're behind on the stream, they're just not getting in. They don't know. Odessa's fine. Odessa's part of the storm is super outflow dominant unless we start to see some new convection, like some reds and yellows pop up on this little faint green line. This is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. I still wouldn't rule out some power outages for Odessa. But I would imagine this part of the line is probably a little bit weaker than 70 miles per hour as far as I can tell. It's pretty close to the radar. Not really seeing too much indications of elevated winds that high, but that's the worst case scenario I think for Odessa is if you guys do get 70 mile per hour winds. Springfield is good for now. You guys got a couple of storms nearby you, but they're super weak and they're not going to cause an issue. Your threat's going to be coming a lot later with whatever happens down over here. You'll probably have like a linear line come towards you guys. I think the tornado threat down here near Oklahoma is pretty low. Although I will say, there's been a weird thing on Storm Hunter Media's feed for a while. So let's go check that out. What the heck are they looking at? Okay. They're looking at a developing mesocyclone.
Looks like Reed is near us. I'm not surprised.
Is DL sick? He sounds sick. Missouri State. Yeah, I don't think How am I muted? Oh, okay, it's back. I don't know where it went. I did not press any buttons. It just stopped working. It's back now. Sorry about that. At like the first time that's happened to me in a while. Sorry about that. That was weird. I don't know what caused that. All right, latest scan here in our tornado warning. Still got an area of some circulation here. I'm still not seeing a debris signature. Have they dropped this yet? No, I mean, they're still saying it's observed. But it is possible, technically, that we go from an observed warning into a radar indicated warning here in a little bit. Because, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that this thing is not on the ground at this point. You can see that we have some decent reds, some decent greens, but you see these grays in between indicating broad circulation. There hasn't been any tornadic debris signature, but just in case, I'd still be in your safe spots there in Buckner, just to be safe. Let me refresh this camera really quick. Definitely a job taking care of cameras. But yeah. How's Grand View? Let me see. Grand View, Missouri. Yeah, looks like your winds are coming in right now. Should be at max at 70 mile per hour winds. It looks like they did extend this off to the east, 470 mile per hour winds. That does include areas like Odessa, Lexington, Richmond, Orick, Norban, Bramer, Kingston, Marabille, Polo, and Blue Mound. Check Raymore. Where's Raymore? Raymore. Yeah, you guys have 70 mile per hour winds coming your way. No rotation, though, on your portion of the storm. So we're mainly just talking a wind threat there for Raymore. What the heck is going on Storm Runner Media's view? Okay. That looked more ominous when it was smaller. I thought that was like a little funnel, like a rain-wrapped funnel for a second. Let me listen into them real quick. This is just south of Oklahoma City. Are we getting some weird shenanigans happening out here?
Likes. If you guys have not already, please make sure you are smashing that like button.
No, there's like no motion in that. I just had to make sure there's no motion in that cloud. Okay, just making sure. It looked funny, or it looked weird on the top left, but I don't think that's anything. All right, latest scan out over here south of Sibley. Still an area of some broad circulation in between Buckner, and Sibley. That's going to be traveling north of Lavasi here shortly. Independence is good. You guys are good in Independence. Also, Kansas City is now in the clear. Check Grandview again? Sure. Yeah, Grandview is now getting some heavy rain. And that wind is pulling in now. So watch out for those power outages. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of power outage reports. Blue Springs, yeah, you guys are good from the tornado threat, but definitely got some strong winds coming in probably. And another round of some heavy rain for Blue Springs as well. Oh yeah, we can check in on Wisconsin really quick. Yeah, it looks like all of our severe thunderstorm warnings have expired, but you do have some wind and rain coming for Sheboygan. New tornado warning has been issued. They have now pushed it off to the east, and they have dropped it to radar indicated. So our PDS tornado warning is done. I can remove it. I don't know what's going on. Take that off. Put that on. That one down. Okay. So yeah, we still got a tornado warning, but no longer a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. But still a storm nonetheless to be in your safe spots for. Just in case. It could try again. I mean, that environment still technically, I mean, you can make the argument it's still there. I think the problem what's happening with the storm right now is that outflow boundary is starting to outrun it. But if we get another surge of those damaging winds on the southern side, it could easily latch back onto it and try to produce another strong tornado. So if you live in Ulrich, Henrietta, Wellington, Richmond, Lexington, and Hardin, I would still be in your safe spots. Tornado is in Buckner. No, there's no tornado on the ground right now, but there is an area still of some rotation. It's just in East Buckner right now. Independence. Where is Independence? I've seen Independence like 1,000 times. I feel like this stream. Yeah, you guys are back over here. You still got some heavy rain, but the wind should hopefully be calming down for you guys a little bit more. Kansas City just got another warning. No. Unless is Buckner in Kansas City technically, but I mean they're gonna allow this one to expire in 3 minutes. But yes, you can see that circulation is on the very eastern side of this tornado warning. So, Oric, Richmond, Henrietta, Lexington, Wellington, Hardin are in the tornado warning, but Kansas City is not, unless technically Buckner is in it. Like if you like, Independence is probably considered Kansas City, but they're about to you can see that Independence is quite a far distance away from where our circulation is right now. Can I replay it? I don't think I can. I'm sure somebody else caught it on camera though, so let me check it out. Let me see if I can find that for you. Surely somebody got a video of it. Hopefully, as it happened, hopefully it wasn't just us seeing it. Surely, I'm looking. Okay, apparently no one else got it. I don't think I can turn DVR back on, so I have to wait till after the stream to look at it. Why isn't Max on? Don't ask me. That's a question for him. He's probably on. I mean, are you sure he's not on? He's probably on, if I had to guess. Maybe refresh his page. I don't think he would not be live for this. Is Blue Springs okay? I mean, you definitely have some stronger winds probably still near Blue Springs, but I mean, in terms of like the main core of the severe weather threat, should be past you by now. He's not live. That's odd. Yeah, he might be having like technical difficulties, if I had to guess. Yeah, make sure everything's lined up here. Perfect. Okay. Max Facebook/Twitter says technical difficulties. Dang, that sucks. That sucks. It happens, man. Technology is hard. It's super hard. I'm sure if he could be live, he would be live. He never misses stuff like this. So I'm sure he's sitting there punching his computer monitor or whatever form of equipment has failed him. He's probably punching it right now. How is it looking? Yeah, Lee Summit's fine. Just, some heavy rain is now approaching Lee Summit. And that's probably where, if you haven't gotten some strong winds already, then they're probably back in the heavier wind. But I would assume that they're more closer to the outflow boundary because that's usually where the strongest winds are. I do want to check back in on Wichita just really quick. Yeah, I can like barely see that car anymore. It is almost completely gone. I think we're just barely looking at the top part of that car. I think that's some of the deeper flooding there. It is still barely just visible. I know you guys probably can't tell, but let me just try zooming in to it. It's like right in the center of the screen. There's a little that was a car, but it is now like barely visible. Yeah, this is the flash flood emergency here in Wichita. And unfortunately, according to radar, they got more rain on the way. Yeah, it's about to come in. Should be a brief period of rain, so it might rise those floodwaters for a brief moment again. But hopefully that we can see that eventually go down there. Just lost internet here. Yeah, it happens. We've been out all day. Oh my goodness. The internet? That sucks. All right, latest scan on this storm. I mean, our rotation's almost gone. It's almost gone. It's still a little bit there, but it's almost gone. I thank you, Kim, for the $9.99. Thank you so much. It's a huge help out to the channel. Don't be like that. He can't be live. He would be live if he could, but I do appreciate that. I know you were joking. Sirens going off again in Kansas City. I mean, they allowed that tornado warning to expire, so I don't know why the sirens are still going off. That doesn't really make it. Maybe they're still warning for the winds potentially. That is possible, technically. Blue Springs get hail? Probably not. I mean, there could be like some small hail up to penny sized, but I'm not expecting anything bigger than that. This is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are probably about to pull into Lone Jack, Oak Grove, Wellington, Richmond, Henrietta, Lexington, and Bramer here in Missouri. Let me check to see if we have any power outages in this area. We might have some power outages. They're slowly taking up. We've got about 5,000 people without power here in Missouri. Seems like most of it is where this line of storms has gone through, near like the Kansas City area. Yeah, 3,000 near there. So, but it will probably see more, to be honest. Oh, I know what happened. I think my audio briefly connected to Discord. I think that's what happened. Overland Park is good. Odessa power going strong, and it's usually the worst. Well, so far the storm hasn't hit Odessa, so I wouldn't be too happy just yet. A little bit of a premature celebration there, but I hope for the sake of you that it stays up. I mean, obviously, we don't want to see any of you guys lose power. It's swirling over us in Florida right now. Oh, yeah, that little tropical system. Yeah, just in case folks don't know, we got a little 10% for tropical activity over here off the coast of South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. 10% over the next 7 days. And that is currently a little low pressure system that will eventually try to form is swirling over the Florida area. We got some rain moving in, thunderstorms. And, what you're experiencing right now could be the little baby stages of what eventually might try to become a tropical depression, but I'm still pretty unconfident about that. I still think it's probably going to fail. I thank you, Jimmy, for the 5 from Lee's Summit. Oh, awesome. I'm glad we were able to reach you, man. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5. I do appreciate that. Voltage, thank you for the 2. Anything near Kansas City, Missouri International Airport? Nah. The worst of it's over for the Kansas City area. And it's mainly just light rain now, maybe a couple lightning bolts of thunder. But that's about it. Or thunder and lightning. And thank you, Spicy Queen, for the 5. Thank you so much. From Independence, I'm here temporarily. Got a warning. Don't think much of it. Then it turned into winds and thunder. Hope everyone is safe. Yeah, me too. I hope everyone is safe as well. And I'm glad it didn't get too crazy over there in Independence. You guys had a close call, though. That tornado, I think, dropped very close to you. We got a lot of questions about Independence. If you guys know anybody that lives like in this area near like the Arrowhead Stadium, Wolf Springs Suites, Bluebird Motel near Leeds, right pretty much where 70 crosses 435, we had a camera like right here, and that's where the tornado initially touched down. So, if you know anybody there, I'd be reaching out to them just to make sure that they're okay, because that could have potentially been a big one, according to the warning text. The interchange area, yeah. Sirens are gone in Blue Springs. Yeah. Most of the sirens should be off by now. I thank you, Lisa, for the 10. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. You have a friend in Boonville, Missouri. She asked me if she needs to be in their safe spots. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. Boonville. Let me see where that is. Boonville, Missouri doesn't need to be in their safe spots yet. They need to be watching out for tornadoes. Technically, they're in a tornado watch, but no, they don't need to be in their safe spots right now. Thank you for that $10. And thank you, Chris, for the 5. Thanks for covering this. You live in this area, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you guys for trusting me, with your weather coverage. I appreciate that. Northwest Arkansas. Oh, interesting. Something happening here. It might be trying to latch onto that outflow boundary again. It's not on the ground at this moment. But a little bit of rotation is trying to come back. Still not that strong yet, though. So I don't think that's going to really do much, at least in the very, very short term. Thank you, Courtney Hobbs, for the $9.99. The tornado went right above my family's in Independence and Lee Summit. Thank you. I was able to reach out to my brother who is in Oric. Awesome. Glad we could help. That's actually awesome. All right, we just got a new update on their tornado warning. Still radar indicated, so we're still not talking about a tornado on the ground. Let's go do another broad update here. We haven't really talked about any of these storms in a while. Over here in Altus, Oklahoma, we have ping pong ball size, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading y'all's way. No dangerous rotation on this, but I would definitely be keeping an eye for that ping pong ball sized hail. It's definitely going to get loud out there if you do actually get that much hail. Back over here, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible on this storm as well. That's going to be heading into Corn and Carnegie here in Oklahoma. In and around the Oklahoma City area, we have a couple of storms out here. Special weather statement, again, super weak storms, mainly just rain and wind. And then back over here in Michigan, maybe have to watch out for some windy conditions and some rainy conditions, but shouldn't be severe. That storm seems to be has completely lost its marbles. And people say Kansas City, they're talking about the metro area, which goes north as Smithville and as south as Belton. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, it's a pretty large city, so that's kind of how it is in Huntsville as well. There's people that live so Huntsville's right here. There's people that live in like Madison or Personal Gardens or Colonial Hills. There's downtown Huntsville, and then there's cities that are around it that people still kind of consider still in Huntsville, even though it's technically not. OKC is fine right now. It's just some rain and thunder. We actually have our Stormchaser right next to it. If you want to see what these storms look like, here's what they look like. This is Storm Hunter Media. They're out and about. They got a Stormchaser just south of the OKC area. Hey, thank you, Angela, for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. That's a huge help. Thank you. Thank you. Those are some big bucks. They add up. Y'all feed me and my dog. You also pay all my bills, and I appreciate that. Allowing me to do this full time. All right, latest scan on our tornado warning. Still a little area of circulation here, but still not overly strong just again yet. So, it's located south of Camden here in Missouri. I still want Henrietta and Lexington, though, to continue to be in their safe spots. It still looks pretty outflow dominant, if you ask me. It's not a concerning area of rotation. It's still relatively weak. It seems like this outflow boundary is outrunning this storm, and if it can stay doing that, at least for this one in particular, hopefully the tornado threat becomes lower. But we'll see. We'll see how it materializes. The summit is getting worse again. Yeah. You guys are now getting your heavier rain now, but I can assure you there's not a tornado threat embedded in here. You guys are fine for tornadoes, but it will get a little windy. And thank you, Livy, for the $2. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you all the people that just subscribed. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. You're helping us grow. We're getting close, guys. We're getting close. to 80,000 subscribers. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, hit it. We'll be here, and we've actually added something new to this stream that will give us, capabilities that we've never had before, which is we've got Connor that's going to be joining us from Connor's Climate Corner, probably within the next, maybe I'll let him come on in the next like 2 hours or so. How long have we been live? Yeah, I'll let him come on the next 2 hours, and we'll give him 2-hour live stream. But he'll be on screen in my stream, and he'll take a shift. And so we can go back and forth. And so he'll cover the storm for 2 hours, and I'll come back on for 4 hours if I'm still needed. And with that capability for these long days, I mean, we can go live 7 a.m. and end the stream 7 a.m. the next day if it's really bad and dangerous. Guys, we can just keep alternating 4-hour shifts, keep them fresh. I've never been this excited to go live before until today. Because I don't have that overbearing sense that I'm going to have to push myself to the absolute limit. Why are sirens going off? It's not, I don't know. Some people are reporting sirens still on in some of these cities. There's no tornado warnings in your area. They might be keeping them going for the 70-mile-per-hour winds because that is technically a considerable severe thunderstorm. In some areas, they do that. Never have to sign off. Technically, we wouldn't technically have to, yeah. Tell Connor to expect a bite. Oh, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Completely blackout in South Haven. Let me see if I can. I mean, we had a good view of this storm before. Let me see if we can maybe try to get another view of it, at least of like maybe the shelf cloud in some of these areas. But we've kind of lost the view of it. I mean, yeah, this camera kind of sees something back there, but maybe like a little bit further south, like a camera like this. Yeah, look at that. Well, we kind of have a view. This is closer to Lee's Summit. Yeah, this is just to the east of Lee's Summit. Let's go check out. We had someone in chat in Lee's Summit. We can actually get pretty close to that area. I think it should be pretty close to the Lee's Summit area. Yeah, it's raining out there. It's not too bad, though. You can see the trees really aren't moving that much. So it seems like the main gusts with this storm is going to be along that leading edge where the outflow boundary is. And then on the backside is just a lot of heavy rain and lightning is what it appears. But this wasn't a bad view here. So we'll leave this up. Thank you, Big Smoke, for becoming an EF1 member. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. That monthly support does go a long way in keeping this channel funded. So huge shout out to you. Thank you. And welcome to the Fry family. Pouring rain, no visibility on the highway. Oh my. Yeah. If that happens, definitely slow your roll. Thank you, Mindy, for the 5. My home state YouTuber. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, we're trying our best. We're trying our best. We don't got all the fancy stuff yet, but maybe we'll get there one day. Let's go check back in with the flash flood emergency that's happening over here in the Wichita Falls area. Yeah, I can actually see that car a little bit better. I think the floodwaters might be receding a little bit. Because we are getting more rain, but the rainfall rate shouldn't be as much as that last round. So seems like even though we are getting some more rain here in Wichita, it is receding a tad, but it's still dangerous. So the threat's not over yet. But you can definitely tell it's gone down just a little bit since the last time we checked out on this. There's 3 cars. You can see there's a car. Oh my gosh. It might be about to have 4. Will we make it through? Oh boy. I cannot believe these folks are trying to drive through this. It's a big truck, maybe. Maybe. I'm worried about the smaller cars the most, but even those kind of cars might try to float in this. So, yeah, it looks like they're okay. They're not floating yet. There you get a real good sense of just how deep that water is. But that was dangerous. I would not suggest doing that, even if you're in a truck. Because again, as you can see, we have multiple cars submerged. One on the bottom right, another one over there on the right side of that road. We got a couple of cars over there in the Motel 6 parking lot that are also submerged. Yeah, turn around, don't drown. All right, let's go check out our latest on our tornado warning here near Lexington. Hey, thank you guys so much. Holy moly, we just got like 20 subscribers. Thank you. Thank you. A little interesting signal here. It looks like this rotation is now moving into our clear air, which means we're probably dealing with some side lobe contamination here. So it does seem like I'm expecting this tornado warning to expire, actually, unless something else pops up. I would still want Henrietta and Lexington and Hardin just for that small chance something else pops up here in the short term, because we still do have some broader circulation still associated with, actually, maybe more down here. Yeah. It's technically broader circulation over here near Myrick and Lexington. It's just not very strong, but you never know. That might try to reorganize, but in my opinion, it just seems like the storm is pretty outflow dominated, so it might take a little while before it tries to do something again. Also over here in Chillicothe, Missouri, we have another severe thunderstorm warning out here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Want you guys to be indoors and away from windows there in Chillicothe, but get 60-mile-per-hour winds won't do nothing too crazy. We'll get a little loud and a little windy, though. All right, here's another view. This is over here near the Lee Summit area, just to the east of Lee Summit. Yeah, I mean, definitely some heavier rain and some increased winds. So it's not completely windless behind the outflow boundary. Blue Springs is fine. You guys are over here. Still some raining and some thunder still possible there for sure. North Kansas City did a great job getting everyone in the hallways and basement. That was truly crazy to deal with. Wow. Yeah, it is a mess for hospitals for tornado warnings because they've got to get everybody in the safe spots. So huge shout out to them for getting that done as fast as possible. Thank you, Kita, for becoming for the $5 donation. Anything coming for Lamont and Sedalia area. Kita, is that in Kansas or Missouri? I'm assuming Missouri because there's also a Sedalia over here. Is there a Lamont? Okay, yeah, you're talking about here. Yeah, you are at a tornado watch. As of right now, your storms are pretty outflow dominant, but if we get any of these storms kind of surge and try to latch onto that, that's when your tornado chances will go up. So, I would definitely be watching out. I think your timing, let me see if we got our latest model runs out over here. Can I do a refresh of the app itself? There we go. Yeah, 18Z is coming in. So we should have the latest on your timing over there. Yeah, it looks like the wind should get there in between like 6 and 7 p.m. But it does seem like you see how these storms are not really got any purples on them. They're probably going to be mainly just like a wind threat there, but you never know. The models have been a little bit wrong today. So, we might see one of these try to latch onto the boundary again. Thank you, Sunshine, for the 5. Missouri firefighter here. People please don't drive through the sketchy water. I'm gonna read your message while we look at the flood waters here in Kansas. All right, so the firefighter in chat, Sunshine, says, people, please do not drive through sketchy water depths. You put our lives at risk too if you get stuck. Not worth it. Thanks, Ryan. Oh my gosh, he called me Ryan. Oh no. So should we tell him? Should we tell him? But thank you. That's great advice. Do not drive through the floodwaters. Plum Wild. Evan. Okay, he said it. He got it. No, he said, yeah. Right. Oh, there goes our tornado warning. Yay. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire. is going on here? Why does this happen? I don't understand. I think it's because I unplugged it and plugged it back in midstream. I think that messes with this program that I use for my midis. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix all that, unfortunately. So we'll just do it manually. That and then that. Okay. Everybody put your hands together for the tornado warning expiring. You guys made it through that crazy storm, not gonna lie. But to be fair, it makes sense that it tried and produced. I'll tell you what, the HRRR just really didn't capture that very well, like at all, or are the other models really that well? I mean, there's definitely a chance for tornadoes up there, but strong tornadoes definitely kind of overperformed, it seemed. Cells popping off in, oh, geez. In Southwest Missouri, yeah, they are trying, I guess, but I mean, they're not really popping off. I think that's a little bit of an over exaggeration, but we do have storms popping up. Not really popping off though; they're pretty weak. But thank you. Oh my goodness, we just got another 10 subscribers. So thank you so much. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, you should consider it. Pushing buttons is fun. Yeah, all warnings have expired. We have no more tornado warnings anymore. We do still have some pretty dangerous winds, up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, heading into Odessa, Lexington, Hardin, and Norborn. So I would continue to be indoors and well away from windows. But as far as I could tell on radar, has anybody gotten these winds down over here? Did they seem 70-mile-per-hour winds still? Like how strong are the winds in y'all's opinion, if you've experienced them? Yeah, Odessa is good from the tornado threat for sure. But you definitely are going to have some stronger winds. They should be about to push in right around now. Should be located along this outflow boundary. A new update. Okay, they just downgraded this down to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, so that kind of lines up with what I've been seeing on radar too. Thank you, Marius, for the 25 Nokia money. What is that? Is that North Oklahoman money? NOK? What does that mean? Let me try to think. Let me try to be smart for once. I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of country that could be. NOK. Norwegian. Well, why is there a K there? Oh, they're kroner. Ah, okay, that makes sense now. That makes sense. What about Kirksville? Let me see. Kirksville, Missouri. Yeah, you guys got a little bit. You guys are under tornado watch. So I would still be, tornado aware and weather aware. Lots of wind and lots of rain. Okay. You prefer Nokia money? Better than North? Oh, that could have been North Korea money. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, I would say Norway money is better. Definitely. You're in Blue Springs. It sounds awful outside. Yeah, you guys still have some pretty heavy rain over there. So that should subside shortly, though. You do have a lot of lightning, though, still. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Bird After. Well, we would be glad to have you. I look like I'm wearing a wetsuit. It's not a wetsuit. It's just it's kind of like long johns. Or not long johns. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. But it's not a wetsuit. We're not going scuba diving. Jeez Louise. Another long list of subscribers. Thank you, guys, and welcome. Welcome. Glad to have you guys. And thank you, Caitlin, for the 2. Thank you so much. Pleasant Hill. Let me see. Pleasant Hill. That didn't work. Pleasant. Shoot. How do you spell pleasant? I'm bad at certain words. All right. There's an A in there. Okay. I don't ever use the word pleasant. It's not showing up. It should, but I think oh, there it is. Yeah, I think Weatherwise is having some issues with their search box because they just did a new update, and typically when they do new updates, things break and they got to fix it. Yeah, I mean, you guys are getting that heavy rain and some lightning right now. I would expect up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can't rewind the stream. Yeah, no rewinding on the stream. It just keeps everybody present, right? Like nobody is behind on the stream right now. And I think, what do y'all think? Y'all think that's a good idea or a bad idea? I know some of you guys like to search back into the stream, but that is a, oh, what is the word? What's the word that I'm thinking? Like that's not something that's necessary for severe weather coverage. Like if you want to look back at a tornado that we saw, like that's cool. And I understand that, but I would rather everybody that's under a tornado warning be current on stream, because what happens when you have DVR on, and people can go back for some reason on YouTube, people will just not be current on stream. It'll be like 5, 10, 20 minutes behind. I don't know why that happens. And then they get a tornado warning for their area. And the last thing I want is that, there's a debris signature on top of them in real time, but they're 20 minutes behind. So they're laughing at a joke I made before, when the storms weren't that bad. And then all of a sudden they get hit by a tornado. So we got some nice view on the radar Omega cams. Oh, yeah. Where? Which ones? Radar Omega. Oh. I don't see nothing. Oh, wow. We are starting to get some severe storms, though. Back over here in the OKC area with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Honestly, in comparison to what you guys are used to, pretty weak storm. But I would certainly be indoors and away from windows, just in case. You guys know the deal. Severe weather is nothing new over there. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading down towards Tipton and Frederick. And it looks like they're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning as a special weather statement, bringing those winds down to 50 miles per hour. Thank you, It's Bird, Pantry, Christopher, Darlin, Cabby, Country Boy, and Sember for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for joining the Fry family. This is what it looks like, by the way, over in the Oklahoma City area, just south. Definitely some storm-shaped clouds.
What do you think? This one or the next one?
Is there footage? We actually got the tornado live on stream with one of our traffic cameras.
Off further than I thought it did.
Usually other people do, but we didn't record it or anything. So I can't show you guys because of the DVR. Not friend-shaped? Unfortunately, yes. This storm is not friend-shaped. Possible flash flood threat even in Oklahoma. Let me see. Yeah, these storms are moving pretty quickly, but maybe, yeah. I mean, if you get some slow-moving storms out here, for sure. And even over here, in northern Oklahoma, could be some flash flooding threat. Let me see if we got any flash flood warnings. Let's go double check back in. Yeah, we don't have any flash flood warnings yet in the Oklahoma area. We still have these 2 flash flood emergencies, one over here in eastern Wichita and another one in El Dorado. Again, catastrophic damage threat is possible with these. And our latest view on our flash flood emergency, let's get that going here. Yeah, latest view, as you can see, still pretty high, but the waters are definitely coming down, I think, slowly. Thank you, Marcy, for becoming a WIMD member. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry family. And technically, now the Connor family. The Fry, the Fronner. Dang. What's the best way to mix those names? Conry? No, that's horrible. That sounds terrible. Conburger? No, that sounds even worse. Fry Connor? Frycon family, BurgerCon. I don't know. Con Burger? No, that's worse. Definitely worse. But it's funny, so maybe we do that. Con Burger sounds like what they'd serve in jail. Yeah, there's nothing really. Honestly, we might have to watch these storms. They're in like 30 knot shear. Most models said that these wouldn't mature to, before the outflow boundary comes through. But if any of these storms try to mature, there technically would be a tornado threat with these guys. But so it's technically worth keeping an eye on them. There is a little bit of a tornado environment. And, the closer, let me see where our SRH is right now. Our storm relative helicity, which basically just shows us how much spin. We got about 250 SRH around these guys right now. So if they can mature, they would try to produce. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Marshall.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What? Where? In Oklahoma. Hasn't showed up on WeatherWise yet. Check Radar Mega. Hasn't showed up on Radar Mega either. Oh, all the way up there. Interesting. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, a little area of circulation over here near Wichita. Heading up to the north and east. If you live in Renfro here in Oklahoma, you guys should be in your safe spots. But, man, I really struggle to believe that this storm is actually tornadic in the environment it's in. We might be getting some. Let me just check what's happening. Okay, yeah. Now that's pretty much the only thing I could think that would happen to cause that. We have an outflow or storms with an outflow moving to the south, and then we have an outflow moving to the east, and they just combined there. And yes, sometimes that can create some rotation as they combine. It should be pretty brief over here near Wichita because we're not really in too much of a tornadic environment, but there is a little bit of a rotation. So if you live in this area, I would be in your safe spots. What do you guys think? Since today is probably not going to be a super long stream, you think we should maybe give Connor's climate or Connor some time covering just to get him used to it? I'm making plans for the 10. Thank you so much. Let's give him like a 2-hour shift just so you guys can get used to them. And he's really good. I mean, some people would even argue that he's more attractive than me. That was him that made that argument. We'll wait until this circulation dies first. Obviously. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, our latest scan on this storm, I mean, it looks like there's an area of some decent rotation there, east of Wichita. The good news is that as far as I can tell, this seems to be almost in the middle of nowhere. There could be a couple of houses, though, speckled on these roads out here. But the good news is I'm better at golf, right? That's all that matters. I'm better than him at golf, and that's all I care about. There's a possible. I know you've been saying that over and over, Tornado Explorer, and I get it. We've talked about it, so I do appreciate you continue to bring that up. Freiner's not bad. You're home alone with your 2 little kids in Lee Summit. Your stream gave us plenty of time to get your parents to their basements. Stay informed. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Glad we could help. That's why we're here. Man, this storm looks pretty interesting. Not going to lie. Yeah, the rotation is getting a little bit broader though. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if that like produced a brief tornado moments ago, but let me see if like Pagey or actually let me not Pagey. I don't think she's live yet. I don't think she's going live until later. Yeah, Pagey's not live yet. Let me see if Zach went live. Stormchaser, Zach. He's not live yet either. It seems like he canceled his stream. Have you ever considered doing weather event documentaries? You got the voice for it. I mean, maybe now that I'm going to have like more energy, I would maybe consider doing something crazy like that. And thank you, Wendy, for sending 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys get a membership from Wendy, make sure you're thanking her in chat. Let's come back over here and check in on Missouri again. Yeah, the good news about these storms is that they have, you know, basically come down in severity to the lowest level they can be as a severe thunderstorm. So 60-mile-per-hour winds are still possible with this, but we're not going to be talking about anything like we were just seeing with these storms. Am I friends with Max? I wouldn't say friends, but we respect each other. I get a lot of respect for him. I used to, you know, think he was like all the other guys that, you know, do, you know, all the hype and all that kind of stuff, because he does dabble with that. But, you know, there is a difference between hyping, you know, for money and hyping because you think you have to, right? And when it came down to brass tacks, he protected my channel big time when Ryan Hall was trying to sign exclusive deals with a bunch of chasers and stuff. So he protected my channel. So I gotta give him major credit for that. He's a good dude, a really good dude. Yeah, Ryan tried to sign so many chasers, like almost all the chasers that I use, he was trying to get exclusive deals with, and same with Max. So like me and him were scrambling when that was happening, trying to, you know, make sure that, or try to figure out, you know, who's going to be taking the deal, who's not. Are we going to be chaserless? You know, he tried to monopolize it, and it was just random, came out of the blues. But thankfully, we were able to convince a lot of them to not do that kind of stuff. Max is friend shaped, yeah, I'd say. Yeah, I mean it's BS. It's what it is. It's just money power type thing. You know, I mean, I get why he would attempt it, but I mean, monopolizing storm views, that's not a good look in my opinion. But it's whatever. I'm just glad Max stuck his head out for me. So I was not expecting any of that to happen in the first place, let alone Max. You know, protect me from the fallout. So. Yeah, latest scan out here, there's still a decent area of some rotation on both of these portions. A new area developing further up to the north. I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this storm heading into Renfro. Having with me and WeatherWise, nothing. I'm still using WeatherWise. This is an interesting looking storm here in Oklahoma. Let's listen in.
It is perfectly behind that freaking tree. You gotta be kidding me.
And that looks suspicious, guys.
I bailed on it a little prematurely.
I mean, it does look wonky on radar.
It looks suspicious.
Yeah, it's getting lower in there, like perfectly where that tree is. So I gotta move it.
I'm looking at it from the side.
I don't know what to think about it. Let's go look at it on radar, see if we can get a... This is just south, and I mean, this would be going pretty close to Oklahoma City if it ended up doing anything. But yeah, I mean, it's this storm right here. It looks weird, but you know, we were talking about the antithesis here, the meaning in the dictionary of zero rotation on these storms. There might be a little bit of a boundary over here, though, so maybe it's not showing the full picture. But I mean, I think that's all you can really say about that, is that it looks suspicious and nothing else. It's a sus cloud. All right, let's come back over here, check back in on our Missouri storms again. Maybe something happening over here, actually. A little something. Trying to do something there south of Parsons, heading towards Browning and Enterprise. Unfortunately, that is in quite the radar hole there. So it's kind of hard to tell if that's legitimate or not. I wouldn't rule out like a cautious tornado warning there. It was like a tornado day in Tulsa. Probably not. You know, technically speaking, if these storms in Oklahoma can get their act together, there's technically a small tornado chance, but it's not like it's very small. I would say a lot smaller than, you know, in comparison to what we're seeing further up to the north into Missouri. As these storms right now are in like 25 knots of shear, but technically not impossible. Like a little brief NATO can't be ruled out. Yeah, latest scan over here just to the west of Renfro. Still an area of what appears to be some decent circulation on this just west of Renfro, right there in that area. Still no debris ball, but I would still be in your safe spots there in Renfro. Nate? Yeah, I like Nate too. Let me get this re-updated here. Yeah, Nate's a good guy. I've talked to him a couple of times. I actually approached him, you know, to do a partnership not too long ago, like kind of like what I'm doing with Connor, but he says he didn't want to do it, so, which is understandable. He's got his own established channel, and not everybody wants to, you know, collaborate. But we got Connor instead, who, you know what? I think Connor is a rising star. And people just don't know about him yet. I'm usually pretty good at seeing that kind of stuff. Hopefully we can get him on today. I messaged him, but he seems busy. He does have kids, so. Sometimes when I message him, he will not be available. I definitely want to get him on today to see how he does. Connor is live now? Really? Oh. Are you sure? He doesn't say. Oh, he was streaming 21 minutes ago. So he was live. Let me see what he was saying at the end of his stream.
DeSoto, Kansas, you guys are on the backside of this. You guys are good. You're going to be in Thunder. I see that getting a little spicy later. I am going to hop back on. Again, if you are a sub on TikTok.
And maybe he's just too tired from his stream. I don't know. Yeah, not Connor Croft, no. This is somebody that's completely different. All right, let's check back in on our tornado warned storm here in northern Oklahoma. Yeah, it looks like our rotation has kind of fallen apart here. I mean, we still have technically broader circulation up here, but it's not as tight or as strong as it was. But I still wouldn't let your guard down there in Renfro. Definitely got some stronger winds on the southern side there. Could still try to spin up. Oh, he's definitely doing dad stuff right now. If I had kids, the first thing I would do after a live stream would be dad stuff. New severe thunderstorm down over here near Warsaw in Lincoln, Missouri. That's going to be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. You meant Connor Croft? No. No, he's too busy chasing to do any coverage. Yeah, it looks like you have some emergency personnel here. It looks like got some flashers on their car at least. Out over here, it does still seem like I feel like we could see more of that car than we've ever had in a really long time. So it does still seem like the water is going down here in eastern Wichita. Not amused at the tropical system. Yeah, let's check our latest model run on that. Check our latest model run. If you guys aren't familiar, we have a 10% chance of a tropical disturbance out here. Pretty low chance on satellite. This is where it is. It's really down in this area right now, and it will be slowly meandering to the north. If we come over here to Radar Omega and then go look at our future models, we do have our latest 18Z pretty much all the way out here. So this is kind of our newest model run on this. And as you can see, there is still, I mean, it tries to develop there, but I don't really see too much of an organized circulation on it. So I think at max, what we're dealing with is a tropical depression. But I think the averages here, at least in my mind, are most likely somewhere around somewhere around just a flood threat and maybe a weak tornado threat. Let me see if I can bring up pivotal weather here really quick. I'll come over to here. I do want to check that out. I'll do this. Check out the models really quick on that. See what our latest Euro ensembles have to say. That. And then that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have it developing like later. Like as it goes off over like near like the North Carolina area, you can see we get a couple of members that drop the pressure potentially close enough to be considered maybe a tropical depression there. But I mean, as it like skirts just to the east of, south in North Carolina, it really doesn't look that impressive. If we come over here to tropical tidbits, you can see where we have a potential problem with that forecast, or with that becoming a tropical cyclone. If we come over here to the temperatures out in this area, you can see that, like, yes, off the east coast of Florida, we could see this thing try, but as that circulation gets anywhere close to like South Carolina or North Carolina, we have waters that are below 27 degrees Celsius, which is about the limit for sustaining tropical activity. So as soon as it gets close to the coast, it's going to be past its peak time. So if it's not a tropical depression by the time it approaches South Carolina, it's not going to become one. So, and also it's going to have land interaction and all that kind of stuff. But it's definitely going to cause some windiness. Nothing, honestly, a severe thunderstorm warning is going to be worse than what this storm is going to be capable of. So, and also maybe a small tornado threat, but I just don't see. I don't see it personally. There's not a big glaring signal that's like, hey, this is going to be something bad. Latest scan out here looks like still some broad area of circulation. Some winds down there, but it looks like our tornado warned circulation here is almost completely lost its marbles. I'll keep coming back and checking in on it. Back over here near Ponca City, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Tonkawa and Perry. And then back over here near the Oklahoma City area, we have a couple instances of some half-dollar sized hail or 60-mile-per-hour winds. Half-dollar sized hail heading into Moore here shortly, and 60-mile-per-hour winds about to head up into Edmond there. And then back over here near Altus, heading into Frederick, have some 70-mile-per-hour winds possible heading towards Frederick pretty soon as that outflow boundary gets there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another new tornado warning has been issued. Seems like we're, there it is, in Oklahoma. That's going to be over here near Perry. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Not very strong rotation on it. There must be some sort of report on the ground. This does not look like a tornadic storm at all. So we must have had some sort of interesting report of this storm near Perry. So if you live in Perry, Oklahoma, I would be in your safe spots. It's not very strong rotation, though, I will say. It's pretty weak. There's got to be something happening near the surface that has prompted this warning. And thank you, Plays Games, for the $5. I do appreciate that. The sky is getting dark and the winds are picking up in Carrollton, Missouri. Gotcha. Tore your thumbnail in half? Ouch. Jeez Louise. Upper levels. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, latest scan, this thing is really trying now. Now it makes a lot more sense. Jeez Louise. Well, that's why they warned it. My goodness. Is that associated? Well, no. I mean, that still doesn't make sense. That's out in the clear air. I wish we had a view of this storm. Let me see if we can get a view of this storm. There are some cameras in this area that could be technically a rain-free mesocyclone, but that looks like just a classic case of side lobe contamination to me. But let me just double check to see if I can get a view on it. And if not, then we'll just continue with the cautious wording on it. Where's Orlando? Orlando's south of Perry. Wow. Look at this. Pretty strong winds in Orlando, Oklahoma. Definitely a strong storm. That's down over here. Probably around like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there for sure. Maybe even a little bit higher. This line of storms is warned for 70, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, that is definitely in the clear air of the storm, though. So our circulation would likely be back in here if I had to guess, or maybe like back up in here. Again, you can see that that's all of that is in the clear air there. So we'll see what the next scan says. I bet you it disappears. Or doesn't drop a tornado. But I would still be in your safe spots just in case. Given that we do have contamination in that area, what's probably happening is we just don't have a good understanding of what's happening in the storm. So it's always best to just be in your safe spots, just in case. Where is it? The Orlando. Is this it? Where is that camera? I'm trying to find it. Out of Oklahoma, further up to the north. There it is. I want to get this big screen for you guys. Watching from Memphis, Tennessee. Nice. My brother used to do nursing in Memphis. Well, not nursing, but he was a doctor. He was a doctor in Memphis. He's hanging out under the underpass. Looks like a power pole person. Someone that fixes power poles. Yeah, the wind's pretty strong here. And that's over there near Perry. So we definitely have some strong winds. So, yeah. Okay, latest scan. Yeah, I mean, that area of rotation is still directly in the clear air. I mean, we're dealing with clear air contamination, is what it appears like. Let me check this out, see if we got another radar view on the storm that maybe has a little bit of a better. Yeah, and see, now this one makes more sense. It actually has rain in that area. So this one just must not be, even though it technically is the closest radar. This is further away. I mean, our closest radar is up here. So I would trust this radar the most. And it's saying that's a rain-free area. I just wish we had a better view. I mean, this is technically our closest view, but I think this camera is looking in the wrong direction. I would treat the rotation like it's the real deal, and I'd just be in your safe spots. And that's the best thing I can give you. We're getting different conflicting views from our different radars. One radar is saying it's contamination. The other radar is saying it's legitimate. And, both are showing strong rotation. So I would just be in your safe spots there in Perry until further notice. Pagey's live. All right, let me get her up. I'll put her here. Since our flooding is subsiding. Our flooding is subsiding, and the fact that Tornado Pagey is live is exciting. Oh my goodness. Keep forgetting my volume's higher. What's going on in their car? Like a struggle in there for a little bit. Wow, a little clunky. Yeah, Pagey is live. Seems like there are like east maybe of Oklahoma City. Yeah, this is Pagey Tornado Stormchaser on the case. We'll see if we see anything. Yeah, Tyler does live really close to that flooding, yeah. Yeah, latest scan from our closest radar. There's where our area of rotation is indicated. Still kind of in the clear air there. Rain is starting to wrap in. And there's still a little bit of rotation there. So, yeah. I mean, I would just treat this like it has a tornado threat to it. I mean, unfortunately, our radar is not giving us the best understanding of what is happening here. I mean, this one still says tight couplet underneath precipitation. So, but that is looking up higher into the storm. I wonder if we come down to here and go up higher. Yeah, it shows that rotation all the way aloft there. Let's go higher in the precipitation. I don't know. It's a mystery. I just be in your safe spots. Definitely could be some rotation there. All right. Connor says he's down to go live in 15 to 20 minutes. Or no, probably like 30 minutes. We'll bring him on the stream for the first time on the channel. It's exciting. Let's come back up here and check in on our northern tornado warning. Yeah, latest up here. Looks like all of our rotation is pretty much gone on that storm. That one is definitely going to be allowed to expire up there. Definitely going to be allowed to expire. From this radar now, looks like our rotation has lost its marbles. It's going to, oh my goodness. This is now observed. So that circulation must be legitimate.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So yeah, it looks like this radar had a better understanding of the storm than the one off to the closest one, which is rare. But looks like someone has observed a tornado on this storm. So if you guys live over here near 35, let's see what they're saying. Yeah, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado there. So you guys need to be in your safe spots over here near Red Rock. Let me see where Storm Intermedia is, if they're close. They are not. As far as I can tell, they are further down to the south. AG's not close. This is our closest view of the storm. Maybe we see it from here. Let me just make sure we don't have any other closer views. Perry's like, should be a little north. Is this north of Perry? No, it should be south of Perry. Just south. Perry, Oklahoma. Let me just double check. We're not about to see a tornado on this camera. Yeah, Perry should just be just north. I think this... Where is Orlando? You can't see it on the map. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, this is looking south out of Orlando. And Orlando's like right here. So that's what we're looking at, this storm. New mesoscale discussion for Texas. Let's check it out. Potential for severe thunderstorms is increasing for parts of central Texas. Watch issuance is possible. Higher confidence and severe threat this afternoon and evening is like over all the way to Fort Worth, just south of Wichita Falls. In that hashed area, 65 to 85 mile per hour winds are the main threat. And it looks like watch probability is only 40%. So at least for now. They might increase that as time goes on, but they're talking about these storms over here that are trying to develop. They do have a little bit of a severe weather potential, it seems. What just happened to the stream? Nothing, I don't think. Thoughts on Radar Omega? Weather-wise, pigeonholing streamers. It's something that happens. I mean, it just kind of makes sense. At least from a business perspective, I don't personally agree with it, but from a business perspective, you know, if you're weather-wise, you don't want, you know, somebody, I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't make much sense. I just gave it another second of thought, and it just doesn't make sense. So yeah. That's my thoughts. Doesn't make sense. Not a smart move, in my opinion. Kind of looks a little snaky. But from a business perspective, I guess it makes sense. You know, it's a common business practice. So, yeah, latest scan on our confirmed tornado that is in progress here. Heading up towards 35. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots here north of Perry. Them charging chasers to show where they are. They do that? There's no way. You think anything will come back? Yeah, I mean, there's still this storm that's just entering into southern Kansas is technically tornado warned. It's lost its rotation, but maybe we could see like a little mesoscale accident out here still. I would say that for the most part, it'd probably be like near like Independence or like Parsons, Kansas. A little update over here near Kirksville. Looks like we're still dealing with the threat for 60 mile per hour winds. Still an interesting area of rotation here. They haven't warned it, but I still wouldn't rule out a tornado warning eventually for this northern storm. It's just really hard to tell how strong that circulation is near the surface, given the fact that that storm is in quite the radar hole. Yeah, from this radar, you can also kind of see it there near Milan, but it's far from both of the radars. Further down to the south, still got some severe weather possible over here near Boonville, Glasgow, Pilot Grove as well. It's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to be moving off to the east. Here, we'll put it over here for a while. Actually, let's go to Radar Omega, and we will do a broad scale view. I like it when Connor does this, like using the MRMS radar, the national radar, so everybody can kind of see their storm. As you can see, we are making progress through our slight risk, but there are still risks to come. Shout out Arizona. Had a ton of rain Sunday and yesterday. Hadn't seen any in months. Yeah, Arizona rain is like super rare. Do I have any predictions for tornadoes in the middle of OKC? No, I don't predict that kind of stuff. I would say you got a chance for tornadoes today, but it's not super elevated, but technically possible. Is there any risk for Detroit? Not today. I think tomorrow, though, you guys do have a little bit of a risk. Yeah, a little bit of a marginal risk tomorrow. Nothing too crazy, though. Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, Springfield, Missouri is in a risk for severe weather, but that's not going to be till later. This big old mess of storms, will eventually kind of turn more into a line of storms and move through the Springfield area, potentially bringing some like damaging winds. Getting a lot of rain and wind here in Sedalia. Yeah, I think, isn't that like over here? Yeah. Yeah, you guys are under a 60 mile per hour wind warning, and those storms are coming through you pretty much right now. Just be indoors, you'll be fine. That storm's pretty weak. Thoughts on Friday? Not many. Not many. We don't really have, I don't think we have our high resolution models in range yet. Let me see. So today is Tuesday. Yeah, they're not in range of our high resolution models yet. That's Wednesday. Yeah, we can basically just make it into this Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, we're in sight of Thursday, but we're not yet to Friday on that. So I usually don't form like concrete thoughts. Basically what I think, we have broad flow aloft. And we could definitely get some MCSs over the next couple of days. Some pretty strong wind events with some potential embedded tornadoes. I think that's going to be the theme for a while, as long as that broad flow aloft stays there. So, but we're really not even in range yet on the NAM model either. Thanks for going live. Yeah, no problem. What do I got for Illinois today? Eventually, for like the Illinois area, some wind is going to be possible, some damaging winds. We haven't seen a tornado warning up here for a while, but I still wouldn't rule out the tornado threat up here just yet. But it seems like the most likely scenario is you get some 60 mile per hour winds. But that'll be, let me check your timing. Yeah, I mean, for most of Western Illinois, it'll probably be at around 7 or 8 p.m. by the time these storms get there. And then eventually they just kind of fall apart by the time they get to Chicago. But not really too big of a threat for Chicago. All right, let me go deep dive into this tornado warning again real quick. See what we're talking about here. Still observed tornado. If the tornado is still on the ground, it's likely here. And it looks like they are also now putting a new tornado warning to cover this area of rotation that is developing there near Perry. If you live near Perry, Red Rock, O2, Missouri, Tribe area, Marland. Here in Oklahoma, you guys need to be in your safe spots. And a little update over here south of Hunwell. Yeah, it looks like this rotation continues to be non-existent. So they're definitely going to allow that to expire here shortly. Do you have bad weather? Not today, no. Or tomorrow. Should stay to your north. No, Connor to Evan is not like Riley to Max. Connor will be, like, when Connor goes live, he's going to be on my stream. So we're going to be doing, like, alternating shifts. And so he should be on here in the next, as soon as he's ready. He said he'll be home in 15 to 20 minutes. So he should be home soon, and then he'll hit me up, and then we'll get in his first shift. Because today's probably not going to be a super long day of live streaming. So I don't want to wait till the day is completely over. I want to, stress test him, get him used to handling all of you guys in chat while there's actual activity going on. But typically, it would probably be more like a 4-hour stream for me. I would take a 2 to 4 hour break, and he would take over, and then we'd come back and just go back and forth. So we can just do like infinite coverage if needed. But yeah, tomorrow I won't be completely exhausted because I didn't have to do an 8-hour stream today. Think about it like that. First time watching, loving your content today. I appreciate that. What was the moment that made me realize that I loved weather? The shapes of clouds. Believe it or not, when I was younger, I just loved the way clouds looked. And my parents had a sunroom in the back of the house, and I would always go out there whenever there was a thunderstorm. We didn't get many in Virginia, but whenever we did, I also was a big fan of snow at first in Virginia. Yeah, when I was like really young, I used to just constantly look at the clouds. Working together is smarter than not. Absolutely, I'll have more energy to do more things. Not only do I go live, I make all the thumbnails on this channel. I look for all the cams. And it's a lot of work, and this takes a lot off my back. Confirmed tornado west of Perry. Yeah. There's a confirmed tornado out there over here, just north and west of Perry. Or actually now north of Perry. Apparently, our latest tornado warning though for this storm was radar indicated. So, and they've actually taken off that observed tag. And I'm sure they'll allow this to, this one just expired. So it is not on the ground anymore. But if you live in Marlin, Red Rock, I'd still be in your safe spots. The storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. So it is definitely still worth seeking shelter from. They also just let that northern tornado warning expire as well. So we have one tornado warning again, and then it's just north and east of Perry near Ponca City. How is Missouri looking? We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out over here near Kirksville. These are mainly warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Kirksville, Queen City, Lancaster here in a little bit. And then back over here near Gatesville, Nelson, Pilot Grove, and Salisbury. We got some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way shortly as well. We got kind of a line of prefrontal storms trying to develop right now. Not a whole lot of signs of dangerous rotation yet, but we're still monitoring these storms. As you can see, we do have a tornado watch out there. So I will certainly continue to be watching out for tornadoes. Hey, thank you, Sassy, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You're behind 30 seconds. That filter does not work. Really? Dang. That sucks. Is that true? How did you get 30 seconds behind? Well, it's technically not 20 minutes, which is possible. So I guess it's better than not. Yeah. One thing I want to do on Radar Omega whenever we do this view, I want to make sure the states are like really clear. Let me just adjust the thickness of them. There we go. That's nice. Make them really clear so people can see their state shape. You got 13 seconds, maybe a stream delay. The natural delay should be around 5 seconds. So if most people are just a couple of seconds behind, that's perfect. that's we did it. Give us a hair swirl and I'll donate $5. What does that even mean? Sent a video of the tornado in Kansas City. Oh, yeah, let's check that out. Oh my goodness. And no wonder that was PDS. Look at this. This is a photo of the photo that was out of the tornado in Kansas. Look at that. Can't really see the bottom of it, but if that continues down to the bottom, but what I would assume is that it's a lowering and then maybe a skinnier tornado under there. The building's in the way. So I honestly wouldn't assume that that is like a full tornado. But definitely looks pretty interesting. All right, let's come back over to here. Check in on our tornado warning. Yeah, it looks like we do have a new area of circulation here in Oklahoma. Trying to get reorganized again. This has produced a tornado in the past, but not rule out it trying to do so again. So if you live over here near Red Rock, O2, Missouri Tribe, or Oto, I would still be in your safe spots there. Where am I? I live in northern Alabama. I do like weather-wise, being free and all gets the job done. Yeah, I mean, both. Thank you, Sassy, for the $2 in honor of Hannah and Wolf City. Got a screenshot of the Lee Summit tornado and posted it on the Discord server. Okay. I mean, we caught it live on stream. So hopefully it's that. Yeah. You know, that's crazy. We had like 4,000 people here earlier in the stream. I really do feel like I just realized that we had that many people. I haven't even been looking at it. I knew the stream was going fast, but that's pretty cool. What about Warrensburg? Let me see where Warrensburg is. Warrensburg, Missouri. Yeah, you guys are pretty much good to go for like the main severe threat, but you still have another chance out over here for some storms, maybe even some flooding could be possible. But it should be like honestly, it really shouldn't be that bad. What did you miss? Not much. I haven't missed much. Unless you haven't been in the stream the entire time, then you've missed quite a bit. We had a couple of, we still have some flash flood emergencies ongoing, with the waters are going down in Wichita. We've been monitoring that on one of our cameras throughout the day. We had a tornado, PDS tornado warning in Kansas City, where we caught a tornado live on stream.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my goodness. Tornado warning over here in Oklahoma City. The heck? Radar indicated. Wow. Interesting. If you live in Midwest City, Choctaw, Hurrah, Newalla, and Jones, guys got to be in your safe spots. We've got a tornado warning for your guys' area. I am not seeing much on radar as far as I can tell. So it may be this. But the problem is that this is unfortunately right next to the radar. We will get a view of this on radar shortly after this moves away from the radar. But this is probably some sort of Stormchaser report that has come in while this has been over the radar, prompting a tornado warning. And thank you, Trey, for the 499. Is Olaf, Kansas good? Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good. Some heavy rain, I think, is still possible over there. Might go just to your south, though. Yeah, it's going to go to your south. So, yeah, you guys are actually like really good for the rest of the day. Let's come back up to the north. Here, look at Perry and Red Rock. Yeah, still some rotation here south of Red Rock. So still worth being in your safe spots for out here. Nothing's really changed on that warning. And we're still waiting to see what is going to happen with this guy over here near Oklahoma City. Storm Media should be like right there. How did they get all the way down there? I'm pretty sure they were chasing that tornado warning not too long ago. Are they, does anybody know if their like location's wrong? Check out Pagey Tornadoes view. They're in Oklahoma City, but they're approaching a storm. I just don't know which storms they're close to. Well, they're in Texas now. What the heck? They just passed into Texas. They are not going to be near that storm. I think these storms will hit Topeka later. No, you're good. You're good up there. Not getting a warning in Midwest City. Well, you are in a tornado warning, I promise. So please get into your safe spots there. I just got a new update on our tornado warning further up to the north. Still radar indicated. Brought area of circulation right there. Maybe a new area of circulation developing on this. Hold on, let me check it from this radar. No, never mind. This radar is closer, has a better view for sure. How many tornadoes today? 2. As far as I'm aware, 2. 2 tornadoes. Classic Twister movie versus the newer one. Classic all the way. The newer one was trash, in my opinion. Just horrible acting. Absolutely horrible acting. I liked the cinematics. The tornado cinematics was awesome. The plot is just weird. But I did not like it. The acting just got in the way of me enjoying it. But I really liked cinematics, A grade. Loved that. Tornadoes looked awesome. And that's honestly all that matters. The acting, it doesn't matter as much. But I think that they were trying, because like the first Twister, I guess, had some bad acting, but like you felt something. I did not feel anything in the new Twister. Not a single thing. So, yeah. They lacked originality. And it was a flop in my opinion, but a lot of people liked it. So, if you haven't seen it, I'd check it out. I wouldn't take my opinion for it. My little brother's an actor, so I'm kind of brainwashed to really monitor that kind of stuff. Like the actors. So maybe my little brother ruined the movie for me, but I mean, in my opinion, it was not that great. The science in the tornadoes was much better. Yes, I love the tornadoes in the new movie. It was really good. They definitely cooked on the NATOs. Yeah, I'm still trying to wait for this thing to come out of the radar. I know where the rotation is. It's going to be back in here near Tinker Air Force Base. I just can't see it clearly. So that's why I keep checking. I'm just waiting for this thing to pop up here. But I mean, yeah, we got a tornado warning here in eastern Oklahoma City. There's a lot of folks that live where the circulation is. So I would certainly be in your safe spots out here for sure. You're in your safe spots. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Trey. Just stay in there until we can hopefully see the storm. They most likely warned this because we have somebody near the surface that's seen something on this. So let me see if Stormchaser Zach ever went live. Oh, he did. He did, in fact, go live. So let's bring him here. So an old Stormchaser, OG, we used to use him back in the day a couple of times, but he always struggled with Signal, which this is a horrible segue into what I'm about to say because he's struggling with Signal right now. But I promise he's gotten it way better. And he's actually working with Project Weather Eye in Radar Omega with Vince Welty. So he's been grinding since the last time we saw him. He will have his service back, but Tennessee Storm Hunters or Stormchaser Zach on YouTube. We got him. I haven't seen it in a while. Yeah, it's been a while. But he's been grinding. Yeah, still unfortunately just super messy. Super messy view right now of this storm. Still not really. I wish this, unfortunately, our terminal radar is not working. Let me just double check. Maybe it's working for them. Like maybe that's how they're seeing this storm. Let me just double check Radar Omega to make sure that's not like a weird. Yeah, it's both. So unfortunately, we just don't have a good look at the storm still. But as soon as it comes out of that, where that radar is, we should be able to get a good view on it. We'll leave broad scale view here for a little bit too. Just for everybody that's just now tuning in, a quick little overview. We got a couple of 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warnings. This one over here is heading towards Lewisburg and Buffalo. This is in Missouri. Near Sedalia, we still have this line now moving towards Boonville with 60 mile per hour winds. But further up to the north, we do have a 70 mile per hour considerable severe thunderstorm warning back up here near Kirksville, Missouri. About to kind of cross into like Iowa and eventually into Illinois. But right now it's warned for 70 mile per hour winds. Might not be that way by the time it goes into Illinois and Iowa, but I would still be ready to go. That's strong enough to knock out power there for sure. Got a lot of flash flood warnings extending all the way from Kansas City into Wichita with a couple of flash flood emergencies still in progress near El Dorado and Prospect. A lot of water rescues and submerged cars has been the theme out here. Very dangerous situation still the last time we looked at it. Back over a little bit further to the south, we have this tornado warning near Red Rock. Rotation is still kind of on this storm, but they haven't decided to extend it yet. So we'll see if they end up doing that. If you're not in the tornado warning, if you live in like Pawnee, Fairfax here in Oklahoma, $50 sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds are possible there. And then back over here near OKC, we're keeping an eye on this. Still want Choctaw and Hurrah to be in their safe spots around that. 70 mile per hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail will be possible. And then over here near Anadarko, Medicine Park, and Lawton, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with some quarter-sized hail, and near Lawton, some $50 sized hail is possible. Back over here near Wichita Falls, this is the storm that Pagey tornado is approaching, I think, or is trying to get it in front of. It's got a 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds right now. That is the latest. Check in to see if we finally have a view of this thing. Kind of. I mean, we're starting to get a better picture of it, but I am still not. I still think it's a little bit too messy. I mean, you can definitely tell we got something going on here. I'm just not. I just don't have a great understanding yet because it's just too close to the radar. When you get really close to the radar, it just makes the signal really crappy. Any NBA predictions? No. Also, Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, there might be a little tornado threat near you, depending on what these storms do. Let me see if we can figure out where Stormchaser Zach is. As he's near. Yeah, he has no location. Let's listen into him. Maybe he's talking about where he is. Look at that silky smooth service, though. Last time we used him, it was all like blotchy and all that kind of stuff. He has been working hard to bring you guys a good storm chasing experience over there. And I think he also sets down some of those like little probe cameras. That's pretty cool. Is Oklahoma Storm in his title? Okay, well, we know he's in Oklahoma. Latest scan over here. Oh boy. A little bit of danger over here. We got what appears to be a QLCS tornado threat developing on this line of storms here. About to move in the Oklahoma City area. And in fact, would not rule out a tornado warning with these guys. A little bit of a NATO threat. Oh, yeah. That should be getting a warning here at any moment. That'll be for like Mustang, Will Rogers, there into southwestern Oklahoma City. That's pretty darn close already to having a tornado on it. So we should get a warning out of that here pretty shortly. Am I mad? No. Why would I be mad? Oklahoma's looking spooky. Yeah, I mean, we do have cameras in Oklahoma. Let me get that set up. We actually got a lot of cameras in the OKC area. Maybe if we get like a western facing camera from here. Can kind of see it. Not really. Let me also do something really quick. Okay. All right, folks. I'm going to be switching. Looks like Connor is going to be doing his shift here. So we're going to be switching over to him. And I will see y'all in a little bit. Let me tell him he's live. I think he's still setting up. Maybe we'll wait.
Alrighty. One moment here. make sure
warning
everything's
has
set up.
been
Make sure it
issued.
sounds good. Let me know if you guys can hear me.
Let me mute my warnings.
New information.
I do
A
have my new
severe
headphones.
thunderstorm warning has been
And
updated.
I can tell you right now. Here, let me change the. Let me change this out. What's going on? You can hear me? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect. I don't have feedback for myself, but that's perfectly
New
fine.
information. This tornado warning has been updated.
That is perfectly fine. Let me keep chat open here, and we'll get started. How's everyone going? How's everyone
A
doing?
new severe thunderstorm warning
Much better?
has been issued.
Very quiet. I can turn it up on my end a little bit if you'd like. That is fine. Let me push this up a tiny bit. Check it a check. Check it a check. I'll try to talk close to the mic so you guys can hear me good. All right. Ooh, I don't want to talk too close to the mic. All right, cool. We'll get started here. And I will get up some cams here in a second too. All right, let's look at what's going on here. Let's look at what's going on. So right now we do have a couple tornado warnings. Let's pull up the velocity here. Tiny little couplet in here. I'll probably take a look at this on Radar Omega, like a few more options at the velocity radar there. Sure, Evan was talking about this. This is moving up into the northeast towards Fairfax and Ralston. Let's zoom out here. I'm assuming we're in Oklahoma. We are. Let's go down here. Let's take a look at this one as well. I need to get caught up because I was off stream as well, so I'll get caught up with you guys. Pull in the velocities here. All right. Nothing too wild. We got this radar indicated tornado heading up through Choctaw. Up to the northeast. Should be going over I-335 in a little bit here.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Do we have any considerable severe thunderstorm warnings right now? All 60 mile per hour, penny size hail, small hail, small hail, small hail. Good. Okay. All right. So not too bad. We do have a lot more warnings than we had before. We've got a 70 mile per hour right up here in Missouri. You can actually tell by the shape of this thing that we've got some pretty strong winds up here. So that is believable that we've got 70 plus mile per hour gusts. Yeah. So, and just so you guys know how I kind of do stuff when I'm live is I'll typically go over some stuff, talk about what's going on, and then I'll go back to chat and just see if you guys have any questions. So that's kind of how it's gonna go. But I'm always looking at chat. So yeah, we got a nice little kind of squall line with some decent winds, 70 plus mile per hour gusts possible. Lancaster,
Warning.
Downing,
A new special
Memphis,
marine warning has
just
been
passed over
issued.
Kirksville, Missouri. And this is headed out east. Other than that, a lot of general thunderstorms out here. I'm Connor's first donation. I appreciate it. Put my hat on. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's just go over these. A radar indicated tornado right here. This is another radar indicated tornado. This is just to the southwest of Oklahoma City. I do like going, like I said, into Radar Omega. This is a decent looking couplet down here, just to the north of Mustang, moving up to the northeast. So this is going to move just to the north of Wheatland. I do think we need to watch this one closely. I'm going to pull up Radar Omega here so we can take a deeper look at some of these velocities before I kind of get to some questions. I just want to make sure everyone's safe in these tornado warnings. Really dive a little bit deeper into them.
Tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so let's just check these out a little bit. Yeah, this one does have a decent little couplet in there, headed up to the northeast towards Oklahoma City. So if you are out ahead of this thing, I'd get in your safe spot, away from windows, bottom floor, interior home, basement, or storm shelter. I think most people, unless you just moved out to Oklahoma, probably know the drill. But I always like to remind people. This one is a tornado warning as well. Not looking too bad. We can take a look at the base velocity. See if we've got anything on the CC drop for either of these, which there's nothing too visible out here. Maybe this, but nothing too visible. We do though. Oops, I was just on WeatherWise, and now I'm getting my key bindings mixed up between the two. We do have some decent 70 plus mile per hour winds, I believe, in some of these storms as well, though. So even if you don't have a tornado
New
overhead,
information. This severe
we got to be careful
thunderstorm
about that.
warning has been updated.
All right, let's just take another look up here to the north. Radar indicated tornado just to the south of Perry. Let's take a quick look at our velocities here as well. This would be our concern moving out to the east-northeast. Just this looks like it would pass just to the north of Stillwater. I'd probably be paying close attention if I'm in Stillwater. Out here towards Glencoe, Morrison, this is headed your way. We do have a decent couplet there. Let's take a look at the high-res velocity storm relative, and I'll just take a look at the correlation coefficient as well. All right, not looking too bad. Again, regardless of if there's a tornado on the ground or not, radars never read what's happening on the ground perfectly. They can mess up, so you always want to assume there is a tornado on the ground. It's better to be safe than sorry. And up here to the north, we've got some decent velocities, a little bit of rotation probably in this cell up here as well. Again, nothing too ominous in any of these tornado warnings. Let me take a look here. They are all radar indicated as well, but we've got a decent amount of time on all of these, especially this one down here. This is the one I'm actually watching. This is the one that's a little bit concerning. To the north of Mustang, like I said, moving up. This is unfortunately moving up. Just, I mean, if it continues at its pace and it holds its strength, unfortunately, this is headed for Metro OKC. So if you're in Metro OKC, I would also get in a safe spot. You can see that kind of wedged in there. So yeah, I'd get in a safe spot out there in Metro downtown OKC. Wheatland, like I said, let me zoom in here a little bit more. Okay, let me actually go back to weather-wise. Does anyone have any questions right now?
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
You guys want me to turn? I can turn off notification sounds. Yeah. I'm going to be updating my alerts to be in sync, basically, to be the same as Evan's alerts. So, I can, if you guys would like, I can turn that off. We'll just have the voice. There we go. How's Washington County, Oklahoma looking? Let's take a look at that. Washington, let's go to Washington County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Up here to the north, you do have these two radar indicated tornadoes out to your southwest, and you've got some severe thunderstorm warnings out here too with the TOR possible. So this is going to be moving into your area in a little bit here. May have about an hour and a half. So you do have some strong to severe thunderstorms just out to your west. Yeah, I'd be paying attention. Stay weather alert. These storms, this line of storms is expected to hold. Is expected to remain slightly severe as it moves off to the east here. We're not expecting this really to, reduce its intensity until we get into the late evening and early morning hours out there towards Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. They're so quiet to me. Let's see what's going up here to the north. We still have this tornado watch in northern Missouri. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, cool. Okay, Evan has on those. Evan has on the chasers there. Okay, I can actually pull them up in my stream, but I guess Evan has them set up there. That's good. Perfect. Yeah, I muted the warnings. There you go. We'll get those switched overs to match Evans. Sassy Connor. Does Central Missouri look tornadic to you? Let's take a look at the radar over here. This is going to be definitely a wind threat. You can see with all of these. I think we do have that 70 mile per hour plus wind threat up here. It's possible to go tornadic. Let me see what they've updated, what the SBC has done throughout the day real quick. Let's pull up their tornado risk zone. So they do have a 5% up here now. So that's going to stretch from basically Ottawa, Kansas, all the way up to almost Davenport, Iowa. So, yeah, I mean, it's upgraded to a 5% TOR up here. It's upgraded to a 5% TOR up here, so we're going to have to watch out for that. This has been a 2% all day, so definitely possible. Yeah, you guys, they're all turned off. Are you guys, I'm not hearing I've muted all the notifications. Let me know if you still hear them. How do I get the state names to show up on my map? Honestly, I haven't been using Weatherwise for too long, so that's probably an Evan question. How does it look for Houston overnight? Yeah, we can take a look at that. Let's pull up Radar Omega and see how this looks as we move forward in time. We'll take a look at the latest HRRR. Let's go into models. There we go. You know, from what I saw last, these storms aren't really making it all the way down to the Houston area, but I could be wrong. So let's take a look at the 20Z of the HRRR. As we move forward in time, here we go. Got a little bit of an MCS type setup moving down to the south. By the way, Dallas, this does look to be creeping into your area at around 11 to 12 Central Time, give or take an hour, where we could have potentially some large hail and strong winds. We'll see. There could be a little bit of a tour risk there as well. And then it's heading to the south towards Houston, and you can see it kind of falls apart as it gets down there towards Houston. So if it holds itself together, maybe we get something pushing into there, something severe pushing into there around 8, 9 a.m. Central tomorrow morning, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Tornado warning in OKC. Yeah, we can go back over that. I do want to take a look at this again because this is specifically the tornado warning where we do have a decent looking couplet. You can actually see the velocities in here are pretty high. So regardless of if there is a tornado on the ground, we're probably seeing 60 to 70 plus mile per hour gusts through here. Let me put this into motion as well too. Actually, let me see this. I mean, I'm going to pull this up on Radar Omega so I can, again, take a better look at it. In this, I mean, because this is moving right into the, this is moving right into downtown OKC. Here we go. Let's look at our velocities. Possible we have something right up here to on the north end of this, right up here. So just to the south of Bethany, moving up to the north and east. That's what I'm watching. Right in here. You guys see that notch? Right in here. Moving up into the north and east. So this is what I'm watching. It does look like it's on the northern end of this tornado warning. So again, this is a very populated area. This is still radar indicated, but I'm a little concerned this may go observed. This is headed up through Bethany on the south side of Bethany, then up towards Nichols Hills and the Village, just to the north of Oklahoma City. This is very similar looking to that tornado we had earlier in the day that went right through Arrowhead, or at least right above Arrowhead. Does anyone know if that thing did any damage to Arrowhead? Because that went right over the stadium. Very similar setup. You've got that notch in here. So we may see a confirmed tornado here. So again, if you're out here ahead of this, guys, please bottom floor interior away from windows in a basement in a storm shelter. How's north of Illinois? Yeah, we can take a look up there. Here, I'll push back into Weatherwise. North of Illinois. Let's go up here. We do actually have a nice little squall line out here. We do have a nice little squall line out here in western Wisconsin, heading off to the east. Not looking too severe, but you'll experience this in a little bit out here. We'll say some of the names I can actually pronounce. New London, Oshkosh, Madison, Portage. That's heading off to the east there. Pretty decent clip as well. Let's take a look if we have any significant... let me see. Let's take a look at our... I'm just going to scan our warnings real quick, guys. We do got that 70 mile per hour. All right, let's see. Say we have 170. Let me pull into that real quick and see where that is. Considerable damage. Yeah, this is moving. Okay, this is a storm up here in northern Missouri. Like we were talking about earlier, headed off to the east, northeast up here in northern Missouri. Just went through Kirksville. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, heading towards Memphis, Missouri, Rutledge, Granger, Missouri up there, northeastern Missouri. Stillwater, Oklahoma, sure. Let's take a look at there. Still not seeing anything on the chaser side of things. Okay, let me just check that. Yeah, Stillwater. You do have this radar indicated tornado up into your northwest. This is where the couplet looks like it wants to be. You know, hopefully, I mean, on radar right now, it looks like you guys are going to be good. It's going to pass to your north. I would have a plan. Sometimes these tornadoes wobble. Tornadoes don't move in a straight line. They always veer to the north or the south. So I'd have a plan, but right now this looks like it's going to pass to your north. Glencoe, Morrison, though, this is headed towards you, so I'd get in a safe spot out there. Let's take another look at this one here on the radar. There's a lot of congestion in this one. A lot of congestion, so not overly concerned on that end. Just want to make it to Thursday. No problem. All right, let's take a look at this. Again, this is the kind of storm I'm most concerned about right now. So I do want to take another look at this here. This is our notch right here. If we do have a tornado on the ground, it's likely up here on the northern end. You know, I usually have a little bit of music in the background on my stream too, so there's like no quietness. So it's weird to me because I'm never used to hearing this much silence. Velocity in Lawton, sure. Let me just double check this one more time. Let me double check the reflectivity on this. Not the most amazing looking setup. We still have just a radar indicated, I believe, which is good. Yep, just still a radar indicated. Let's check this one out here really quick too, Choctaw. Okay. Let's move out to Lawton. We can check the reflectivity on that. I'll probably actually bounce back over to... Oh, this is a decent looking storm down here. Interesting shape. Not much to the velocity. I do... this looks like a potentially damaging wind event down here, though, to your south up here. Wichita Falls up to Lawton. We have some high velocities in here. Let me move over to Radar Omega and take a little bit better of a look at that Lawton cell. Let's get in here. High res velocity. Let's look at our velocities, see what's going on. Nothing crazy. No significant couplet standing out here on the map, on the radar. Let me look a little bit down here to the south as well. Let's go to our base velocity. Yeah, I mean we've got some decent winds down here. What's our severe thunderstorms warnings at? We're at 60 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if they went considerable damage with these. Has to pass a vibe check from Blondie. She's been in my streams. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. It's no fine. It's not too much of an adjustment, just a little bit. It won't take me long to get into the swing of things. I don't know. Evan might be getting something to eat, hanging out, taking a little break. He'll be back in a little, hour and a half, hour 45 probably. What does Kilgore, Texas look like for tonight early morning? Sure, we can take a look at that. Let's go over to our model. Kilgore, Texas. All right. Probably spelled it wrong. There we are. Sure, let's look at this. You guys are outside of that. You guys are outside of that marginal tonight. Moving forward in time, could see some strong to severe thunderstorms moving into the region around 3 to 4 p.m. or 3 to 4 a.m. Sorry, Central. Again, these storms are losing a little bit of steam as they make it out down here. From that stretch, Shreveport down to Austin, San Antonio. They're losing a little bit of steam, and I especially don't expect them to make it down to Houston. Most people would be sleeping when this pushed through. You are outside of the marginal, and I can see why. There's not as much instability out here. These storms are going to lose a little bit of heating and lift as well. So let's quickly take a scan of these storms. Nothing's popping out other than, again, these Tor warns. Okay, the velocity is not looking too bad on this OKC one, which is good. I'd still be in a safe spot if you're out here just to the northeast of downtown OKC, though. This is an interesting look out here. This is an interesting looking sell out here. Let's take a look. Yeah, you know, the velocities on Weatherwise just aren't it. You know what I mean? Let's take a look at this on Radar Omega. Did someone call the police on this dude? No. Evan did not get swatted. Evan did not get swatted. How far do tornadoes usually travel? Sometimes they travel a quarter mile. Sometimes they travel 1,000 miles. We've seen long track tornadoes traverse 4 states sometimes. Super rare. That tornado that affected London and Somerset, Kentucky, if you guys remember, what was that, a couple weeks ago now? That one traveled, I believe it started off in Missouri and finished off almost out there in West Virginia or Western Virginia. Pretty long track. So it all just depends. What, Libby? Yeah, we don't want to see long track tornadoes are terrible. Again, though, you typically don't see long tracks with like a QLCS setup like this, but it's possible. It's possible. Let's just make sure everyone in these tornado warnings are safe. Not much going on with our velocities. I don't think I've seen any CC drops in any of these, which is great news. Let's just take a double check here. Again, you've got strong winds in here, even if you don't have a tour on the ground. If we did have a tour on the ground, I want to remind you guys again, it would be just to the north of downtown Oklahoma, moving up to the northeast through Autumn Park, out towards Lake Hiwassee and Arcadia. Not looking too impressive on the radar, though. But regardless, we've got probably 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts in there around OKC. Let's see what's going on down here. I think we're looking pretty good right now. Some interesting rotation maybe in these cells out to the west of Wichita Falls. So we'll keep an eye on that for a little bit. Yeah, actually, I just got back from the park with my son. Evan messaged me and I was down the street. Oh yeah, here I'll turn I'll shut the Discord off. I actually thought I did. I exited out of it, but I didn't quit it. That's why you're hearing it. Let's take a look at these Missouri storms. I haven't been up here much. I mean, this is a decent looking squall line here, but again, we've got all these what I call general thunderstorms. So, general thunderstorm warning, 60 mile per hour winds, inch hail. Nothing to freak out about. Again, I wouldn't want to be caught outside in these. We do have that 70 mile per hour storm up here, and what looks to be maybe a decent hail core forming as well. Looks to be maybe a decent hail core forming up here. It's about to move through Memphis, out towards Granger. So this cell could cause a little bit of damage. So I'd be prepared if I was up there in northeastern Missouri. Radar indicated tornado. Okay, so we got another radar indicated tornado issued. We did right down here. Here we go. Guys, this one, I'm going to tell you right now, we need to watch this one. I'm sure you've all seen that shape before, that hook. Right off the bat, I don't love how that looks. And, yeah, I don't love how this looks. I'm going to push over to Radar Omega real quick because this could be something interesting. I really want to let you guys know where this is going first. University of Oklahoma Max is, I don't know if that's it's University of Oklahoma Airport there. But we have Heritage Place, Ashton Grove, Brookhaven. This is headed up to the northeast towards Clothier, Moore. This could end up being a significant tornado just based on the look here. So, yeah, let me quickly get over to Radar Omega. I want to cover this. Yep, there we are. This thing's trying to spin up here. You can see that rear flank and downdraft, that nice inflow and rotation in the cell here. Here's our couplet. base velocity. Yeah, this thing may be on the ground. If it's not on the ground, it's probably going to be on the ground soon. We're getting 70-mile-per-hour winds. So yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds recorded in here on the base velocity. Easily 81. So pushing 80, 90-mile-per-hour winds in this. So this right now looks to be our biggest threat. Again, if you're in any of these other radar-indicated tornado warnings, I would take them seriously. But I am a little extra concerned about this one. It's going to possibly split Norman and Moore, Oklahoma. Split the center there based on the direction it's moving right now. And as I said, it has this very ominous shape to it with a pretty nice inflow here. These storms that are down to the south that don't have much, there's not many storms to the south of this, so that inflow region is going to stay healthy. It's not really congested here, so we'll have to watch this closely. If this is radar indicated, guys, I think this may go observed very shortly. Let me see if there may actually be a traffic cam on this one too. Let me really quickly check on my end. Let's see here. Let me check on my end, guys. Let's see. Where are we? There's Newcastle, Norman. Okay, we've got some stuff close to it. Not right on it. Wow, some heavy downpours out here. Let's go to 1 second. 1 second, guys. Look at this. That wind's whipping across the street here. This is just out to the northeast of where this potential tornado is on the ground. Right out to the northeast of Norman. Yeah, guys, get in a safe spot if you're out here. They still have this radar indicated, but I'm not. This to me is very likely on the ground. So let me see. Let's go into our CC drop here. Again, if you're Norman, Heritage Place, Ashton Grove, heading out to the northeast, this is going to be heading in the direction of Franklin. Clothier? I don't know how to pronounce that, guys. Moving towards I-35 there. Mindy, what's going on? Yeah, we're working on mic levels, yeah. Yeah, I can look at my mic level now too. I can turn this back up a little bit. Is that a little bit better for you guys? I don't want to clip, you know what I mean? Is that a little bit better for you guys? I want to make sure I'm not going into the red. I think that should be a little bit better for you guys. Right around there. Keep the traffic cam. Northeast is perfect. Yeah, this is again, this is the traffic cam we're looking at right here. So this is facing, this looks like it's actually facing north. Let's face southwest. Wow, that one's down. Fantastic. Let's go here. Let me see if I can take a look at a couple. See if we can get a good one here. This actually may be a good one as well. That one's down. Not shocked that some of these are down with the storms that are moving over. All right, I'm gonna keep this up here and see if we can see anything. We may see a tornado move through here, so I'll keep that up on that screen and I'll watch it. All right, let me go back to weather-wise and just give you guys a couple updates. So this is the one that we are definitely concerned about. Again, just to the southeast of Newcastle, heading up to the northeast, right towards that University of Oklahoma airport. Again, between Norman, kind of, yeah. I mean, it's headed towards Norman. It's headed towards Norman, Oklahoma. May pass just on the north side of Norman. Let's quickly take a look at what's going on with our other storms here. This does look like a potential damaging wind event heading into Spencer. Nakoma Park, Jones, Arcadia up here to the north. But The Tor, they may drop this. They may drop this Tor warning. I'd still, again, always get in a safe spot if you are in a Tor warning. Better to be safe than sorry. Watching this one out here as well. Not much happening on the radar right now. Not much happening on the radar. Not seeing much on the CC. I'm a little bit nervous that this could... I mean, a pretty decent hail core or possibly a debris field down there headed towards Norman, guys. Let's go to our tornado warning up here to the north, just to the south of Perry. Not too bad. Not seeing much in here, but I'd still, again, take shelter if you're up here. All right, let's stay focused on this one down here just for a second. Just for a second, let's focus on this. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if this was on the ground right here. Look at that. You see it wrapping up in the last couple frames. Not a fan of that. Here we go. There it is. Heritage Place, Brookhaven, please get in a shelter. Get underground if you can. Get into your safe spot. What's going on, Ray? What is going on? I appreciate the welcomes, everyone. Thank you. I apologize if I'm a little shaky. I stream every day over on my channel. You know, it's just different being with the different viewers, different community and stuff like that. So, but you know, moving forward every now and then when Evan needs a break, I'll hop in for a little bit. Evan's still going to be running his channel. He's going to be on the majority of the live streams, but I'm just going to let him take a break every now and then. You know, getting into hurricane season, he may be doing some, 11, 12-hour shifts again, and I'll allow him to maybe take a nap or eat something in the middle of that shift, so it'll be nice for him. Let's take a look at this again. Guys, this is... does this still say radar indicated? Okay. I mean, that's fine, but I feel like someone's going to see this here very shortly. Look at this. You know, it's hard to tell. Is this a debris ball? I don't think it would be that big, but... We've got a pretty good couplet in here. It looks pretty decent on the velocity. It looks pretty good on the reflectivity. They just extended this and still okay. Tornado warning observed. They put it observed. Thank God. This is not a good situation down here. Norman, if you're out here, Norman, get into a safe area, please. And I hate to say it, but with an inflow region like this, I mean, guys, this could be on the ground for a little bit. I'm not saying it's gonna. I'm just saying the possibility is there. So if you're out ahead of this, just be aware. If you're out here, Pink, if you're out here, Franklin, Denver, Hall Park, just be aware this thing is coming your direction. Let's double check on our other tornadoes really quickly. I'm going to stay on this one, like I said, for a little bit. Well, we're going to see what happens as this thing moves over. Yeah, Heritage Place. It's moving over that right now, over I-35. Let me see if I can get back. Ooh, that cam just went down, actually. Northwest. Let me see if I can get a good cam on this, guys. Give me 1 second. Norman, can we get one looking south?
I'm scared of where I have to go. Push through it.
Let me see what our chasers are up to. I'll double check that, and I can pull them on screen as well. We got one chaser headed towards this. The other one is having some issues with this stream, so you're not missing anything on that end, if anyone's wondering. Not missing anything on that end. All right, let's pull back in here. Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation. Norman, please get underground. Get in a safe spot. Yeah, Tornado Explorer. This has a pretty clean inflow region, and You can see. I mean, it's not the greatest structure anymore. It had a little bit better looking of a structure earlier, just about 10-15 minutes ago, but it's still decent. We can watch the progression here. Still got decent velocities in this. I'm actually going to pull up Radar Omega real quick just to dive a little bit further into it. It's going through Norman. It's right on the west border of Norman there. Norman, Oklahoma, guys. $50, $60. No photos are loading for me. Yeah, a lot of traffic cams are down right now. I actually was trying to pull up a few in the area pointing south, and they were down. Again, I just want to make sure people know, I know I've said it a million times, but if you're out here in Norman or out to the east of Norman, this potentially is a significant tornado on the ground. It is observed. It is observed. And it is headed out east. You know, the radar, I always say the radar is a little bit lagged behind. It's probably a little bit closer to downtown Norman there. Headed east, northeast, really, it's headed pretty much east out here towards Flaming Oaks, Denver, Little Axe. Let me double check on our tornado warnings up here to the north. Let me just see what's going on with our chasers again. Nothing much. They're looking. They're hunting. Yeah, this is really just the one we're concerned about. I'll go take a look at our tornado warning up here as well. Not much going on here. That's good. This is probably going to drop. Expires 2 minutes. I expect that one to drop. We've got this one here. Expires 17 minutes. May drop. This one is newer. Expires 32 minutes. They think it's somewhere embedded back here, so we can take a little bit deeper look here. Let's go to Radar Omega for the velocities on that one. Again, guys, Norman, please get somewhere safe. Bottom floor interior, in a closet, away from windows, in a basement, or in a storm shelter. Everyone out to the east of Norman as well. All right, so let's take a look at this one. Just to the northeast of Choctaw, heading up to the northeast towards Wellston and Warwick, Oklahoma. Decent velocities, not really seeing a couplet, any sort of rotation in here. Which is good. All right, we'll stick back on weatherwise for a little bit longer and watch this one here. Looks like it has taken out the apartment that I used to live in Norman near I-35. Yeah. Oh, actually, you know, this last frame looks a little bit more promising. A little bit more promising. Couplet's kind of falling apart. You can see we don't really have... I mean, again, guys, I hate to say, like, it's still an observed tornado. If you're out to the east of this, you got to be in a safe spot. But we don't have that. We don't have that tornado wrapped up anymore, that hook echo like we've had over the last 15 to 20 minutes. So hopefully this is losing a little bit of steam as it's moving out to the east, but still getting a safe spot. Promising look there in that last radar update, though. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for Comanche County, Oklahoma. Yeah, we can take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings here. 60 mile per hour. These are all, again, your general severe thunderstorm warnings out here. 60 mile per hour, inch hail. We do have a tour possible out there, Lincoln, Oklahoma. We can take a look there. Lincoln, Oklahoma. I'll pull it up in here. Will weatherwise tell me tour possible on the right side? I don't think it will. Lincoln County. There we go. They're saying tour possible. This is This is a radar indicated tornado. I'm watching these again. Choctaw moving up to the northeast. Wellston, Warwick. Be aware you are in that radar indicated tornado warning. Oklahoma City. This, we'll see. This looks like it's going to expire. We're pretty congested in here. Not seeing much on the velocity. Obviously nothing on the CC with that storm as well. Still watching down here. Norman, this is still our most concerning storm right now. Oh, my YouTube channel is Connor's Climate Corner. Can I give an update for Lawton, Oklahoma? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Oh, my neck. Does Evan ever have to stretch on stream? Because I always do. Woo. This is actually my third stream of the day. I did an hour, and then I did an hour and a half or 2 hours, and now I'm on again. Yeah, Lawton, the worst of it looks like it's just past you guys. So, Lawton, you are likely good for the rest of the night. Maybe some thunder showers out here behind it, but those storms are moving off into the east, so you should be good. Thanks, Moss. Yeah, I've been having neck problems from doing streaming will mess you up a little bit. All right, we got a radar indicated tornado warning down here just to the west of Pauls Valley. Again, not a fan when I see these kind of shapes down here. So let's take a quick look at the velocities here. A little bit of a couplet. This is moving off to the north and east towards Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. Pauls Valley and Stratford, you have to watch out for this too. But Pauls Valley right now should be getting in a safe spot. Basement, tornado shelter, bottom floor interior of your home in a closet away from windows. This is headed up in your direction. Let's take a look, see if we have any sort of CC drop, maybe a little bit of hail. Let me put this into motion here and see how we're looking. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation here. Pauls Valley, please get in a safe spot there. Okay, these tornado warnings did drop up here to the north, which is good. So we're really just watching Tor-wise. We're watching this section right here. We know what's happening up in Norman. We know what's happening in Pauls Valley. Let's take another look at the velocities down here. This is promising. This is promising. A little bit worried about what that may be, but I think that's just a little bit of contamination. Promising look here. Let me double check on radar Omega. They still have it observed. So treat it like it's observed heading out east. Yeah, and where that CC drop is, there's a little bit of a couplet on the base velocity. So still treat this like this is on the ground. It very well could be heading out east towards, again, Flaming Oaks and Denver, Oklahoma. It passed within a 1 mile radius of me. Wow. Let's see what's going on the chaser side of things. Let's see here. Not much. Not much right now. Not much, so. We're good on that end still. Miz. The sub. I guess that's the subs on my channel are showing up here. That's funny. Baseball size hail in Pauls Valley. Yeah, on the warning here, we've got half dollar size, but we do have a decent couplet here. Usually when you have a tornado on the ground, you have some pretty large hail. Tornadoes and hail need the same thing. They need strong updrafts, so they're kind of correlated with each other. It's a decent looking CC here. Pauls Valley, again, please get into a safe spot. This thing may go observed based on what we're seeing on the radar. We all know this is not our favorite shape, but when it comes to supercells. Yeah, this is gonna sound funny. But that's my wife's helmet. She worked in sports management for a long time, and she would go to all the Super Bowls and get to go on the field and escort VIPs around. So she has tons of signed sports stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, a little bit of a hook in here. If we do have large hail, it's probably right in here just out to the south of White Bead, out to the west of Paul's Valley. This is moving out east. Lee Summit, yeah, there was something out there. I was covering for about 2 hours earlier as those storms were pushing through. I was covering as that tornado pushed through around Arrowhead Stadium earlier today. Tornadoes are everywhere in Oklahoma. Yeah, we actually had a bunch drop. We had a bunch of the we've had a bunch of Tor warns out here. But we had a bunch drop, so we're just watching these two. Let me push back up into Norman just to see what's going on. One second, guys. Oh. What's going on? Oh, I got you. Okay. All right, I'll hop on. Alrighty, let me pull up one of our chasers here, guys. Give me 1 second. We got another tornado warning down here. I want to take a look at that real quick as well. Bear with me. Paul's Valley, just a reminder, get in a safe spot there. We do have another radar indicated tornado down to the south here, heading off to the east-northeast towards Daughtry, Springer. Just getting itself together. So this is kind of our focus right here out towards Paul's Valley. We're still watching up here towards Norman. Although, fortunately, it's not looking as bad as it did a little bit ago. Still, if you're out here to the east of Norman, make sure you're in a safe spot there. Does it look like these will miss Winnett, Oklahoma? I can check that for you. Cool. Yeah, let me check that for you. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning just out to your southwest. That tornado warning is just out to your southwest as well. So if you are in Winnett, Oklahoma, I would be paying attention closely to what's going on here because these storms are moving off into your direction. I'm going to pull up one of our chasers real quick for you guys. Let's get this pulled up for you. There we go. Let's see what's happening over here. So he is on this one that is right near Paul's Valley. So, yeah, he is right near Paul's Valley there, guys. There is still a decent couplet down there.
Airline Road, it's coming up here. You will have a field.
Alright, I got a little ways I can go northeast. Not too far though. I don't want to drive underneath it.
I was gonna say we're about ready to meet where he's gonna go.
All right, I'm going to keep a watch on this. Guys, because he's close to this Paul's Valley cell. And we'll pull back in there in a second if we see anything. Yeah. Norman, this is out to the east of Norman now. So Norman, you're clear, but this is heading off into the east towards Denver. They have radar indicated now, so they've taken off that observed, and you can see why. But again, you're still in that radar indicated tornado, so take shelter if you're out here to the east of Norman. Paul's Valley, this is still getting itself together pretty well. I'm watching his stream. He actually has a decent shot. Let's pull back over there.
Yeah, there's a little road up here, right by the road curves.
You can kind of see it actually trying to pull down. Let's see here.
One of these two. If I can.
I appreciate that, Tarek. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my first time in Evan's stream, so a little bit of a learning curve with the different viewership. Everyone's got a different community. Everyone's got kind of different viewers.
We will not have a better visual than that.
Yeah, look at that, guys. They're staring at this thing. Look at that.
Hey, where is this funnel? I do not see it.
Yeah, there's no funnel yet.
I can't even tell. Oh, over here. Right.
Look out.
Yeah, right here, right here.
Oh.
Tried to drop. It might have briefly touched down.
I can't key up.
Oh,
I think it's trying to drop right now. I think I see the funnel feature.
there it is. You guys see that?
It's got a funnel. It's trying to do like an elephant trunk thing. It's really
Yep.
trying.
Here we go, guys. Do you see this right here? That's what he's looking at. You can kind of pick it out right here.
It's a,
Yeah, this is just out to the southwest of Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, guys.
Before, just try to do that elephant trunk thingy.
Yeah, I'll get back. I'll keep doing updates. I just want to see if they get this. This is trying to touch down here.
just grab this for no reason, man.
It was roping out. Let's see here. You could kind of see trying to pick it out. They're struggling as well.
Oh, it had a funnel halfway down.
Yeah. Man, it's trying. You can see that thing rotating.
Still got a funnel. Switch me to 2.
Look at that right there.
Oh, babe.
Still spinning. Guys, it's just the southwest of Pauls Valley.
That's what was left of the attempt.
Danger Noodle.
Scan this little, I don't know what this is, a merger? There's little merger showers coming into it, yeah.
That might not be.
All right, I'm going to keep this, guys. I'm going to keep watching this. If we...
I'll be interested to see how the storm reacts to this merger coming into it now, but it's going to come in a kind of a destructive manner.
Yeah, I'm going to keep watching this, and if that does try to put that funnel down, we're going to go right back to it. But we do have some stuff going on, and I want to make sure I cover that for you guys.
Instead of coming in from like the backside, it's coming in.
Is the storm around Stillwater likely to form any tornadoes? We can take a look at that.
Is it trying again?
Stillwater, Oklahoma. Here we go. We do have a tour possible in there. Now, you're in those strong to severe thunderstorms right now. So if you do not have a tornado going through Stillwater, the odds that one is going to is not that high. We're probably going to see it out ahead of this line here. But it is tour possible. There's not much going on. Not much going on with our velocities in that region, and it looks like actually they just dropped it. So you're looking pretty good there. These are all general thunderstorm warnings. Again, guys, I'm watching. If this thing starts to look like it's going down at all, we are jumping right back to the chaser. I'll pull it up for you guys just again here real quick. Let me just double check on our tornado warnings that we have right now. We do have 3 tornado warnings. They are down here in South Central from OKC down to the south central Oklahoma. Another some again your average severe thunderstorm warnings up here, 60-mile-per-hour gusts possible. We do still have this storm up here now that is moving into southeastern Iowa, 70+ mile-per-hour gusts. So considerable damage moving up towards Mount Pleasant, Burlington, Montrose, up there in Iowa. So Do have some stuff going on out there, Texas. We do have 2 decent storms out here in Texas I need to talk about really quickly, and we're going to go right back.
Yeah, I think that's about to drop.
It's about, all right, we're going to go back and look at that because it may be about to drop. Really quickly out here just to the southwest of Woodson, just out to the northwest of Breckenridge, we do have 80+ mile per hour gusts, so this is a damaging supercell out here in Texas. Let's get back and see what's going on here. Yeah, keeping an eye on it.
It's down.
Okay.
It was just now. I swear it was.
Sometimes it's hard to tell where the scud is, where the actual rotation is. You can see that thing rotating. You can actually see that rotating, though.
Oh, come on, do it again. I don't think there's much out here, so if it's going to do it, this is a better spot for it to do it.
We'll stay on this for a second, guys. Again, this is off to the south and west of, or this is just off to the west of Pauls Valley. Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. Pauls Valley, Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was a weak little bird down.
Watching from Alma Arc. What's going on, Caleb?
I mean, everyone's up here in the sky.
I'm going to get these alerts off my screen so you guys can see this better. All right? So we don't interrupt your visual.
I saw it for like a split
Where's Evan? Taking a little break. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't worry, this is still his channel. I venture to call it an uncondensed tornado. And there's the chasers.
Might be trying to hand off right here now.
Yeah, I'm watching it on the radar. Let me actually take a look at our others real quick, just so I can make sure you guys are good. A little bit of a couplet, guys, out to the west of Glen and Daughtry, Oklahoma. A little bit of a couplet there as well. Radar indicated tornado out to the west of Daughtry and Springer, Oklahoma. So I get in a safe spot if you're in that radar indicated tornado warning.
I think it's up now.
Norman, you are radar indicated.
Yeah,
and we don't see much there.
Re-centralizing its rotation a little bit further over.
We do still see a decent couplet on the Pauls Valley. Yeah, I know you can't see it with this up. A decent couplet on the Pauls Valley. Radar indicated tornado warning, but nothing crazy right now on radar.
We did have it down on stream. It's just extremely brief.
Okay. We'll keep watching this.
We may have had it on the roof camera too. I mean, I saw it with my eyes, so.
We'll come back to that. Let me check on the other chasers real quick to see if we have anything. Nope. So we'll stay with them because that thing might try to pop back down here in a little bit. We'll stay there, and then I'll come back to that screen if need be. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the chasers. Keeping an eye on the chasers, so we'll pop in and out of there and see if anything's going on. We do have 3 tornado warnings. They all expire in about 26 minutes. Again, this one up to the east of Norman. We're not seeing much on radar at Little Axe. You got to treat this like it's still a tornado on the ground. If you're out there in Little Axe, it's moving to the east, headed off towards, I guess, south of Pink, Oklahoma. Some decent winds up here as well. Some good velocities in there. Moving down to the south again. This is the one we were just talking about. You can see it's falling apart a little bit on those velocities. What's going on? Oh, I got a commercial. Velocities have fallen off a little bit. Not really seeing a clear couplet there. We do not have a CC drop, and it's getting a little messy, but it may try to put something down. So I have that chaser up on my right screen, and I am watching it in case anything happens with that one. Down here to the south is actually starting to look a little bit better organized somewhat in here, so this could get interesting. Let's pull up our velocities. There's our couplet. So this one may be actually the most organized out of the 3 now. So like I said earlier, this is just out to the west of Daughtry and out to the west-northwest of Springer, Oklahoma. So this one, to me, they're not far. I wonder if they're going to try to V-line it down I-35 and intercept this. I'm going to hear what they have to say here. Actually, I want to see if they're talking about it.
See, the hook is even starting to shrink a little bit.
Yeah, what do you guys think? They're here. What do you think? Do they V-line it to the south here and try to intercept it?
Yeah, it's definitely north of us. I do see what you're saying.
It's a little bit of a drive, but
Hang up on them. Not listening.
yeah, we're watching Stormrunner. I got Stormrunner Media up right now. Stormchaser Zach, and then I've got
Around to stay up on it.
Tornado Pagey. Is that how you say your name?
And that hook is falling apart.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna try to get down here to the south, guys, because there's some clear rotation in this storm to the south. What's going on, Evan? Today I learned that there's a Cleveland County and a Cleveland City in Oklahoma. So did I. Yeah, we've seen now like 3 hooks in a row. 3 hooks in a row right here. Up and down this line. Luckily, the hooks are not lasting very long, though. Which isn't too surprising. Did they upgrade this area at all? I think they only upgraded that Tor risk up north. Yeah, they didn't. They just upgraded that to a 5% up north, and we've seen all these hooks down here. I'm a little bit concerned to what that tornado did through Norman and just to the west of Norman. That was looking a little bit not so great, so we'll have to get a report on that later. I do really quickly want to check on the storm down in Texas. So we've got 80 mile per hour plus gusts and possibly 2-inch hail down here. So this is an interesting storm. Let's take a look at our velocities. We'll have to watch this one. It's not near any big population centers. And we only care about big population centers. No, I'm just kidding, chat. I'm just kidding, guys. It's moving out to the east. This could get close to Breckenridge, Texas down here, but that's a pretty decent storm down there. Still got all our general thunderstorm warnings up here. When I say that, just 60 mile per hour gusts, inch hail. Tor possible out here. We can take a look at what's going on near Monroe City. Not really seeing any notch in here, except for maybe up here to the north. Not too clear on. Let me actually pull over to. I'm watching the Stormchaser still. Okay, let me pull over to Radar Omega real quick and take a look at this. I know I've been kind of neglecting Missouri, so I want to dive into this Tor possible just a little bit. If there is something in here, it's not too obvious. I mean, we could be trying to form something right up here to the northeast of Shelbyville, but that's why they have it Tor possible, not radar indicated. Still got that 70 mile per hour plus gusts. Considerable damage threat up here moving through southeastern Iowa up into the northeast towards Burlington and Mount Pleasant. So that's what's going on elsewhere. And we're going to continue to watch these tornado warnings down here, and I'll try to continue to answer your questions. This is still looking a little bit ominous down here, so we'll watch this again. This is out to the west of Daughtry, out to the west-northwest of Springer, down here in Oklahoma. There's our couplet. You made a great choice with Connor. Proud of you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, guys. I'm just looking at chat real quick. Take another look at these. Make sure we're doing good out here. This shifted a little bit north, so we'll watch this up here to the north. This is out to the east of Stella, Oklahoma. See if we have any rotation up here. This is just to the west of Bethel Acres. It is headed out in that direction. Yeah, I mean, they have this tornado warning not expiring for an hour. Is he headed to the south?
Rotate rapidly again.
So it's starting to rotate rapidly again.
For eastern Oklahoma, okay.
Tornado watch is out. Yep, there we are. Tornado watch is out for eastern Oklahoma. There you go. Just to the northeast of Tulsa, stretching all the way down here to the border of Texas. Northeast of Lebanon, Missouri. There's a couple. We can take a look at that. Lebanon, Missouri. I must be spelling it wrong. Lebanon. I'm not. Lebanon, Missouri. Oh, I have it. I had it. There we go. Yeah, they have a radar indicated tornado. They have a radar indicated tornado warning up here now. There it is. There it is, right over Bonaparte. Yeah, this set it up to the northeast towards Big Mound. Yeah, I turned my notifications off for you guys because it was bothering some people. Don't worry, I'll get Evan's notification sounds. But that's what notifies me as soon as there's a new tornado down. So I have to visually look now. I was making some people mad, so. Let me turn those off too. I shall keep that there. Considerable update right down there in Stevens, Texas. Yeah, this is headed off to the north and east, guys. Pretty clear couplet in here. So let's be aware of that. Get into a safe spot up here in Houghton, Salem, Hillsboro. This is, again, moving off to the northeast. This is in southeastern Iowa. Southeastern Iowa. So New London, this is headed out in your direction too. You have a little bit here. Still got a tour possible down here to the south of that one. This is moving out to the east towards LaGrange, Quincy, Hannibal, Monroe City, Missouri. We got a new radar indicated warning, and look at this. Okay, let's get on this. Let me pull this back up real quick, guys.
Oh, nice.
Radar indicated tornado just to the south of Wynwood, Oklahoma.
Connor, they tornado warned the south just to our south, so we're heading south. We're turning on 35 now.
They should have listened to me. I told them to head south a lot. I told them to head south 10 minutes ago.
They're still decently rapid.
I'm sure they already were. Yeah, they'll probably. I mean, they're in a good spot for this. So. Yeah, just to the southwest of Wynwood, guys. This is, let me actually show you this on radar again.
I'm not seeing it because it's, at least on this front, because there's another thing coming right up toward it.
No, I understand that.
If not, I mean, this little guy down here.
So let me actually, let me show you this progression here. You see how that came out of nowhere? I mean, look at this storm. Look at this. It just looks like your average storm. Look at this come out of nowhere. There it is.
We better hope this isn't down. We're going to get hit by this circulation.
There it is.
Today, 2% turn into this. I had a feeling they should put 5% out today.
Yeah, I'm shocked they don't have a 5% down here. They do still have that 5% in Missouri. Wynwood, please get in a safe spot. Basement, storm shelter, bottom floor of your home, interior, closet away from windows.
Because now the tornado props are 50-20.
Oh, are they?
They went up.
That's a big jump from 25.
Got a decent hook. Somewhat of a hook down here as well. Paul's Valley, they're recording almost 2-inch hail now. Still got rotation up, moving through Paul's Valley, guys.
Tornado intensity on the actual watch to the SSEMP.
Yeah. That's true.
This is a little bit concerning up here as well. Just out to the west of Bethel Acres, Oklahoma.
No, they didn't.
Let's take a look at what's going on here, guys.
Saying typically you want that kind of data.
This is concerning. Bethel Acres, Gady, Shawnee, Oklahoma. We could get something right in here moving off to the east. Still looking good on that latest radar update.
They did put a new watch, a new warning.
Look at these tornadoes lining up right now.
Continued locally greater tornado threat. They highlight Oklahoma City south towards our storm.
Again, this one looks decent down here too, heading up towards Cedar Village and Jollyville, Oklahoma. Got a couplet down here as well.
Yeah, and everyone's going to start slamming on their brakes because it's going to get
Let me pull them
windy
back up for you guys.
and they're in a tornado warning, so they're thinking they're going to be driving into a tornado.
Yeah, guys, I'm taking a shift. All right, I'm gonna keep watching then. And
There isn't a tornado down on this corner because everyone's slamming on their brakes. I'm going to get caught right where this rotation is going to cross this way.
okay, well we'll keep this up actually because he's very close to this rotation center. Looks like he's decently to the north, at least on his GPS down here.
It did jump to 5%, but not down here. It jumped to 5% up in
Missouri.
Kansas and Missouri, but not down here.
Yeah, Michael, that's right. I've actually always been here, guys. You've never seen me take a shift. I've been taking shifts from Evan for 6-7 months now.
Everyone's panicking.
Yes, guys. This is Evan's channel. It takes some people a little bit to get used to. He's still going to be doing most of the streaming on here.
Moving.
The majority.
Because right now, everyone's sitting exactly in the path of this thing.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to get out to this.
It is coming toward us. Yeah, we're trying to.
I'm trying to get south before it crosses. It's going to cross right here.
Not a great situation there, man.
Dear Lord.
Let's look at the radar real quick, and I'll keep watching their stream.
Popping off on this.
If I see anything going on in that, I'm pulling it right back up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me actually pull it back up. They're not in a fantastic area.
Ramp up out of nothing.
I'll just remind you, we do have a decent couplet on the ground just to the west-southwest of Cedar Village in Jollyville, Oklahoma. Wynwood, Oklahoma, getting a safe spot. We've got a potential tornado on the ground headed out towards Shawnee, Oklahoma, Gaddy, Bethel Acres. It's radar indicated right now, but there's a little bit of rotation on that one as well. Just want to make sure everyone's updated on these. We've got 2 tornado warnings. I'll keep watching his stream. We've got 2 tornado warnings right now up in southeastern Iowa. Separate warnings. Here we go. This one's headed up to the northeast towards Fort Madison. Let's see if we have any other small towns in here. Likely going to stay to the south, but we'll say West Point, Franklin, up towards Burlington, Middleton, and Danville. This is up here in southeastern Iowa. Let's go into the radar here. And we've got another storm. We've got another possible, this I believe is radar indicated as well. Salem, New London, Mount Pleasant. Getting a safe spot up there. These are both radar indicated, but there is a little bit of rotation in both of these cells. All right, let's check what's happening with him. Actually, yeah, let's pull that back up for you guys.
Now we're starting to get out of this.
Yeah, help. You said I believe we have a tornado near Wynwood. That's what we're looking at right now.
They're moving, rotating.
This is Wynwood.
Sun is rising. Ooh, that looked like that
Oops, sorry guys. Let me get back to him.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, whoa.
It's like they're being pulled in somewhere.
Yeah, they are. They're being pulled that way.
What little area is really up here?
You can see where he is. He's just to the west of Wynwood, it looks like.
I mean,
And well, his GPS could be a little bit off.
Yeah,
It could be a little bit off. Yeah, just to the west-southwest of Wynwood.
this fella.
How's Choctaw, Oklahoma? Yeah, we can take a look at that.
The one to the south has the one that has like the most attention to me.
okay, well, we can continue dropping stuff.
But that's just because it looks. I've always been. I didn't.
Choctaw, you're looking good. You're on the other side of your severe threat.
Now it's tornado warning.
Yep, tornado warning down to the south. Let me show you what's tornado warning down here, guys. This is the one we've been talking about, heading out to the east towards Jollyville and Cedar Village. Another kind of hook-like structure forming here.
We could probably beat that. We might have
Very
a
obvious
beat that
couplet.
next storm to 7. So it's gonna be a stretch. It'll be a stretch, boys.
They're trying to make it down here, but it's going to be tough. They may be able to intercept this. It's going to be close, and you never want to be driving straight into the storm to intercept it. They probably want to try to get on the south side of that. Check back up here near Shawnee. Not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. All right, I'll turn that off for a second. Sulfur. Did I spell that wrong? Let's see here. Oh, I spelled it with an O. Yes, this one down to the south is headed towards Sulfur. Yes. It's a little bit farther out, but if it, if it stays on the ground for a little bit, we'll have to watch out. They'll probably extend this warning out east and include Sulfur. According to weather-wise, this is headed more northeast than this east-northeast movement, but let's take a look at the let's take a look ourselves at the reflectivity. It doesn't, yeah, I agree. I think this thing looks like it's moving up in this direction, so Sulfur will still watch, but you guys might be all right. Yeah, no problem. Let's just pull back into these up here. We've got some general thunderstorm warnings again spread across eastern Missouri. Let me double check on our chasers out here. Yeah, these should be off. Give me 1 second. Let me turn these. Should not be showing up. I keep turning them off and they keep turning back on. That should not be turning off. Okay. Let me just take a look at what's going on with the chasers real quick here. See if we've got anything. All right. Yeah, general thunderstorms out here in Missouri. We do still have these. I believe these are both still radar indicated. Still radar indicated up here in southeastern Iowa. Decent hail core down here moving into Montrose. Up to the northeast towards Madison. Possible, okay circulation down there. And we're watching this moving up towards New London as well. Nothing on the CC drop. I'd get in a safe spot if you guys are out here, though. Again, you want to treat these like they're on the ground just to be safe. Better safe than sorry. So we'll continue to check in on those up to the north. Obviously, we've got some these cells down here are all getting that hook feature, which we don't like seeing. Storm Runner Media is headed down towards this storm just out to the west of Cedar Village and Jollyville, a little bit out farther to the west of Sulphur. And there's our couplet. Appreciate you, Blondie. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Where are the tornadoes in Oklahoma? Yeah, these are basically OKC and south. You can see right here. This is basically central to south central Oklahoma. This line of storms has continued to produce tornadoes. And actually, I was talking to Evan about this earlier, and he did note when we were talking off stream that there was this kind of separate squall line out to the east here. That could potentially produce some large hail or some tornadoes. So that is what's happening. You can see this kind of right out ahead of that QLCS feature out to the west. So this has continued to produce tornadoes, or at least continue to try and put down tornadoes. Let me push over to the HRRR and see how this continues. 22Z, we'll quickly take a look. Let's move down here. Just so you guys know timing. I gotta shrink that notification too. I appreciate the sub. Let me shrink that, guys. I don't know when that got so big. Okay. This is fine. This is the first time I'm really popping in here, so I'll have this all adjusted by next. I'm taking notes. Here we go. Here we go. So this is the 21Z moving forward here. Joplin, we're going to be watching you guys as we get into around 10 Central, Columbia, Missouri, Quincy, Rockford, Milwaukee, all the way up and down this line. We're watching around 10 p.m. Central. As we get into around 11 Central to midnight, Dallas, these storms are going to be moving through. Our tour risk is probably going to be dropping off a little bit down there. And then they're going to be approaching the northwestern edge of Arkansas. Making their way down towards Springfield, both Springfields. You guys are going to be timed up pretty well, and this is at around 11 to midnight, give or take an hour. Chicago still looks like these storms really want to fizzle out before they move into that until they move into that region, or as they move into that region. Let's get some updates. We've got tornado warnings stacked on top of each other. They're heading down towards this one here. It's still a nice looking couplet here. I actually want to see what this is looking like on Radar Omega. Yeah, decent on the base velocity, high res velocity too. You can see that. All right, let's push back there. Any questions? Columbia is getting hit with a storm right now. Is this one not as bad as the one that's hitting it? Yeah, let's go up and look in the Columbia area. The HRRR was just a little behind there, I think, because the new one wasn't loaded. Yeah, so that HRRR was a little bit behind. That HRRR was a little bit behind. Let's look at that again. Yeah, 22Z's loading. That's what's going on here. So the 22Z does see, or the 21Z does see another line of storms moving up through that region. Let's go to our national radar real quick and take a look. You see what's going on back here? This is likely going to extend up to the north and move east. So we could get another round of strong to severe thunderstorms moving through Columbia. This is likely to be your main severe event. Not as concerned about these storms moving in later, but I'd still have a way to get weather alerts. My friend who lives in Houston messaged me a few minutes ago being like, send me tornado info. I'm driving south of Pauls Valley. Yeah, here. Well, let me make sure these are both. We're probably still just radar indicated on these. Haven't been too concerned about those ones in southeastern Iowa. He's driving south of Pauls Valley. He's driving through this, which is a little bit concerning. Let's see what's going on up here. Checking on the chasers real quick. Nothing. All right. Yeah, this one in Chickasaw Nation. Still looking like our best couplet down here. All right, they got camera in position. Nothing on cam yet, though. Pauls Valley, this one is trying to get itself back together, moving out to the east towards Civet, if that's how you pronounce it. Still got a little bit of a hook down here heading out to the east towards Sulphur. Sulphur, the edge of Sulphur is actually in this. Yeah, the western edge of Sulphur is actually in this tour warning now. These are still all radar indicated. I think we may get an observed on this farthest south tornado, though. Tornado warning. Not sure how the area north of Shawnee isn't severe warned, as radar indicates possibly 60. Yeah, there's some areas that I feel like maybe should be. North of Shawnee. Oh yeah, up here. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little gap here, right? You've got a radar indicated tornado, and then you've got the severe thunderstorm warning to the north. They probably should have stretched this out a little bit. I agree. Let's double check on here. Okay, we're looking good. Still a good looking couple. They actually might be able to intercept this, guys. Oh, they're there. They're there. They're just out to the east. They may be able to see this. Let me pull them up real quick.
Once you get north into Jollyville and you can go east on Primrose Lane, you got a clear shot.
Yeah, Norman's good. Norman's good, guys.
Runs out.
Norman's good.
Well, it goes to the river, but
I believe you are.
rain, you can.
Yeah, you guys should be good for the rest of the night.
Once you go north into Jollyville,
This thing is just off to the east of them.
you have fields that you can.
This is headed out to the
Worry about trees.
east northeast towards Sulphur, Oklahoma.
Okay, no visibility.
About
anywhere
getting
near
close to
that
passing over
area.
I-35 there.
Get north up to Jollyville and go east.
Wynwood's that thing's trying to rotate again. Wynwood headed up to the east northeast as well towards Ada. It's pretty far out.
No, we're gonna get off on the exit up here, go north, and then, I mean, there is clearing right on the other side of this river, somewhat. I'm thinking we're gonna go to Primrose.
Are the
Lane,
storms from Oklahoma coming back up to Kansas
a mile, 2 miles
overnight?
go
Um,
east and
Well, I'll show you what our models are showing us right now. So here's what we've got. We've got kind of two separate squall lines here, two separate QLCS setups. This is going to be moving in behind this first line here, out here in central to northern Missouri. Likely not going to be as severe. We're going to have some rain cooled air. Not as much instability as this second boundary moves off into the east through central to northern Missouri. So not overly concerned about this, but of course we've got a lot of flash flooding going on. We did have flash flood emergencies earlier, El Dorado, Wichita area. So this is where our excessive rainfall is expected to be too. Sorry, let me switch back. You guys can't even see what I'm talking about. Here we go. So if you've had that main line of storms pass over you in Kansas, you're good tonight. We're still watching mainly southeastern Kansas and then out towards Joplin, Springfield down here in Missouri, in southwestern Missouri. And then central to northeastern Missouri, we're watching you as well. Storms are expected to lose a little bit of steam as they approach St. Louis tonight. So same with as they approach really Austin, San Antonio, Houston. We could have a little bit of an MCS setting up, but it looks to lose a little bit of steam as we head down there. That's going to be really late in the night or early in the morning. Could be 3, 4, 5 a.m. Central Time. Let me push back over to and see if they see this.
drive is, I mean, that's a very small road.
We're seeing flashes of lightning over here.
I have a little bit of visibility, and I don't know if I will fix that.
Look at that back there, chat. Where are you pointing? That northeast?
This is north-northeast, so that's west-northwest.
Okay, yeah, so that would be right where your area is.
I think it's just behind the hill,
Yeah,
but there's definitely scuddy lowering in there.
he may be right.
About that.
He may be right. All right, we're going to keep covering. We're going to keep covering the radar.
My camera for a second?
Yeah.
Let me know if you guys have any questions. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do still have 5 tornado warnings down right now, all with at least 25 minutes before expiring. Again, we're in all of these right now, and I'm not just going to cover the tornado warnings, but in all of these, really this far south one that's moving out to the east towards Sulphur on radar at least is our most impressive look. You can see this trying to spin up here. This is actually a severe thunderstorm. This is a Tor possible. This is an interesting setup here, actually. Let me take a look. Something's trying to get this is trying to get a little bit of a hook out here to the west of Stratford, Oklahoma. So we'll keep an eye on this one as well. Move a little bit farther north. This has been this tornado warning's been down for like it feels like an hour and a half. Not seeing a ton in here, which is good, but we'll continue to watch it again. Strong winds up and down this line here, obviously. It says 60 mile per hour gusts. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a little bit higher than that through here, just out to the east of Oklahoma City. Still got our 2 radar indicated tornadoes in southeastern Iowa. This one down here just to the west of Fort Madison does definitely have a little bit of circulation. No CC drop. And up here towards New London, nothing's looking too threatening on radar. Now, again, like I said, sometimes the radar isn't catching it. Sometimes the radar isn't seeing it correctly. If you're up here in Burlington, Fort Madison, Middletown, Danville, New London, get in a safe spot. We see it all the time where we just see a radar indicated tornado and it ends up being that there's a tornado on the ground. The radar just didn't see it correctly. So I wouldn't take any chances there. All of these warnings down here through central Missouri to eastern Missouri, these are all your 60 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour gust potential, and inch size hail. I believe we are actually down to... Okay, we still have those 5 tornado warnings. We're gonna take another look at what's going on down here, unless you guys have any questions. Murray County. Yeah, Murray County. So that's Sulphur region. Yeah, this is the one I'm definitely watching. Weatherwise wants this thing to move up to, if it continues, wants it to move up. Okay, I'm actually going to pull their stream up. They may have a visual. It's not really... Well, they have a possible chance to get a visual here, so let's see what they got.
Oh, it's on the left. It's on the left. It's on the left.
Does he have it? Oh, there we go.
Okay, I was looking to the right. Dude, how are we gonna get out of the way?
There's a little funnel, guys.
Okay. Again, this is just off to the west-southwest of Sulphur. It's just off to the west-southwest of Sulphur.
You reporting that?
No. Now I am. Yeah, so we were looking up there. We couldn't see. We couldn't see because of the hill.
Right.
There it is, trying to get down. They've caught in a couple funnels here, guys. They've caught in a couple funnels. They're in the right spot. Yeah, this is just out to the west, southwest. Just out to the west of Sulphur, Oklahoma. South of Wynwood, Oklahoma.
Jollyville, Oklahoma.
This looks to be possibly...
Might be about to fully condense right now.
You know, the rest of our tornado warnings, we've got 4 tornado warnings down. Nothing's looking overly concerning, but we're going to keep watching them.
And that ain't going to go to our north. That's going to come right here.
Yeah, they are right in front of it. They're directly in front of it.
It's so close.
Run away, birdie. Let's see. It's getting closer. You can hear the guy in the background. I think it's coming right towards us. Hope everyone's having a good evening.
Oh, don't you...
Yeah, this is... we are looking at... Sorry. We're looking at Storm Runner Meteor right now. We're looking at Storm Runner Meteor right now.
So I don't think it will get rain wrapped.
I see that rain building up on its right side.
And this is just to the south of Wynwood, out to the west of Sulphur, Oklahoma.
Look at the notch on this thing now. It looks so much... Yeah, see how it's...
Weird. It does not want to fully condense. It might be roping out.
Oh man, they've almost had a couple.
Yeah, it's roping out.
They've almost had a couple. Still an okay couplet over here on the velocities, but
It's gone.
man, I am still watching this one though, up to just to the south of Byers, Oklahoma. Still watching this one.
Moving.
Oh, what's that one? Okay, I'll continue to watch them. Still watching this. This is our tour possible. So just to the south of Byers. I'd kind of be prepared just in case, but a little bit of potential on this thunderstorm down here. Let's take a look what we got here. There's a commercial. Do they see something here? That's the rotation. They're trying. All right. Let's check back up here to the north. Again, this is just to the northeast of Fort Madison, heading up to the northeast towards Burlington. And if we take a look here, not much going on the CC. Velocities, you can see a little bit of a couplet. I think this one's going to expire. Though we do have something right here. This headed up to the northeast towards Yarmouth and Roscoe, if I pronounced that correct. A little bit of potential there. So we'll continue to watch that. They did just put down a new severe thunderstorm warning, 70+ mile per hour wind. So this is considerable damage threat with some pretty small hail. But that's covering that entire region up there in southeastern Iowa. Let's see what's going on.
Trying to re-centralize right there.
Okay, I'm still watching them. Can you ban that guy, Evan? He's bothering chat. Yeah, Evan, are you modding right now? Let's take a look at our severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to just quickly go over and see if we have any more considerable damage threats. We do have that one up in southeastern Iowa, 70+ mile per hour winds. Your general hail size, bunch of 60 mile per hours. Yeah, so we've got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings and a few tornado warnings down. It doesn't look like we have anything observed, and I don't believe we do have anything on the ground, which is good. Yeah, we'll keep our eye on this one up here. We probably don't have any chasers up here in Iowa, do we? I could see if I could pull up some cams, though. Let's see here. Right in here. Yeah, Burlington, I'd take cover right now. Bottom floor interior of your home, in a closet away from windows, in a storm shelter, or in a basement. You know the drill. Definitely, we definitely could have something here. There's definitely rotation in here. I'm going to go actually pull up a Radar Omega and take a look at this. Let's take a look at this one, and this is also where we've got that considerable damage threat. So if you don't have a tornado on the ground, you could have some pretty strong wind gusts. All right. Let's dive into here. A little bit of a notch. I think this is just bad radar, but there we are. Yeah, I think this is just bad radar. I think there is a little bit of rotation in here. It's actually funny, the couplet is more visible over here on weatherwise. You can see a little bit of rotation in the reflectivity right here as I was moving that back and forth. So again, Burlington. Not seeing as much out of this northern storm, potentially. I'd still get in a safe spot up here. Again, Yarmouth. It's heading out towards you. Is that how you pronounce it, guys? Yarmouth? Or is it Yarmouth? I feel like Yarmouth is how you say it. Connor's Evans fry bot. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, no, there is. You're right.
They're still watching. They're still watching the storm out to the west of Sulphur.
You talking to me or your chat? What'd you say?
All right, we'll have that on hold. Y'all botting? Don't I look real, guys? I actually am a bot. I'm actually AI. I am AI, so you guys can be as mean as you want. AI doesn't have emotions. So, give me your best. I think it's time for another Red Bull, honestly. Give me your best. Luckily, guys, it does not look like we still have... yeah, if I'm being honest, this right here up in... What are they looking at?
I feel like the rotation is slowing down.
Yeah. This one up here to the south, southwest of Burlington is kind of where I've got my eyes on. You can see this rotating here on the reflectivity, and you can see that little couplet as well on the velocity. Yes, well, I am an AI bot, but just like Mark Zuckerberg, I have to try and act like a normal human. So I feel like a normal human would take a sip of an energy drink after streaming for a little bit. Wait, two-hand. Yummy human energy drink. That storm is looking now. Wait. I must have missed it. Oh, you were probably talking about when I had the chaser up. All right, man. Let me real quick, guys. Let me real quick see if there's any traffic cams up there in southeastern Iowa. We only have one tornado warning right now on the ground in Oklahoma, which is great. We do have, and these are all your 60 mile per hour. These are all your general thunderstorm warnings, except for this bad boy right here moving over Scotland, Texas. Was that Windthorst? Windthorst. So 80 mile per hour plus gust possible, inch and a half hail. So that's a nice one. That's a nice one moving down to the southeast. You know, hopefully this stuff doesn't continue as we get into the Dallas-Fort Worth region, though. I don't think it will. Still watching this again. He said, you know, there's still a little couplet here. As he said, he thought the rotation was slowing, but I think he's trying to still chase that one. I'm going to quickly look and see if I can get any cams up here. Southeastern. I mean, Burlington may have some, right? Is Burlington Iowa or is it? Yeah, it's Iowa. All right, let me look. Let's see here. Iowa traffic cams. I'm not Stormchaser Connor. Can you tell? I am Y'allbot 2.0. This is our Connor. Everyone gets a Connor, okay? Evan was looking for a Connor, so he got me. I'm the best he could do. I'm sorry. There was probably better Connors out there, but he settled. All right, let's look up here. Iowa Department of Transportation. Give me your traffic cameras. Let's go. Give me something good, please. Oh. There's one camera in Burlington. I hope we wouldn't have to look at this one, though, because that would mean a tornado would go directly through the city. Yeah, only one, and it's not going to give us a great angle. Let's look in the wrong direction, too. All right, well, let me try a different one. Let's try a different one. Let's try a different set. Man. I don't think so. Let's go into map view. Maybe. Wait 1 second. Maybe. I might have found one. No, I don't think so. All right, it's all right. It's all right. We'll survive. Make sure I'm caught up on here. All right. Y'allbot is annoying. Yeah, this Y'allbot? Connorbot has to be better. I hope I'm better than AI. Still a little bit of a couplet out there to the west of Sulphur. Again, we've got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. As a ton of, not a ton, but a few tornado warnings down, but nothing, still nothing observed. This is really the kind of, if we're going to get anything significant, it's probably going to be out here near Burlington right now. They're still chasing that one near Sulphur, and there is still a couplet showing up on the radar, so I'm watching it. I still think there's a possibility they see that thing touch down. Did we just get this extended out here? Here we go. This is new. Let's check this out here. All right, just to the south of Stratford. Just to the south of Stratford, Oklahoma. This is moving out to the east, east-northeast towards Ada and Bing. I think we were talking about this this couplet a little bit ago, so not super shocked to see it. And got a little bit of a hook in here. It's kind of congested. You know, these don't typically stay on the ground very long, but we got to pay attention to this. If you're out to the east of here, if you're in Bing, is it Bing or Bing? And Ada, Oklahoma, get in a safe spot again. Bottom floor, interior home, in a closet, away from windows, basement, storm shelter. We've got a little bit of a hook in here. Like I said, it's a little crowded in here, so I'm hoping that we don't get much out of this. But we do have a couplet right now on the radar right here, just to the south of Stratford. Is Sulphur safe? If it's not, we'll know if it's not because Storm Runner Media right here is literally on top of that. They're watching the circulation center. So there is a couplet just out to the west of Sulphur. We do have a cell that's rotating. I do think we may get think we may get a tornado warn. I think the cell out to the southwest of Sulphur, this one may actually go tor warned.
1 minute ago, 500 yards from us right now.
All right, let me show you this real quick. I do think we might get a tor warn down to the southwest here. So, Sulphur may need to pay attention for a while. Daughtry out here. I think we might go tor warn in here. We'll see. Just something I'm keeping my eye on. Tiny little couplet in here, but we'll watch it. Do they have it as tor possible? At least they do have it as tor possible. This is I'm giving it 80-20. 80-20 that we get a tor warn on this. All right, couple 70 mile per hour. Ooh, this is an interesting looking storm as well up here. Interesting looking storm up here. Just out to the north of Woodthorst. I've seen a few of these in Texas this year where you get this kind of double hook look. Let's take a look at this real quick. We need to pay attention to this. Woodthorst, this is moving out into the southeast. This is 70 plus mile per hour winds. I think this is, an 80 plus mile per hour gusts are possible out here with 1 to 2 inch hail. And we got a little bit of rotation in the cell as well. So we'll keep our eye on that. Not really around, I mean, Windthorst, this is already over Windthorst. But other than that, you've got Shannon and Prospect, Texas out there to the southeast. Oakland, Antelope. So we'll keep our eye on that. I do think this is probably going to be the next one to go tor warned. Let's see here. Ooh, nice. Big lightning strike. Still seeing these couplets in all these storms out here. And yeah, they did just extend this tornado. Okay, actually, these are 2 different circulation centers out here, guys. Roth, Fitzhugh, Oklahoma, getting a safe spot. We do have a little bit of rotation out to your west there. I wonder if he'll check Discord. Sorry, Evan. Oh, okay. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, you know, I want to just keep it up. What I should do, I just need to turn off notifications because I close it out on my computer. I have it on my phone, and I forgot I have notifications off on my phone. I should just have a box up in one of my screens, and then that'll be problem solved. Let's shake on these chasers real quick. Okay, so Pagey is in that storm down there in Texas. And there we go. Okay, this one did go Tor-warned first. It went Tor-warned. There we go. And this is actually a decent-looking storm as well. This is a decent-looking hook and couplet. So Windthorst, man, this is on top of Windthorst right now. But we do have, yeah, here we go. We've got a chase round. This is Pagey. Not too far. Actually, is that Wichita County, Texas?
95 to 78.
Yeah, she's near this one, guys. Where did I just go? There we go. Let's go back to weatherwise. Windthorst, I mean, on radar, this looks like it's already over Windthorst, but get in a safe spot. You should know that by now. This is right on top of you guys. I believe it's already crossing over. This radar's a little bit behind. Head out to the southeast. We've got some smaller cities down here. Postoke, Prospect, Oakland. We do still have this tornado, radar indicated tornado warning up here. A little bit of rotation out just around Roth, down to the southwest of Fitzhugh, and then out to the west of Sulphur as well. This is getting itself a little bit more organized just to the south of Stratford, Oklahoma, heading up to the northeast towards Ada and Bing. And again, we still have both of these radar indicated. This is actually about to expire, I believe. That's 1 minute that's going to expire. And this one up here in Burlington. Probably some really strong winds that just passed through Burlington, but looks like nothing was on the ground there as well. So they may let this expire as well. Okay, paying attention to that stream. I just figured out the different spellings of your and your probably about a year ago. Spelling's not my strong suit. Still a decent storm down here. Considerable damage threat. They upgraded it, or they downgraded it, but near Breckenridge, Texas. Again, moving forward in time here, these storms are going to start. These are moving out to the east. You're right, Evan. Nothing going on there. All right, let me just quickly go over the models real quick, guys, just so you know, for anyone that's out ahead of these storms today. Here we go. This is the 21Z. 22Z is loading, so Dallas, we could get involved. Dallas, we could get involved at around, still it's looking like 11-12 Central. 11-12 Central, Fort Smith out there towards northwestern Little Rock. Same thing, 11-12 Central. Joplin, it's going to be a little bit earlier. Joplin, we could have some strong to severe thunderstorms moving in at around 9 to 10 p.m. Oh, her stream just went off. Jefferson City, Columbia, we could have another round of storms. Not expected to be as severe, but there's potential there at around 10 to 11 Central. And then again, these storms up to the northeast, I think we're really going to lose a lot of it. I actually had brought it up yesterday. They did bring that slight down. I think these are going to lose a lot of that energy up to the northeast as we get into the late evening and midnight hours. We will see, like I said, a little bit of an MCS down here pushing off to the south and east towards Killeen, Waco, Tyler, Texas, Austin, Texas. As it gets down here to kind of where they have that marginal, we should see that kind of fizzle out. Again, Houston might see some rain out of this, rain showers, but San Antonio, Houston, the Woodlands, not expecting much overnight or through the morning. Let me pause this real quick to get updated on here. Is Mount Pleasant, Iowa in the clear now? I believe so, but we'll take a look at that, guys. Still watching this, moving up to the northeast towards Ada and Bing. Some decent rotation down here, just out to the southeast of Scotland, Texas as well. Let me take a look at what's going on with Pagey.
Literally everyone's just outside.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this guy.
Try to get a look.
Look at that.
Goodness gracious.
Look at that. Just to the south. She's just to the south of Scotland, Texas. Right around Windthorst. She might get something on here. I think she might. There might be a tornado on stream here, based on what the radar's doing.
Right there. Yeah, that's what I was watching.
Yeah, it's a decent view. Yeah, Saban.
I got it. As long as I'm not bothered.
It is a decent view. We've got rotation.
Actually, I can continue east instead of dropping south. Because it's right there for now. Yeah.
Just gonna keep this up for one more second. There is a lot going on in their area on radar, so
I got it.
It's okay.
I'm watching these other storms.
As long as I'm not
Hickory, Roth,
Pull off right up here.
Fitzhugh, Ada, Bing, Oklahoma. We do have. You guys are in these radar indicated tornado warnings. There is a decent looking couplets in the area. It doesn't look like anything's on the ground, but I'd be in a safe spot if I were in there. If I was in any of those cities or around there.
not a good idea.
This is real soft. I'm keeping 2 tires on here.
Could get this rotation going again just to the northeast of Burlington, Iowa, heading out towards. This is going to be a hard one. Aquaca and Rosetta, Illinois. So I'd be paying attention there as well. Just radar indicate it. That did highlight my name. That did highlight my name, Hope. I appreciate that.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that...
Whoa.
It's rotating, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep watching this, guys. I'll keep watching it.
See him standing out?
We'll keep watching that. I know. I don't think I'm logged in. I do have YouTube Premium. I don't think I'm logged into my account. Oops. Here's where they are. Right around Windthorst, Texas. So, you can see as well on the reflectivity. We kind of got a double hook trying to form here. Headed down to the southeast. Lots of radar indicated tornado warnings up here, just out down to the south. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty far down to the southeast of Oklahoma. Sulphur, Wynwood, Stratford, Ada. We've got a lot going on down here. We can take a look at these storms individually, but if I'm being honest, none of them look too bad. We've got this one, a little bit of a rotation to the north of Sulphur there, headed out to the east-northeast. Well, we're watching these closely. It's really congested in here. You can get a tornado spin up in a convection bubble like this. I actually saw that in Georgia just a few days ago. Wait, is that trying to touch down? 1 second. Let me look at the chaser real quick. Not quite yet.
I do see a bunch of precip wrapping back around in front of.
Not quite yet. But we'll keep watching this. Again, general thunderstorm warnings up here, 60-mile-per-hour winds, inch hail. We do have some tour possibles up here. Let me take a look at our velocities. Some pretty strong winds just out to the west, potentially 60, 70-mile-per-hour gusts plus. Out to the west of Sapulpa and Sand Springs, Oklahoma. And then, man, these names out here. Okmulgee, Oklahoma. We do have some pretty strong winds out to your west as well. Headed out to the east. Moving up to the north, just to the south, or actually in Jefferson City, we do have another just general thunderstorm warning moving off to the east. Decent velocities, nothing crazy. Let's push back up over here into Iowa. This is our extended radar indicated tornado. Again, not much there. Not much there, which is good. But if you're out ahead of this, Rosetta, Little York, Bald Bluff, Monmouth, again, I would take shelter. Or at least keep a close watch on that. Where would it be going? Zion, for which one? Yeah, I-35 up and down that line. Just out to the east of it. Just out to the east of I-35. I'm sitting south of Paul's Valley. Am I cooked? I think you're good in Paul's Valley. Yeah, you're gonna have some strong thunderstorms moving through right now, but that Tor chance just pushed out to your east. There's been reports of 81 plus mile per hour wind gusts near Burlington, Iowa. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit probably.
Yeah, we've got some strong winds up here. You can see this. We've had this considerable. We've had this considerable. You can see it says observe 70 mile per hour winds. We've had this considerable severe thunderstorm warning just continued to move up to the northeast here. It started up here in northeastern Missouri. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Start up here in northeastern Missouri, and it's just followed. This line of storms up here has been producing 70, 80 plus mile per hour gusts. It's continuing to move off to the northeast towards Galesburg, Preemption. That's a very interesting word. Davenport, Bluegrass, Walcott. So, regardless of if we do see a tornado touchdown here, we could have some damaging winds, some power outages, maybe some tree branches down up here as well. This is a decent looking storm actually right here. This is a decent looking cell out to, there's really nothing around it. I guess you could say out to the northeast of Mill Creek, Oklahoma, heading off to the northeast towards Tupelo, Oklahoma. That's developed quite quickly. No really big population centers in around this area. I can't even, okay. Pontotoc, Oklahoma. There we go. Get somewhere safe because this is especially... this is a decent hook on reflectivity, and we've got that couplet as well. So not much of a CC drop. Man, this line of storms just continues to try and produce. Our storm down in Texas is getting a little messy, but it may be trying to get something together. Yeah, right down here, moving up towards Tupelo, Centrahoma, Oklahoma, Pontotoc. This we may go observed with this, so make sure you're in a safe spot up here. Sulfur clear. Yeah, listen, if there's something on the ground, it's like in sulfur right now, and I don't think it is. So sulfur's looking pretty good. You've got another storm out to your southwest. They just dropped it, okay? Because it was tour possible. It looked like we could get something. They just dropped that as well. So sulfur's looking pretty good moving forward here. Is Iowa okay now? Let's go take a look up here. 1 second, guys. All right, good news. Good news. If you're tired of me, Evan is coming back. I apologize if it's a little weird. It's my first time kind of jumping in here and doing this for a couple hours for Evan, so I'll fix my notifications. I haven't been using Stormchasers. I've been using just traffic cams and stuff like that, so I'm going to get a cleaner flow with that, and I'm going to have the Stormchasers like Evan does up on the side here, and we'll make everything work. I don't think it was too bad for the first time being in here, but I appreciate you guys. Evan's going to get back in here. He's going to cover this. Yeah, southeastern Iowa's looking pretty good. These storms are moving off, by the way, to these storms are moving off to the east. So I would still pay attention to Davenport up there and Clinton and DeWitt as well, Iowa. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Seriously, thank you. All right, Evan. Kick me out of here whenever you're ready.
Am muted. All right, I'm unmuted, I think. Yeah, he covered that really, really well. What the heck happened to... Oh, got to do that. There we go. Yeah, he covered that really, really well. So everybody put a round of applause in the chat for Connor. I was able to eat. I was able to eat dinner, relax. That was absolutely amazing. So huge shout out to Connor. Much needed break. And he did an amazing, amazing job. So let's go ahead, give a little update on what we're talking about out here. So south and east of Scotland, we still have some broad rotation on this storm. It's been struggling for a little bit, but on Page's view, which is out over here, as you can see, they're on the storm right now, and they've been giving some good views of the storm. And we haven't really seen much. There might have been a brief funnel on this storm at one point, but it was hard to tell whether or not it was a funnel or if it was scud. But I mean, definitely still a dangerous enough broad circulation that I would still, be in your safe spots for here in and around the Windthorst area. Again, this is in Texas, south of Wichita Falls. Back over here, south of Shawnee, we have a couple of tornado warnings out here. None of these really have that dangerous of rotation at this moment. This one up here, at one point did have some decent rotation. That has since kind of died off, but there still is a little bit there. So if you live in Ada and Bing, just be in your safe spots. Again, just like Connor said, the radar might not be capturing the full picture there. So I'm going to continue to seek shelter from that one. This one over here near Hickory, Denny, Roth, and Fitzhugh. I have an area of some circulation back over here to the west of there. I'm about to cross over 301 heading in y'all's direction. So definitely still worth being in your safe spots for that one. And this one has been kind of getting a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker at some times as well. As right now, I would say it's more on a weakening phase, but still potentially could try to do something as that moves up to the north and east towards Pontiac. And speaking of the devil, or not the devil, honestly, speaking of the saint who came in here and allowed me to have a break, Connorville also needs to be in their safe spots out there as well. So what a pretty decent escalation there of tornadic activity. We had a couple of these prefrontal supercells. We're wondering today whether or not they would try to mature, and they did, and they matured, tapped into the shear environment. There was about 30 knots of shear out there, so these storms were able to spin up. We had a couple of tornadoes out there, and yeah, I think Connor did an amazing job covering it all. Back over here near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, by the way, what did you guys think? What did you guys think about Connor? By the way, just wondering. Yeah. All right. Up here, further up to the north, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm moving towards Sapula, Okmulgee, Glenpool, and Bixby. You like Connor? He did great. Connor is cool. He did great. He did a great job. Dang. Connor's got some raving reviews. Also back over here, but it looks like we just got a new tornado warning. Let me turn on my my alert sounds here so I can hear them really quick. There we go. Yeah, back over here near Millersburg. I got a new tornado warning out over here for this area of circulation. Definitely a little couplet there. Heading towards Millersburg, Hamlet, Reynolds, Preemption, Edgington, Sherrard, Oak Grove, Milan, Andalusia, just south of Davenport. And latest scan just came in, and that certainly has a decent area of circulation right now. That's pretty close to dropping a tornado. So if you live in Millersburg over here in Illinois, I would be in your safe spots. And then back over here, looks like we just got a new tornado
warning has been issued.
For these, we actually have two circulations up here further off to the north. That's going to be heading up towards Monmouth in Alexis. You guys need to be in your safe spots there here in Illinois. I got two areas of circulation, both decently tight couplets there, south of Little York and south of Monmouth. So again, if you guys live in this area, be in your safe spots. Again, that's Alexis, Aledo, Viola, Windsor, Alpha. All need to be in their safe spots here in Illinois. And Davenport, parts of Davenport going into central Davenport need to be in their safe spots. And thank you, Patrick, for being a member for 2 months. By the way, you're spicy, Mike, but you change your YouTube name because you're starting a channel. Oh, I'm assuming it's going to be about tractors and trains. There was an Evan in chat who was a pain in the bum. Yeah, I saw him. He had the exact same profile picture as me and the same name. I mean, how dare he? How dare he? And an unwarned tornado went through Smithshire. Really? Where's Smithshire? Smithshire, Illinois. Yeah, it's possible. Let me see what the velocities look like at that time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that actually could have been, that could have been like a one of those brief, hard to spot tornadoes. Those ones are hard to catch. But so that's probably why it went unwarned, unfortunately. But that's a good catch by you, Help. You did a great job there. Does Nevada, Missouri have a tornado threat tonight? Let me check that out for you. Nevada. No. Nevada. Am I spelling that right? Yeah. Missouri. Why isn't that popping up for me? Okay. Let me get out of weatherwise here. I don't think Connor was not having the same issues. Nevada. Why is it only me? Missouri. Okay. Well, it doesn't want to work for me. I think I remember where Nevada is. No, I don't. All right. We're going to be forced to use weatherwise. Nevada, Missouri. How about that? There we go. Finally. That's over there. So yeah, you guys got a storm coming in. So that's going to be that one back over here. So you're just north of Joplin. Where did weatherwise go? Oh, I know what happened. It's because there we go. But yeah, near Nevada, not seeing much rotation by you. You got some thunderstorms, but that's going to be it. The leading edge of these storms is where our tornado threat is going to lie, and that's already past you. So you're mainly going to be thunderstorms, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, nothing too crazy. All right. Yeah, that could be something there. A little bit too small to be able to confirm for sure without any reports on the ground, but that could have been a brief NATO there near Millersburg. Definitely wouldn't rule that out for sure. So if you're leaving Edgington and preemption, this storm might have just produced a brief tornado there. Back over here south of Little York, still not seeing any evidence that these are on the ground. But again, these are these little spin up, kind of a QLCS line. These can produce tornadoes pretty quickly. So I definitely wouldn't let your guard down. As these continue up to the north and east, the radars might not catch everything. Kind of like what just happened over here, potentially near Millersburg. Like that's not really a signature that you know, kind of would be 100% confident that that is a tornado on the ground. I mean, it could be, but it's just a little speck. Maybe one picture of debris. So that could be a tornado, might not be. But yeah, this is how these storms are going to be acting up here in Illinois. So if you guys live, you know, near preemption, near Milan, near Edgington, west of Galesburg, I would be in your safe spots just in case, you know, these storms try to drop some brief tornadoes. I think that's definitely certainly possible. Still coming back down. Let's come back down here into our tornado watch here into Oklahoma. Where we are still monitoring some circulations, but as of right now, they are still generally on the weaker side. This is probably our strongest rotation at the moment in Oklahoma. Over there near Roth, Fitzhugh, still need to be in their safe spots. Wow, look at this view here from Zach. Stormchaser Zach, check that out. I'll be honest, I don't know where he's at.
Yeah, there is a 2127 or something like that east road down there too, a little bit to the south. We need it.
Wow, what a view. Doesn't look overly tornadic, but definitely a pretty interesting looking storm. I don't know where that is though. That is the only problem. But yeah, that's what's going on over there in Oklahoma. Back over here on the storm our Pagey tornado is on. It looks like our rotation is starting to get a little bit stronger here to the east of Windthorst. That is pushing down towards Prospect and Shannon. I would still be in your safe spots. This storm is still looking pretty dangerous, and I think Pagey tornado is actually like near or inside of the circulation right now. Let's listen in. Jeez, that's loud. Turn that down. I don't know why that's so loud.
Yeah, this road's already filling up.
Still a little bit on the wild side. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, they're like they're like right in this circulation right now. So.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Those captions were crazy.
Yeah.
You're not seeing anything overly tornadic here. Definitely some strong winds inside of this storm, and our latest tornado warning was just issued. Extended this off just a tad bit more to the east, now more south of Bellevue. But I mean, it looks like this storm really wants to drop a tornado there south of west of Deer Creek. That's some pretty strong rotation associated with our mesocyclone here. So it would not surprise me at all if we ended up seeing something there on Paige's stream. So make sure you're paying attention. She is just up there in the middle of the screen there on the left side. Let's come back up into the Illinois area where, wow. Yeah, this couplet over here, north and east of Millersburg, is still looking pretty dangerous there. I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this. They haven't confirmed this yet, as far as I could tell. But it wouldn't surprise me if this thing's already dropped potentially 2 tornadoes at this point. I mean, sometimes these couplets can just one after the other. We definitely have one indication of a tornado, but I wouldn't rule out it dropping or it have already have dropped another one, or if it could drop or it could possibly drop another one in the future. And again, we're probably not going to see it on radar when it happens. We'll get lucky if we do, because these are going to be really quick hitting tornadoes. So again, if you live in Edgington, preemption over here in Illinois, I would be in your safe spots. Near Joy. Where's Joy? Is that this storm? Yeah. We saw that. It's hard to confirm 100% whether or not that was a tornado. It's like a very brief, small debris signature. It would not surprise me given the couplet. So that's what I was talking about earlier when I said the storm may have already dropped the tornado. And I mean, latest scan, that rotation is still relatively strong there. So if you live in Hamlet, you're going to be next in line. This is right in between Marston and Jingle Corners here into parts of Illinois. So I would certainly be in your safe spots. So they just extended this tornado warning a little bit further off to the north and east. That's going to be for Henderson, Ontario, and Rio. You guys need to be in your safe spots out there. Again, we have a couple of areas of circulation. You can actually see, maybe another one trying to develop down there. Kind of looks like a little bit contaminated over there. It's hard to tell. But that might be a little something over there as well. Wouldn't rule out completely. But you can even see that we even have a little bit of some rain wrapping around that rotation right here in between Gerlaw and Coldbrook. And that's, again, heading up pretty close to Shanghai and Henderson here in the Illinois region. Again, we're looking over here northwest in Illinois. There's a lot of little storms along this leading edge of the line, but these ones over here near Davenport are the only ones that we are particularly concerned about right now. But we'll continue to keep on coming up and checking other portions of the line. Over here into parts of Missouri, we also have a little bit of a gust of wind about to head into Chamois here with some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail inside of that storm. Back over here near the Tulsa area, looks like they dropped y'all's severe thunderstorm warning back down to a special weather statement. So 50-mile-per-hour winds is expected for you guys. Little interesting thing happening over here. Maybe a circulation in the beginning stages of trying to form there. Over there near Zinc Ranch, Skiatook, and Sperry. And just south and west of Broken Arrow, not seeing any major areas of circulation over here, so not overly concerned about any of those storms, but some 60-mile-per-hour winds could be coming up there as well. Let's come back over here south of Ada and check in on these rotations. Yeah, looks like we still have a couple of circulations down here, but I'll tell you what, these are starting to look a lot weaker. A lot weaker there. So not overly concerned with that storm right now, or any of those storms in southeastern Oklahoma. This one, I would say, is probably our most concerning storm at the moment, or close to being our most concerning storm at the moment. As you can see, we do still have a decent area of strong rotation. Not seeing a debris signature, but definitely keeping a close eye still on that one as well. Let's come back up here to Illinois and check in on this. Oh my goodness. I think these are tornadoes here. These might be tornadoes here south of Edgington. We got two areas of strong circulation just kind of came up out of nowhere there south of Edgington. And I think this one just to the south of Edgington could be on the ground. Yeah, latest scan still has debris ongoing there south of Edgington. So watch out. Again, there's a reason why everybody that is in this warning should be in their safe spots, not just the people near the circulations that we can see. Again, this is one of your typical QLCS circulations where we see areas of rotation along the leading edge. I mean, right now we have not only one, we have two areas of circulation there south of Alexis, and then back over here south of Edgington, we have two areas of rotation there. So we have approximately 4 areas of decent rotation that could all have the capability. Well, this one over here near Alexis, probably not. This one over here near Shanghai still has a little bit of a chance to produce a tornado. Not as strong. But, I mean, definitely these 2 areas of rotation need to be watched. I think this one south of Edgington is on the ground heading off towards Milan right now. So please continue to be sheltered in your safe spots. This is quite the dangerous situation over here. I really don't like, to be honest, these Really don't like these QLCS type circulations as they do drop relatively quickly. Thought we were winding down for today. Nope. You guys know Mother Nature, we were talking about it before the stream. Mother Nature just kind of has her mind, has her own mind, has her own plan in place that not even the models can detect sometimes. Again, we started off today, remember, with a 2% tornado risk. And I mean, this has been one of our more active days that we have had in June this far. They just warned it. So far, we don't have any observed tornadoes on these, but I mean, we can see it pretty clearly here on radar that we definitely have a tornado on the ground here south of Edgington, and it is still in progress south of Edgington. Let me see where Stormrunner Media is. Where are they at? Make sure we're current on everybody's stream. Okay, so they're still on those tornado warnings in Oklahoma. I don't think we're going to have any new information, but let's just listen in to see if they're reporting anything that we're not seeing on radar. There's a lot of rain. Definitely a lot of rain. But I can tell you right now, it's those storms aren't probably going to produce. We'll just come back and check in with them just for a second, just to make sure nothing's changed. Yeah. This area of rotation actually over here south and west of Stonewall is now completely gone. So they're probably going to allow this tornado warning to expire. I would assume before the 27 minutes. And then this one back over here near Fitz Hall, it still technically has circulation, but it's very broad circulation at this moment. And then south of Ada, there's also another area, some pretty broad circulation south of Ada as well. So I don't think any of those circulations are going to be producing a tornado anytime soon, but it's definitely something to still keep an eye on just in case, we still have a little bit more of a favorable environment. Once those storms merge with the line, though, they're probably not going to be much more of a tornado threat. Back over here east of Windthorst, looks like our circulation is not looking as bad here in Texas as it looked before. That could be a legitimate couplet there. Could also be a little bit contaminated. We do have a chaser in the area, so let's go tune back into Pagey Tornado really quick and see if we can get any reports from her. It looks like she's struggling with service. We'll wait just a couple of seconds. Yeah, it looks like she's struggling with service right now. To be honest, it kind of seemed like Zach was in Texas, just by the way his storm was looking. He really needs a way for us to track where he is, because I have no idea where Zach is. He doesn't have any indication on his stream. So if anybody's watching Zach's stream and could just let me know if he says his location, that would be super helpful. Now let's come back up here. Man, this could potentially even be a strong tornado there now. Our latest correlation coefficient is still saying that we have a tornado on the ground. And thank you, our links for the $2. Thank you so much. Imagine what? Heading towards Taylor Ridge. Where's Taylor's Ridge? Taylor's Ridge. Oh, is that where they're going? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Taylor Ridge is right there. Yeah. Yeah, if you're in Taylor Ridge, definitely be in your safe spots. Because after this, it's going to come very, very close to you. Hopefully it goes up to your north, but, it's going to be a close enough call to where, you're probably going to hear about this tornado tomorrow, right? Or maybe even later tonight if enough information can get out of the area. Sometimes when you get tornadoes, power goes down. It's hard to get that info out. New tornado warning has been issued. It's like that's going to be down here in Oklahoma for this storm near Sulphur. Man, that is just a messy view here on radar. Hard to tell what this storm is doing. Our radar, our other closest radar, isn't really seeing much, so there is definitely a chance that this could be some sort of contamination, but bottom line is all of this is very heavily contaminated. So we're just not going to really be able to tell you what is happening. So I think we've gotten most likely some sort of report out of this storm that backs up some rotation being in this area. So if you live in Sulphur in Hickory, Oklahoma, I would certainly be in your safe spots. I'll keep putting imagine in chat. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But that's what I'm seeing down there. I mean, other than that tornado warning, I'm not seeing those other circulations redeveloping anything yet. I would say our worst tornado threat is probably over here south of Andalusia right now. There's a tornado in Scott County. Let me check. Scott County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is glorious. I love how I don't understand why this is only glitched out for me. Because I saw Connor was searching cities very easily. So I don't know what's going on. New tornado warning over here near Skiatook. Oh, yeah, that's that little area of circulation we were looking at. Really not strong rotation whatsoever on this storm, but I think they're just trying to get ahead out of this thing. Probably got some sort of report out of this storm, maybe a rotating wall cloud. So if you live in Sperry and Skiatook, I'd be in your safe spots. It doesn't look like this storm is eminently tornado at the moment, but who knows? It might try to do something. So just be in your safe spots in Skiatook and Sperry, and we'll let you know if anything changes. Wow, look at this view over here from Pagey Tornado. Really? Oh, there it is. Look at that. Is there a tornado in Broken Arrow? No, this tornado warning is north of you.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. I'm assuming that's going to be over in here. It's got a new PDS tornado warning on this storm. That's going to be a particularly dangerous situation. That's going to be for this area of circulation where we still have strong rotation ongoing. Let's look at our debris signatures over here now, because our correlation coefficient is 1 minute ahead of everything else. If you live over here near Milan and Davenport, Cole Valley, East Moline, Kelowna, Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, and Comanche, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a dangerous situation out here. Again, PDS tornado warning means that there is potentially a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. So definitely don't want to take your chances. You want to be in the lowest, most interior portion of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation here, as we do have a couple of areas, not just this one over here near Andalusia, but also over here near the Oak Grove area. We have another area of some strong rotation or some decent rotation that very well could try to drop a tornado as well. So definitely want both those areas to be in their safe spots and further down the line. There's a lot of SRH here. Yeah, there is. I remember looking at it earlier. Has it gotten even worse? Let me check. Storm relative helicity. Not really. It's actually gotten better, to be honest. Our strong, it's only around 250 SRH. So the storm relative helicity is not overly strong. It's still elevated. 250 is still definitely not a weak shear environment. Got about 30 knots of shear around this as well. Man, look at this view from Tennessee Storm Hunters. Oh, just a brief look. They're at an unknown storm. Don't know where that is, but that is one heck of a storm. Can I show chauffeur? Sure. You can look at sulfur. That's actually all the way down here. Yeah, over here near Sulphur, Oklahoma. Still looks like we have a broad area of circulation here. Still heading off to the east towards Hickory. It looks like we have a little bit of a cleaner view of this storm as well. So this is definitely a lot more helpful than it has been out here with this radar imagery. So if you live in Hickory, I would still, definitely consider being in your safe spots. Any Skolin, you got a broad area of circulation. What does a broad area of circulation mean? It means probably not a tornado on the ground right now. There's no evidence of that just yet, but I would be in your safe spots because sometimes these broader circulations can spin up quite quickly. It only takes a little bit to make this broad circulation a tight circulation, which tight circulations are the ones that drop tornadoes. So if you live over there near Hickory, I'd be sheltered in place still. Let's come all the way back down here to Texas and see what's going on with this guy. See if there's anything else worth talking about with this. Yeah, we definitely got some contamination here. It's clear air, contamination, and it kind of just looks like we're dealing with mainly just a gust front. Not sure if this is hail contamination or legitimate rotation. Might have to keep an eye on that area. It's kind of a weird spot for rotation to be, but technically, that could try to do something. Maybe. I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think that is legitimate, but I'll continue to keep an eye on it. Just came in is this tornado in Illinois. Yeah. We got a large and extremely dangerous tornado over here south of Davenport. Latest scan, though, looks great. That's what you want to see. When you got a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground and you see that, that's actually good news. That means the rotation seems to be dying off here. But I will say this one over here near Oak Grove kind of seems to be taking charge here in our latest scans. Not seeing a new debris signature with that, but again, would not rule out yet another potentially strong or large and extremely dangerous tornado here with this one near Oak Grove as well. It's in the same environment. It's technically in the same storm, so... Bingden, Illinois. Yeah, Bingden is south of here. So you do got some severe winds of up to 70 miles per hour coming. So definitely, going to get a little bit loud out there. A little bit, it's going to feel a little bit unsure, right? 70 mile per hour winds can definitely scare you a little bit. But I promise, as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be all right from that one. Just be prepared for some power outages. What is Chicago getting tonight? Oh, we can check that out. Back over here, over to the HRRR. Now, Chicago wasn't really supposed to get much tonight. We'll see how long this line stays intact for. According to our latest HRRR, this is supposed to die out like in the next 2 hours. And it's still ongoing, so question marks whether or not that'll end up being true.
New tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's extending. Oh, is that the Dominator? Look at that. It's Reed Timmer. You know you're chasing at the right target if you have the Dominator right next to you. But yeah, they just extended this tornado warning for Windsor, Alfred, Andover, Cambridge, Kewanee, Anawan, Atkins, and Geneseo. Guys need to be in your safe spots here. All right, let's go check back in for the Tulsa area, see what's happening over here. Yeah, looks like our area of rotation has pretty much completely died off here west of Skiatook. I'd still be in your safe spots. This rotation's never been that strong, so I think someone must have reported something pretty interesting on this storm, so I'd still be in your safe spots just in case the radar's really not picking up much out here. Further down to the south, heading into Broken Arrow, we do have a line of thunderstorms coming your way with 60 mile per hour winds. Again, nothing too crazy. You're probably barely going to notice that storm in comparison to some of the storms that you all usually get up there. Man, I'm telling you, this look on radar, I've seen it so many times, especially on like the southern side of these lines of storms. These usually never turn into tornadoes, but just in case this one actually achieves it, which is technically, theoretically possible. I still want Hickory, Oklahoma to be in their safe spots. We're over here south of Ada. Let's come back down into Texas, check really quick, and then we'll go back to the big radar view so we can just look at everything. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued up here. Maybe a little bit of rotation just to the west of Tacoma. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning there. And then this one's looking pretty messy here on radar. They might extend it just to be safe, but as far as I can tell, our rotation is just not looking that organized anymore. And if you look over here on Pagey's view, it actually kind of gives us a better indication here of what we're dealing with. That's a pretty elevated looking storm. Not really seeing an organized lowering or wall cloud or anything in this storm right now. You can kind of see it's kind of outflowy right now. I think we're sitting directly in the whale's mouth with Pagey's stream. On a 2% day is actually crazy. It happens. It's June. This usually doesn't happen in like March or April, but it's June. It is June. It does be happening. All right, let's come over here with the broad view radar just so everybody can see their storm for a little bit. And we'll turn off these. There we go. You see, we've actually had a decent amount of damage reports. Why isn't this animating? Let me refresh Radar Mega. There we go. We've had a decent amount of damage reports out of this line of storms already. Over there near Kansas City, where we had that PDS tornado warning earlier. A couple of damage reports over there north of Sedalia. We had downed wires and power outages in the Glasgow area. This MCS has been pretty potent so far, and it continues to be that way. And then, yeah, over there further down to the south. It's kind of a mess out there. I mean, for a slight risk, it's been really active. Did today overperform? Yes, definitely. Today has significantly overperformed. Significantly. I mean, we started off the day with a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Kansas City. So it kind of started off with a bang. I had a feeling when I looked at the mesoscale analysis earlier today, which is why we went live super early, that things were shaping up to be a little bit more active than what the models were saying. And lo and behold, what a day it's been so far. 6 hours in, and are there any damage reports in Norman? Not that I'm seeing other than this tornado report, TDS observed. We haven't had any other damage reports out of the area. I haven't seen any news out there yet. I haven't really been checking on the reporter group too much. Can I show home reports on stream? What do you mean by home reports? Let's see here. We got some questions in chat. Sulphur. Yeah, Sulphur, Oklahoma still needs to be in their safe spots. But yeah, actually, no, you're good to go. You can come out of your safe spot. Circulation's to your east. You'll be fine. But definitely a lot of heavy rain. Potentially some pretty bad flooding is definitely possible there. It would not surprise me. I'm surprised there isn't a flash flood warning out here yet. If not, we're going to get one here pretty soon. That's a lot of rain that's been falling over a short period of time. Over a short period of time there in the Sulphur area, and that's probably going to continue for a little while. In Stonewall, I don't know what state that is. You got to tell me what state it is. And Tulsa, yeah, we still got a tornado warning over here, but no rotation. So they're going to allow that one to expire probably really shortly. Let's come back over here towards Illinois, give an update on our potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, our rotation is still looking kind of, thankfully, lackluster here. It looks like they have downgraded this to radar indicated, or maybe it was always radar indicated. I didn't actually read that earlier. But it does not appear to be on the ground anymore. And this southern area of rotation for this tornado warning has pretty much completely died off at this moment. I would still say there's maybe a little bit of broad circulation there, still near Alpha. You can actually see the rain still wrapping around that circulation here on radar. So I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado still trying to happen with that southern portion. So I still want Cambridge, Geneseo, Inawan, Kewanee, Pleasant Valley, Kelowna to be in their safe spots. Let's go over to Iowa. I got cameras in Iowa. Traffic cameras. I want to see if we can sneak peek a view of this storm near Davenport really quick. Okay, is this like right on the border? We don't have any cameras, unfortunately, in... What the heck? Okay, I guess that one's not working. Yeah, here's a view. You're in Davenport? Yeah, I would still be in your safe spots. If you live in like Eastern Davenport, this is what it looks like in the area. Nothing too crazy, at least on this camera. It is a little bit out in front. I would assume probably getting a little bit more dicey further back to our west. Yeah, look at this. Definitely a little bit more rainy back over there. Yeah, you can see our circulation is like back over in this area. Let's come to here. So probably be like where our strongest winds are. Not looking too crazy. Not looking too crazy there. Yeah, I mean, this little area of circulation is still trying to do something there north of Poplar Bluff now. It seems like that might be a little bit of a handoff. You can see our storm is becoming a little bit more outflow dominant here to the east of Moline, but there is still definitely a circulation trying to do something there. So for that one, for sure, I would still, like in Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, Davenport should be like, if you live over here in Davenport, you're good to go. But like if Pleasant Valley is technically still considered Davenport, I would continue to seek shelter from that. Heavy rain and winds in Knox County, Illinois. Where's Knox County? Knox County, Illinois. Oh, that's over there in the Galesburg region. Yeah, y'all are under a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. Hopefully y'all's power stays on. Near Ada, Oklahoma. A lot of these warnings, I think, are going to be allowed to expire, especially this one over here near Stonewall. Well, never mind. To be honest, it looks like we might be getting a resurgence of a rotation here with this storm near Stonewall. That one was dying pretty significantly. Our latest scans are indicating it might be coming back a little bit. I don't even think, when was this issued? Yeah, this was issued 28 minutes ago. This isn't even a tornado warning for this new circulation. So we might see a new tornado warning for this area of rotation here shortly. This one back over here near Sulphur has fallen apart completely. As far as I can tell, this doesn't look that like legitimate rotation here near Mill Creek. So I'm not overly concerned about that. But this back over here, south and west of Stonewall, little bit of rotation is trying to get back going there. So that is actually a whole new storm. So they'd probably issue a new tornado warning for that. Also, we still have some prefrontal activity trying to organize over here near Colgate. So got to watch to see if those storms will mature, because they'll be popping right back up into that shear environment that's been causing tornadoes if it can mature. And then, yeah, latest scan on this storm, not seeing any areas of dangerous rotation as far as I can tell there. Let's check over here in the Fort Worth. Yeah, looking mainly like an outflow dominant wind bag at the moment. So definitely could be some damaging winds. Check back over here near Tulsa, Oklahoma really quick. Yeah. That is looking about as untornadic as possible. You're watching the news. They're saying an 8er touchdown in Moline in Illinois. Yeah. There's some potential there. As we do have an area of circulation, it looks like it has officially redeveloped. I don't see a debris signature, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not on the ground. If they have reports of damage in Moline, that could have come from the beginning of whatever this is here. Again, we're pretty close here to the radar, but you can pretty distinctly tell that that is a decent area of rotation north of Moline. And a tornado warning in Milan. Yeah, Milan's good to go. Actually, believe it or not, just as you said that, you got taken out of that tornado warning. So you guys come out of your safe spots. Thank you, TB, for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Storm is heading right at you. Well, get ready. Is this expected today? Definitely not up here in Illinois. No. This is a little bit of a surprise. Okay, looks like they have dropped this down into a radar indicated, so they have taken off the PDS tornado warning on this storm right now. But I would not rule out that one. They say it's not on the ground right now, but I wouldn't rule out that one near East Moline being on the ground. And still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Just got our latest correlation coefficient scan. I'm not seeing anything really jumping out at me. It's kind of hard to tell which one of these could be a debris signature given the fact that we don't have our latest reflectivity scan or velocity scanning yet. Somehow, even with the DVR being disabled, you can still fall back on stream. You just have to refresh the stream. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. That must be like a connectivity issue thing. Because, I mean, when we were watching Connor, like I was checking, I probably checked like 20 times while he was going, you know, because he has the DVR disabled on his just to make sure that we don't get behind. Oh, wow. We're actually getting some pretty strong winds, it looks like, from Stormwind Media. Let's listen in really quick. Yeah, this is that new circulation. So they're pretty close to that new circulation near the Stonewall, Oklahoma area.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, no, it's safe. Look at I forgot.
So we'll be continuing to keep an eye on that storm, I promise. Let me take this off as well. Bring that back to radar indicated. All right, there we go. All right, let's check back over here. Do we have our latest scan? Okay, our latest scan is in. Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like we have as strong of a couplet anymore here north and east of Moline. But just given the storm's history, I definitely wouldn't be taking this storm any less seriously, just given the fact that this thing could quickly spin up and potentially try to drop another tornado. We are also getting an indication here of around 60 mile per hour winds, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds here south of Pleasant Valley. So definitely still seeing some pretty strong winds in this storm, especially near the East Moline area heading towards Rapid City in the Illinois area. So still definitely a storm to be paying close attention to. Further down to the south near Cambridge, still not seeing much of a indication that this storm is wrapping back up. No areas of strong rotation, mainly just a wind threat right now, but who knows? This environment is pretty interesting up here, and it could eventually try to do something again. So we'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on it. Let's come check back up here in Tulsa just to make sure this thing isn't doing anything surprising. Yeah, it looks like they just allowed this tornado warning to expire, which does not surprise me. That thing has had no rotation for the last half an hour. Yeah, latest scan on our tornado warning back over here. This is like the definition of a storm, at least on radar, that is elevated and behind an outflow boundary. So I do think that they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire for that storm. And over here south of Stonewall, I'm surprised they haven't reissued this one yet. But I guess they're not. They might be, I mean, they might be thinking that this is just all elevated rotation, which very well could be true. Yeah, this one expired just now. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still not seeing anything that's really sticking out to me on that one. Let's come check back over here with this radar. Yeah, kind of the same things here. Again, this is also a pretty elevated storm. Oh, looks like the old Stormchaser Zach has ended his stream there. Great content. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trying our best. Heard Tulsa's getting bad. I mean, you guys definitely have some wind pulling up into the Tulsa area. We can actually watch these storms if you guys want to see it in Tulsa. If you're stuck indoors, well, let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure we have cameras up there. Yeah, we do have cameras in the Tulsa area. I'll put them where Zach was, because there are some winds coming through there. Let's see. We're going to want to be South Tulsa. As far south in Tulsa as possible. That camera is down. Be looking west, southeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'll do that in just a second. New tornado warning has been issued out over here near Colgate for this storm, surprisingly. And they did allow both of these tornado warnings to expire. I mean, this storm near Colgate, I'm not going to lie, it doesn't really have any rotation. So we, at least on radar. So we must have some sort of report in on this storm right now that we're just not seeing here. Because as you can see very clearly, we don't even have any grays or reds or anything. This is just all straight line wind, all the same color. So we must have some sort of report on this storm from the ground. That this storm has got some sort of wall cloud on it. So if you live in Colgate, I'd be in your safe spots. You just realize you've been watching for 5 hours. It's addictive. Weather is, it's a powerful phenomenon. It's kind of hard to look away. All right, let's come back up here to Tulsa, try to find a nice camera. Ooh. Little something back in there. There's your storm heading into Tulsa. Is looking out to the west. Holly, as a new viewer, how did you like because you must have started pretty close to when I took a break and then Connor came on. Check forcing. We have plenty of forcing. Forcing is not an issue right now, as you guys can tell. Our storms are firing and they are maturing. Can't go backwards and stream. Yeah, I sacrificed that so that we can have people stay more up to date. It's a higher likelihood that everybody stays up to date when we take off the DVR. Yeah, latest scans up here. Still not seeing any new circulations developing. Still not really anything sticking out to me on this one. Do we think we'll see severe weather around Joplin? Probably not, to be honest. Unless these storms can, like this one over here near Skiatook is kind of on a path towards Joplin. But, by the time it gets there, the environment's going to be worked over quite a bit. Because as you can see, there's just rain after rain after rain coming into Joplin. So the longer that happens, the more that daylight heating goes down, which is already started, the less likely you're probably going to see severe weather in Joplin. I wouldn't completely rule it out, but I think I would say the thing I'm most worried about for the Joplin area is probably going to be the flood threat. And a photo of a possible tornado in Davenport. Jeez. I don't know what to think about that. It says near the Quad Cities. I think I could show this. Yeah, I think so. Just a screenshot of a tourist cam. It looks like. Look at this. Might be why it got the large and extremely dangerous. I mean, that looks like a tornado to me. It looks like it goes all the way down to the surface. It can also be a rain shaft, technically, but I don't know. That looks very suspicious to me. EMS is reporting a lot of damage near Davenport. Yeah. yeah, I mean, I'm sure all this is considered Davenport, if I had to guess, like South Davenport. And we did have that's where that PDS tornado went through. So that would not surprise me. Velocities were also quite strong. Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was actually it, to be honest. It's an auditory nightmare, but I'm getting some decent info. What do you mean by auditory? You just got a haircut in Davenport? Well, I'm glad you got that done quick. Or you might have been getting another kind of haircut. Yeah, it looks like they did officially allow this tornado warning in Texas to expire. So that's good news. And yeah, this still maybe a little bit of something now developing here south of Centrahoma. Let's go check back in with our camera view here in the Oklahoma, or in Tulsa. Sorry. Let's just make sure this is current. Yeah, it's coming slowly but surely. Kind of looks pretty weak on radar, though. I honestly would be surprised if it had winds of up to 60 miles per hour, but technically those winds are radar indicated, not necessarily observed yet. Is that a rainbow? Oh my goodness. I got to remember where I'm putting these dang storm chasers. I'm so sorry, guys. I know that's annoying when I flip through the screen like that. Oh yeah, look at that. Rainbow in Clay County, Texas. I swear Pagey finds like a rainbow like almost every stream. All right, looks like we just got a new update on this tornado warning over here. Surprised they didn't allow it to expire, to be honest. Still not seeing anything overly concerning there just yet. Back over here, east of Rapid City, still not seeing this rotation redevelop quite yet either. You can't even go back and see the rainbow. I'm sorry. That's just like, I don't know. Is it that big of a deal? Did Pagey get sponsored by Omega? Did she? Did she show up? She must have. She's on Radar Omega, so she must have been sponsored. W Pagey. And they get uploaded exactly. I just don't want y'all to get behind. It's been very much appreciate your calming influence on your brain too. Thank you. Do you guys, or Jennifer, are you warming up to Connor yet? He'll win you over eventually, and we'll all celebrate. Yes? All right. That's good to know. All right. Latest scan here. I mean, still, I guess a couplet there, but it is barely there. Let me check what this looks like on Radar Omega. I think that's it's always good to have that storm relative velocity just in case. Yeah, even on the storm relative, it looks pretty underwhelming. So there's also a little bit of something. Oh, but that's gone. Okay. That one died, and now we got another area of maybe circulation here, south and west of Colgate. This is kind of a weird area. I think a lot of these storms over here are getting pretty elevated, and we're getting some pretty weird velocity signatures. Connor's cool. Was his audio okay? Worked pretty hard on getting that. As long as we get those alerts synced. Yeah, I'm gonna get that for him. Probably by the end of the stream. I'll have to message somebody. I messaged them. Thank you, Greg, for the 10 A's. What is that? Is that Australian money? Ah, there it is. Greetings from chilly Melbourne, Australia. 12 degrees Celsius? Ugh. Oh, no, no, no. Too cold. Thank you for the $10. Maybe we can give you some heat. It was nice and warm over here. You guys will get really warm over there. So that 12 degrees probably doesn't feel too great. Also, if you know any immigration lawyers. Wait, what? Did Paigey really end her stream? Man. All right, we are now down to one chaser. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Let me get this camera on Paigey then. I kind of feel bad for Connor because like we switched over like right before everything just like went crazy. But he did a really good job. All right, let's come back up here, checking on these storms. Yeah, still looking pretty good up here. I'd almost guess that they might allow these to expire. They might keep this one to the south going just because of this little guy here, but it's really not that strong of circulation right now. What's going on near Henry County? Let me check. Henry County. Missouri? Henry County got some storms nearby heading into Leesville and Windsor. Tornado watch. That's about it. You don't have any severe thunderstorms, just some heavy rain and some wind. Your kiddos are terrified. Just tell them to take a deep breath. Hang in there. It's almost over. How's Wisconsin? Wisconsin's doing all right. I mean, you guys don't have any warnings right now. You do have a little line of storms coming through this area. I honestly wouldn't rule out some weird shenanigans up here. According to some of our models, at least this morning. Let me check to see. I mean, our strongest wind shear should eventually show up in Wisconsin. Never mind. It's already past Wisconsin. But I mean, we still have 45 knots of shear up there. Barely enough instability. Like over here near like Winterset, Conomowoc, Hartford, Meno Money Falls. I still wouldn't rule out the chance for a brief tornado up there. Yeah, especially like right in this area, like near Waukesha, Burlington, and Delavan. There's 6 degree lapse rates. Everything's kind of there for some spin up tornadoes. It's just these storms really aren't that mature at this moment. So those are the big question marks right now on this guy. But if it does do anything, it'll probably come out of this guy here near Freeport, if I had to guess. Not the worst environment ever. How's Upper Illinois looking? Your main threat over here in Upper Illinois is going to be this guy right here. Not like barely any of these storms down here are even are not even severe, right? And it's only kind of this portion, at least according to the latest HRRR run. Like if we come over here to our latest model runs, just kind of look around the board. Over here in Northern Illinois, you can see that, you know, this storm should die near Rockford. It should die. That's what the latest HRRR is saying. But again, it can't be wrong. So I wouldn't completely rule out, you know, there's still being some severe weather possible over there in Northern Illinois. For the rest of Missouri, throughout the night, I'm going to have that line come through, like over there near Joplin. Should be around 10 p.m., like the main portion of your severe winds. Then it should kind of die off by 1 a.m. And then down over here near like Dallas, a lot of these storms over here should kind of turn into more of a linear line, bringing some damaging winds, maybe some hail potential there in Dallas, Texas, by around 10 to 11 p.m. over there in McKinney, Wolf City. That's kind of what we're looking at there. It looks like they did allow this northern tornado warning to expire, which is not surprising. Still wondering, yeah, they did continue this warning, probably for that little area of circulation that's there just north of Anawan. They're probably just being cautious, given what we just saw. How's Huntley? Let me see. Huntley. Spelling it right, I'm pretty sure. But it's not popping up because weather-wise is just being weird today. And there it is. Yeah, Huntley, Illinois. Looks like, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking like rain. Unless these storms overperform, I'm thinking like rain, thunder, and maybe a severe thunderstorm threat. Internet is out in Davenport. Yeah. You guys got smacked pretty hard. I mean, apparently there might have been a strong tornado in southern Davenport. And we saw some pictures of it. It does not look good. Sin causes extreme weather. It's actually quite the opposite. It prevents it. Oh, you're talking. Oh, sorry. You're talking about religious. Okay. I was like, no, that's not true. Latest scan over here, 70 mile per hour winds for Sterling and Princeton over here into Illinois. Update on Tulsa. I got you. Update on Tulsa. Your storm is coming through. As you can see, it's pretty weak. Broken Arrow probably just got some rain, to be honest. I'd be really surprised if y'all got 60 mile per hour winds with that. Yeah, pretty weak line of storms. Maybe some 60 mile per hour winds, but I highly doubt it at this point, just by the way that looks. Back over here near Colgate. Still not really seeing much with this storm that is piquing my interest for tornado potential. Still no rotation. Back over here near Jacksboro. Looks like we just got an upgrade on this warning. On both of these warnings. 65 mile per hour winds now possible. They're near Gainesville, Chico, and Jacksboro. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Wow, MG. Don't care. What? The wildest thing I said. MG's, all right, guys. Let's read MG's opinion here. He says, I'm not going to lie. Max velocity streams cams with intense action. I think if Evan focused more on the action than the information, he would get way more viewers. What? All right, let's get rid of all the radars here. We're just gonna watch. We're just gonna watch Storm Hunter Media stream for the rest of the stream, so we can get more viewers.
Yeah, we're entering the zap zone.
Bring the flood zone. We're closer to a hurricane here. Goodness.
We're getting more viewers yet? Let me check.
So much water.
Nah, not getting any more viewers. Darn. We tried. I guess they were wrong. No one can rewind the stream. We're not allowing rewinds anymore because a lot of people get behind, and then I don't want people getting behind on the stream and then dying because they didn't know a tornado warning was coming because they were 30 minutes behind. Will DFW see a strong tornado? I think it's a low chance for that, actually. I think it's a low chance. I swear we had Iowa cams up. I do want to check back in up here. Do we have any more in the path? Huh, got a couple over here. We'll see what happens. A little wind popping up on this storm. This camera's actually in Clinton, Iowa. Oh, again, 70-mile-per-hour winds for Morrison, Walnut, Sheffield, Wyanett, Princeton, and Sterling. It looks like they're probably not gonna extend this tornado warning. So it looks like that's gonna be it. To be fair, MG does have a point. In a way. They're not completely wrong. Ooh. Little area of circulation developing here south of Warsaw now. That isn't some rain. I would not rule out a tornado warning here south of Sedalia in Missouri. Like, aside from the people that are watching for storm information, there are a lot of people that go from stream to stream looking for the best view. And that is technically a part of it. Technically. But it was just bad wording. Bad wording, I would say. Bad way to phrase it. To say, pay less attention on the information and more attention on looking at the storm. Again, the thing that I like having storm views, but there is an issue sometimes. Like if we get a really good storm view down here, like I could look at somebody's stream that's there indefinitely. But it's only one storm. Looking at radar gives a view of all the storms. So heck, if we can even come over here to Radar Mega, turn on MMRS, we can see all the storms at once. But they yeah. So it is technically facts what they said, but at the same time, I mean, I don't really care. I do my best. We don't really have a big team. Every now and then we have someone working the traffic cameras, but just if anybody's available, it happens. If not, then not. Today was kind of an unexpected day, so we didn't really get a whole lot of resources ready for today. How high will the wind be in DFW? I mean, you guys could get up to like 60 to 70 miles per hour. And we already have 65-mile-per-hour winds on some of these storms, golf ball-sized hail. So On a Scott City, Missouri look. Let me check. Scott City, Missouri. Looking pretty good for now. I mean, you guys are out of the risk for today. I don't think you're going to be in the risk for tomorrow unless they've changed it. Let me check. See what tomorrow's risk is looking like. Yeah, you're out of today's and tomorrow's risk, so not really a big deal for you guys right now. Thank you so much for that $5. I do appreciate it. Hopefully we put a little bit of your nerves at ease. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. How is Windsor, Missouri looking? Let me check. Windsor, Missouri. Windsor is about to get a line of storms, not severe right now, though, so I wouldn't be overly concerned about it. A little bit of wind and rain is coming your way. Madison, Wisconsin. You guys got some storms nearby. None of them are severe right now, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Honestly, it's just a little bit of rain, a little bit of thunder, lightning. You'll be fine. How's Rock Island looking? Let me check. Rock Island, Illinois. Hey, you guys are good. Although I would check on your neighbors because you guys potentially had a strong tornado very close to you. Is that right? Oh, yeah. There it is. Dang. Were you hoping for severe weather, the train master? Calera? Oklahoma? Yeah, I mean, you guys still got some time to go. Thankfully, there's not any tornado warnings around you anymore. And they did allow that one over there to expire. A lot of our tornado warnings are being allowed to expire right now. I got one left, and that one should be gone soon. And actually, it's gone. We actually got 0 tornado warnings now. But a lot of damaging winds. I would not rule out a tornado yet. Or again, folks, we have gotten all the way down to 0 tornado warnings. So, you know what that means. Y'all know what that means. You need to get like a DJ table when that happens. Thank you, Jen, for the 20. Thank you so much. And can copyright it for this song. Gets copyright. Imagine. Get some. I don't have any turntables now. There you go. The Zero Tornado Warning song. Made by yours truly. I made that. Yeah, I want to check it out. Links in the description. There you go. Where can you buy that track? It's free on YouTube. Enjoy. Is there any store potential for Michigan at all? Kind of. I mean, you guys are in a marginal risk. By the time these storms go over the cooler Great Lakes, they're going to struggle to hang on. New Evan Dance Watch has been issued. Got that right. Hey, we work hard and we celebrate hard when the tornado warnings expire. But to be fair, we still got severe weather ongoing. We still got a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm out over here into parts of Illinois that is moving up into Sterling, Dixon, Rochelle, Mount Morris. Hey, guys, do you know who else makes music? Try to guess. You'll never guess. Okay, never mind. It'll be apparently it's the first guess. Yes, Connor also makes very similar music. And we're going to be making a stream playlist eventually. It's going to happen. One of the songs will definitely have the classic top cap open of a Red Bull in it to symbolize Connor's entire existence. All right, let me come over here to weather-wise and check out to see if we got any surprising rotations out there. Or are we really calming down? I swear, this feels like a 10% hatch risk day for some reason. The shear's not even that strong, but I'm like, I don't want to let my guard down just yet. Something crazy could just randomly happen. Like this kind of feels like a 10% hatched risk that kind of busted throughout the day, but then all of a sudden is going crazy. And then it finally just got like quiet again. But then like you kind of know, like going into like 2 a.m., it might just like go ballistic. But even though it probably won't, it'll probably do the opposite according to the models. You'll listen to Solomon. I don't know the names of the songs I listen to or the artists. You have the same music background on the member only stream. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently he lived in LA, probably pretty close to the time that I lived in LA. He was DJing. I was rapping. It's still hard to believe that I was a rapper at one point. Also hard to believe that I was also in shape at one point. And thank you, Hannah, for the $5. Did I get upgraded into a tornado risk? I don't know. Let's check out the latest tornado risk. Let me see if it was like for your area specifically. I think it's pretty close to you. Oh my goodness. Hannah, you are literally right on the line. If you live near First United Methodist Church, Ebenezer Baptist Church, you are in a 2%. And if you live over near Wolf City Middle School, you are in the 5%. So it just depends on what part of the town you're in. Does evidence of this rap career exist? No. It has all been deleted. That is a part of my life that I have left behind. Wow. Little area of rotation here north of Strawn, here in Texas. Oh, okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued out over here north of Strawn, heading up over towards Gordon. Dang. You didn't last long. AG Tornado was down there. So was Stormchaser Zach, I think. But actually, they were a little bit further up to the north. Sent Cash App. Did I get it? I did. Thank you, Carolyn, for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I haven't even been checking any of my donations. I think we got a couple of Venmos as well. Or one Venmo. Thank you, Lisa, for the $5. Yeah, I mean, there's actually some pretty strong rotation here north of Strawn. Like, that's pretty close to a decently strong circulation. Would not rule out a tornado over here near Mingus and Gordon here in Texas. Ever been to El Sol in Birmingham? No. Oh, the members only video? Yeah. That is true. I have rapped on stream before, but that is a part of me I left behind a long time ago. Thank you, Cheryl, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. That is a massive donation. So thank you. If you guys get a membership from Cheryl, make sure you are thanking her in chat. And also, Cheryl, Chaz is still eating those treats. You got him. I should probably change my overlay back. Huh? There we go. Dang. You make music on the side as well? Nice. Well, we got another Cheryl in chat. We got a Cheryl from Texas in here. Man, I would not be surprised if this was on the ground at this moment. This is certainly a pretty tight and decent rotation here north of Strawn, pushing off to the east. Certainly would be in your safe spots up there near Gordon and north of Gordon. What's going on down here in Texas? That's pretty strong rotation. I didn't think we had that much shear down there. Yeah, there's really not much shear at all. What the heck? Maybe storm relative helicity? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's 300 storm relative helicity out here. Which is a plenty. Enough to support a strong tornado. All right, let's go. I do want to keep an eye. I do think this tornado threat with these storms back over here near Atoka could still be possible, but for now, it seems to be taking a break. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Atoka, south and east of Tulsa, heading towards Muskogee. 60-mile-per-hour winds there as well. And then back over here near Missouri. Still got a storm pushing off to the east towards Stover and Climax Springs. That is got 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially on it. And then we still have these 70-mile-per-hour winds. Well, actually, they just downgraded it to 60-mile-per-hour winds, so that's good. Seems like this storm is actually trying to die, but might try to do one more tornado warning before it dies. Definitely a little area of circulation trying to develop here north of Sterling. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for Palmyra, Polo, Mount Morris, and Oregon. All need to be in their safe spots there. I lived in LA. How in the world did I end up in Upper Alabama? Well, I was born in Tennessee. Then my parents moved to Virginia. Then 9/11 happened, and we moved down to northern Alabama. Oh my goodness. A rainbow on a traffic cam. Look at that. I'll take it. Well, what is Stormwater Media doing, by the way? Looks like there's some lightning happening. Some lightning. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning on this storm over here. If it continues to try to escalate, it's not quite there at that point yet, but you know, if it gets just a little bit, just a smidge stronger than that, could definitely see a NATO warning for that. I wonder. Why did it upgrade? Because we have a decent little area out here of some unexpected storm relative velocity. Today's just been kind of unexpected altogether. We've just had a couple of short waves in this area. Embedded short waves, embedded MCSs, kind of locally enhancing the environment, allowing for tornadoes threats to exist where we didn't really expect it. I will be honest. Oh, wow, look at that. Latest scan on this tornado warning over here near Strawn. That rotation has pretty much just completely fizzled there relatively quickly. I would not rule out the storm trying again. Does seem like, though, there is an outflow boundary trying to sneak out ahead of these storms. But most of these storms today should have been outflow dominant. At least that's what the models were saying this morning, that we weren't going to really have too much of a tornado threat, and it was mainly going to be like an outflow dominant kind of wind mess out there. And we weren't even expecting very significant winds really at all, given the fact that we were in a slight risk, right? So a little bit surprising what happened today. The models just didn't really nail down this event very accurately. How strong is this storm? Which one? I was going to wait until you moved to the U.S. to become a WIMD member, but I got an early gift. So grateful. Aw. Well, welcome to the Fry family. Where are you from? Is it Amy or Ami? If you're not from the U.S., it could be something completely different. You want to be with your husband? Aw. Well, I hope you get over to the U.S. ASAP. The red one? Oh. So this storm over here near Mingus and Gordon, other than the rotation it had earlier, which is why it's tornado warned right now, it's a pretty weak storm, wind and channel 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's not going to really cause many problems unless it drops a tornado. But I would be in your safe spots near Gordon just in case.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here south and west of Colgate. Looks kind of elevated. Don't really know what to think about that. Unfortunately, I will probably not really ever know what to think about this storm, given the fact that we are now entering a radar hole, but it does seem like that area of circulation is right there. Could be strong, might not be strong, kind of hard to tell. But if you live in Colgate in Stringtown, I would be sheltered in place. Come back over here to the big view for a little bit. And for Denton County, yeah. These storms primarily will have that 60-mile-per-hour wind threat for sure. I mean, there are some storms that are kind of heading towards your way that still have 65-mile-per-hour winds in it, but honestly, I wouldn't let your guard down. Today's just been weird. When you have weird days like this, and you're in that weird area where we've had severe weather, I would just be a little bit more alert than you would typically be. driving towards northeast Oklahoma. Well, let us know what you see. Weather Spotter Dave, thank you for your service. My opinion, making this such an above average year. Just the kinematics, the climate, what is it called? Climatology? Forget. And well, the teleconnections, right? We have a decently warm Gulf of Mexico, which means plenty of instability. We've had some drier conditions out over here, meaning stronger EML. We have been in like a La Nina kind of neutral throughout most of storm season, which is, makes it a little bit more favorable for severe weather. Just a lot of things that are kind of helping out. When we get into June, kind of the main thing that kind of dictates everything is, where does that little subtle flow kind of set up? I mean, but to be fair, this has been like the most active day in quite a while. So, Tropical Storm Alvin was here. No, Tropical Storm Alvin is not a thing. So does that mean strong tornado now that's upgraded? No, it does not. It just means you have a chance of a tornado. I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado, especially with some of these southern storms, if they can tap into that SRH that is out here, but should, for the most part, be like briefer and weaker tornadoes. You're up, you think. I think you're up too. Yeah, it seems like a lot of our storms over here in northeast Oklahoma going into southwestern Missouri. I mean, most of Missouri, actually, your storms are mainly just rain. Same over with the storms going into Jacksonville, Peoria, Pekin, Bloomington. And this one over here is also losing its intensity a little bit, but it still has a tornado possible tag going into Dixon. And thank you, Laura Brittany, for becoming a WIMD member. And thank you, Orrin Wilson, for the 5. You've got to pay the weather tax when you can safely in Indiana. Awesome. Well, thank you for paying your taxes, your weather taxes. Thank you so much. All right, let's come back over here, checking in on our storms a little bit more in detail. Yeah, still have a decent little area of circulation there, south and west of Colgate, still heading towards Atoka and Stringtown. Still want you guys to be sheltered in place. There in Oklahoma, back over here in Texas. Yeah, this area of rotation is still pretty darn weak at this point. They tried there for a second, but man, how fast that rotation died was quite impressive. Hey, Stormheads. Did you think of a nickname for everybody in chat? What happened to my tornado warning thing? Tornado warning image is all weird. They're all kind of off. Don't know why that is. Let me just do something really quickly. Take that off, put that there. Just move these to like there. Okay, so that should be right. All of them now. Yeah, okay, perfect. It's a good time for the next few days update. Sure. Yeah, we can do that. By the blinking tornado polygons, just so they stand out more. Let's go over here to models. So the next couple of days are mainly just going to be this storm. As it moves off to the east, it's going to really start to die off. And then maybe some more storms can pop back up over here, but generally not looking overly dangerous at this moment for tomorrow. We'll see if that changes. Today didn't really look overly dangerous this morning. We'll see. Also, going to be monitoring this area in the tropics for some development eventually. Again, still a pretty low chance. I don't think we've seen those chances go up anymore. Let me just double check. Yeah, still 10% chance on that. Maybe can't rule out some brief tornadoes if that, tries to intensify to a certain point.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
But yeah, that's what we're looking at least over the next 2 days. So nothing too crazy. Tomorrow probably won't be live tomorrow unless something, surprising happens. All right, latest scan here on our storm near Gordon. Yeah, looks like still in area broader circulation there. Nothing really has gotten too organized yet. Back over here near Atoka. Man, this still looks like an elevated mass, but unfortunately, we just don't have a good radar in the area. Actually, let me see if I still have access to that Durant weather radar. I think I should. Yeah, I do. Let me see what the Durant weather radar is saying. It's not right. City of Durant. No. What am I doing? Homepage. I forget. It's not working. They must not have it on. Must be off. That would be nice. Anything bad happening in Eldon? Getting close to 80K. How close? Eldon, Missouri. I'm assuming. You guys are at a slight risk. And you do have a storm eventually coming your way. There is 60-mile-per-hour winds on it, but I don't think your tornado threat's going to be very elevated. 97.6. Really? Huh. It's crazy. We had like 4,000 people in chat earlier. Maybe I should have asked them to subscribe. Whoops. Oh, well. The real ones that subscribed are the ones that mattered. Latest scan over here near Lehigh. There's still some broad area of circulation as this continues off to the east near Atoka and Stringtown. Weather is nice out, just a little bit humid here in west of Memphis. Gotcha. And then back over down here near Fort Worth. It definitely seems like this area of rotation is really struggling. So I would imagine they let this to expire pretty soon. And then this one, there's a pretty good chance this just stays warmed for a while. It could be tornadic right now. Might not be. Again, we don't have a view of this storm on a radar close to the surface. So we're looking really far up into the storm. So again, super hard to tell just how legitimate this rotation is. But if you live in Atoka, I'd be in your safe spot. If anything, it kind of seems like maybe a little bit further down to the south and east. That could be possible for like a new warning on this storm. It does kind of seem like it's going down to the south and east. Will Kentucky get hit by this line? No. Not really. I mean, kind of, I guess. If we come over here to the latest HRRR, and you see as we go into tomorrow, there could be like some piddly diddly storms off to your west, but it should be not really too big of a deal. Not expecting anything like really even severe for Kentucky. New little update on the storm near Gordon. Looks like they are continuing the warning here for 19 more minutes, but nothing has changed on that. Let's go check in on Storm Winter Media, see what they're up to out there.
Closer, but if I think it's really suspicious, I may. I don't know. Bail south? Well, what's the best way to bail here?
I don't. This could be slow going either way, but I don't really know. Either way works.
They're like right next to that area of rotation.
Maybe I'll just drive into the self-serve brick car wash and ride it out.
Probably be doing the same.
Oh yeah.
It is down. Well, it's not going to be a good.
I'm glad to hear that, Chloe.
Assuming it's
glad you're okay.
Down the brick.
You can see, I mean, they're like right there, the southern portion of this tornado warning. It's going to go like right next to them. So we'll see what this storm is all about here in Oklahoma here in a little bit.
I don't think it's likely, but.
You take that road, right to the top of that hill, you can see about 3-4 miles back to the southwest.
Okay.
Clear shot.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a knoll up there, so you can see that better.
Who is that?
Cool.
Awesome, thank you.
Watching you guys.
All right, appreciate it.
Oh my gosh. Was that like a person that's just watching their stream that lives in this area? Because he just came up to their window and is just like...
I don't
know what there is out there.
He was just like, yeah, you guys can go this way if you want to bail. Like he was listening to their stream and just walked up.
Tulsa's pretty good, so I would say if there is something, if there was a CC drop,
I'll probably bail south if I do run.
Gotcha. That dude just told me that there is a road where we can see 3 to 4 miles to the west, just to our south. I'm
not seeing anything in there, but it's very dark. We would need like some really nice lightning strikes there. They're pretty much right here in Atoka, here in Oklahoma, in this tornado warning here. I mean, man, that just looks like a classic case of side load to me, but at the same time, like that could also be something. So, still want Atoka, Oklahoma to be in their safe spots. But this just looks like classic elevated contamination, but you never know. With these storms that are out in the middle of nowhere, not a whole lot of radar coverage out here, unfortunately. They really need to put a radar like somewhere, like in McAllister would be perfect. It's almost perfect. 70 degrees Fahrenheit here. Nice. All right, let's get one. It looks like Storm Winter Media is about to dip here. So let's get one last view of the storm. Ah, shoot. I pressed the freaking wrong button. Dang it. I need to do that. Hold on. I need to fix this. I always press that button at least once a stream, and I randomly go to someone's freaking stream. I hate that button. Button sucks, man. All right, let's get that back up. Let's get Storm Winter Media back up here, huh? I don't even know who that is. All right, there we go. Now we're back, and we missed the view. Dang it. Oh, nope, there's something. There's something back in there. Some lower clouds. Fat moused it.
Yeah, camera's getting too much water on it. You're not really going to get that structure.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's getting nighttime, and whatever's back in there is going to be completely rain wrapped if there is like actual circulation with this storm heading into Atoka. Really don't know. Just became storm interested and fascinated by the tornadoes, but hurricanes are seriously evil as well. Don't want to live near water. Yeah. Hurricane. Okay. Who is this? Why are you doing that? Stop that. Yeah, hurricane season has begun, but so far nothing on our radar that could become a hurricane. This will not become a hurricane, but eventually it could, maybe, low chance, but not impossible, could become a tropical depression. But as of right now, they still have that at 10%, and they haven't upped it at all today. And this storm's running out of time. You see, we just don't really have any deep convection in this thing at all. And you can actually see the shear. We got shear getting impacted, or we got the storm getting impacted by shear from this low pressure system that's off the coast. And that's kind of scraping the storm, kind of keeping those storms a little bit shallow there. Not really allowing it to really organize too much yet, but we'll see what happens. Man, look at all these, all this radar. Let's turn, or look at all this convection out over here in the center of the United States. This storm was uniquely active today. This was like this was very similar to like an enhanced risk. Like a large enhanced risk.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, wow. It has upgraded this tornado warning to observed. So someone must have seen this. Let's see who spotted it. Yeah, broadcast media confirmed tornado. So there we go. Yeah, so this must be legitimate. There must be legitimate rotation in there. Again, it's super hard to tell just how strong this tornado would be. Again, we're still got a really, really messy picture of this, but Atoka, I would still be in your safe spots. Let's switch back over here to Storm Runner Media, who is literally right next to this rotation.
I hope it's not. That would go just north of town, so hopefully.
I'm just getting more of that light shot because you can see the rain currents flying.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds.
Observed.
Observed.
They're probably going to bail.
Broadcast media confirmed a tornado. How do you see that?
Jeez, that's not good. Hopefully it goes north of town.
It looks like it will.
Actually, yeah, it looks like it's going north of town now. The last like 2 scans, it's like turned due north. Not due north, but it's moving like instead of due east.
If you're just not tuning in, we just got a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Oklahoma, near Atoka, Oklahoma. If you guys live in this area, I would be in your safe spots still. We got Storm Runner Media, who is literally underneath the velocity couplet of this storm right now.
You just can't see it.
Right.
Winds are picking up.
At least you don't have to drive in that right now. I did not hear him.
It won't really let me key up either.
An inch back north.
Yeah, I was just thinking about doing that.
Wow. Winds are definitely strong in this storm.
It's passed.
Yeah, it did pass.
I'm gonna go see if there's damage. If there's actually a tornado down, there'd probably be damage. I didn't see any power flashes though, so hopefully that means there was a tornado. It went north of town.
It looks like they're going to go look for damage out there, so we'll see. If this thing was on the ground, I mean, there's definitely going to be damage. That is for sure. So we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. But again, if you're just tuning in, this tornado warning here is in southern Oklahoma, kind of near the Colgate area, just south of Colgate, really close to Atoka. And that area of circulation is right here, moving kind of in between Atoka and Stringtown. I'll check with this radar, see what it says. Yeah, this radar also has some circulation there as well. So definitely could be on the ground. We'll see. We'll see if we can get any confirmation of that. It is a little bit hard to believe that someone spotted that. Again, it's one of those scenarios where this is an extremely rain-wrapped tornado. The only way to spot it really is to be inside of it. So I guess somebody from broadcast media just got hit by a tornado, because there is no seeing it. So again, if you live in Atoka and Stringtown, I would be in your safe spots. Seems like, unfortunately, we had someone from broadcast media potentially hit by this thing. So again, just be in your safe spots out there. Still a decently strong storm as far as we could tell. Unfortunately for you guys in Atoka, this is in a radar hole, so we can't really tell you too much exact information other than it does appear like our circulation is north of Atoka, heading pretty close to the Stringtown area. Yes, this arrow does show you what direction the storm is going in general. Sometimes the storm can change.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Can change directions, and it doesn't really pick up on it too well. But usually, when the radar updates, the arrow changes if something changes drastically. Let's come back over here to Storm Owner Media, where they are still very close to this area of circulation. They are in Atoka, Oklahoma, as you can see on the bottom left.
This whole town is flooding big time.
The latest scan just looks weaker and still moving north of some cliff.
Maybe I'm on the wrong radar.
Jazzy, Mr. Numbers.
Just on Oklahoma City radar.
I see. Yeah, we probably could have sat. Probably could have sat at that, or no, we definitely could have sat at that gas station.
Trying to debate whether I actually want to go north with it. Or I'm just going to fuck back on 3, start going back towards the highway, or going back towards OKC.
You trying to decide that, or did you just decide what you're going to do?
Trying to decide that.
Oh man, yeah, there's some big time flooding here in Atoka.
Holy flooding.
Let me check to see if we got what kind of flash flood warning we got out over here. Wow, we don't have a flash flood warning, but I would not rule out a flash flood warning here very shortly in Atoka. That looks like the flood waters are getting a little bit big here in Atoka. So not only would I be in your safe spots for this tornado warning, given the fact that it could very well be on the ground, I would also, if you do go driving around afterwards to try to see if your family is okay, I would make sure our friends are okay as well. I would make sure that you are watching out for those floodwaters. If you see anything dangerous, turn around, don't drown. Latest scan here, though, as far as I could tell, again, really far away from this storm on radar, not getting the best view of it, but still, still a broad area of circulation as far as I could tell. So maybe it's not as tight as it was. They need to be careful. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They had their car built for flooding. They chase it a lot. Around here, an inch of rain would drown us. Where do you live, Michael? Looks like they have they're going to drop this severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. Turn it into a special weather statement, so that's great news. Back over here south of Rockford. It looks like our storm is still a lot weaker here. Definitely still kind of falling apart. No new areas of circulation yet with this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, though, still exist. As this pushes off towards Rochelle, so it would still be indoors and away from windows. Hey, Jazzy, just south of downtown Salt Lake. Oh, yeah. When's the last time y'all saw any legitimate rain there? I guess Tornado Explorer could tell us if he was still here, because he lives over there, close to there. I guess you guys have gotten a couple of storms, right? Toka tornado has lifted per news. All right. It'd be interesting to see if we ever get anything actually confirmed from that. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just, it's hard for me to doubt, or it's hard for me not to doubt these like embedded rain wrap tornado reports, especially at night. It's always hard to tell. But, you know, I will say it just judging by the velocity, it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. And thank you, VLW, for the 20. Thank you so much.
Why is it following us? It won't fade out.
What is that? Is that like a tornado warning truck? I don't know what that was. Well, this is Stormchaser Media. They are still really close to this area of circulation here near Toka. Driving towards it right now. I mean, they're actually kind of the closest they have been, to be honest. Chaz, you want to come up here? Yes, hello, hello.
Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, I think whatever tornado it was dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, they're like deep in that circulation, and there's like not power flashes. I mean, there's definitely some heavy rain and wind though, still with this storm, but let me see. But thank you, VLW, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Why can't you go back in the stream? I have an auditory processing disorder. Sometimes when I hear something, my brain doesn't process it correctly. In the ability to go back and listen again, understand what it said. Yeah. Well, honestly, it does appear like you might be one of the people we are sacrificing to make sure everybody can stay up to date. I would suggest though that you get familiar with the clip button. Let me show you. So as you can see down here, if you like miss something, I would click this and it will clip like the last couple of seconds or I think you can do it like, let me see. Yeah, you can do it up to a minute. And I think you can still do that on my stream. So that should become your best friend there. But unfortunately, I turned off the DVR mode because I just don't want people to get behind as much. I think some people do still get behind a little bit, but not nearly as bad as it was. Yeah, latest scan over here near Stringtown. Then also the latest media reports are indicating that this is not on the ground anymore. I mean, literally, Stormchaser Media is right here. If you come over here to Radar Omega, you can see where they are at. They're like right there where that circulation is. And they are not in the air right now in a tornado because there doesn't appear to be any on the ground right now. But if you live south of Stringtown, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Slips is off. Oh, yeah. Well, then, yeah, you just cooked then, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Maybe turn on subtitles. That would be... Can you at least turn on subtitles on the stream? Are those off too? Let me see if I can do it. They are also unavailable. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you because I have to go like... I think I have to like increase the latency to have subtitles on, so which isn't really great for severe weather coverage. So there's a lot of things that we just can't do on this stream, and one of the things that I cannot afford is to have people be behind on stream. Or send a super chat? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like people with auditory issues, like that in specific, I don't have a solution for that yet, but maybe I can figure out something. Maybe there's like some other subtitle website I can have. I can find, and we can have subtitles on stream. I don't know. I just don't know where I'd put the subtitles, to be honest, but it's something I've never really thought about, but I'm sure we could find some sort of creative solution. So, are we having growing pains? No. What does that mean? Yeah, I'll try to figure something out. I mean, the thing is like, it's the balance, right? It's the balance of like, because the reason why we turned it off is so that people don't get behind on stream, and it's been working really well, I think. For the most part, I think some people still get behind, but I think that's internet issues on their side and not really a YouTube issue. Like YouTube will just naturally go behind. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. When Connor was streaming, I got addicted to the smoothed radar. It looks nice. You guys don't like it, but it looks nice. Well, the thing is that like people will be watching the stream and they won't realize they're behind, and it's hard to tell them that they're behind because they're already behind, right? And so it's like like for instance, like someone from Atoka could be watching the stream right now, but according to their live feed, the storm's over here near Stonewall, so they're not freaking out. But then it starts raining, starts thundering. All of a sudden, there's a tornado nearby them. And they don't even realize it. With this, like they don't have to monitor it. It'll just naturally always be at the current frame for the most part. So yeah, it's a tough thing to balance. It's something I'll think about a little bit more. I know you guys like to rewind and stream to see different moments, but I think it's more imperative that we try to, keep everybody on the same page as good as possible. What are you doing, Chazzy? You want to get away already? Oh my goodness, you just got here. Eldon, again, guys, when you come into chat, just make sure you give me a state. I don't know what state you live in just by seeing the city. Get dark here in Sheboygan. Yeah, you guys, I was just looking at that. You guys do have a little severe thunderstorm warning up there for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards Sheboygan Falls. But I think like putting subtitles on will help some people, but it's not going to help anybody. That sucks. Like you have to have DVR on to clip. I don't know. Maybe we'll just turn it off. We might just turn it off. I don't know. Like, do you guys actively check? Like, how many of you guys actively check if you're, up to date on the stream? You can brainstorm. Yeah, we'll brainstorm about it. We'll do some thinking on it. Do a poll. Sure. And how many of you guys have ever been behind on a stream? Actually, ask that. Have you ever randomly been behind on a stream? Let's figure out how big of a problem it really truly is. Have you ever randomly been behind on a stream? There we go. Here from Connor's channel. Excited to see the partnership. Yeah, we already did a little partnership. Already did a little one. That's the thing, is like, if you're behind too much, has anybody ever been behind on a stream, then all of a sudden the storm hit them and they were like, oh, wait a second. Something's not right. He says the storm's not here, but it is. The good news over here near Fort Worth, looks like these storms really aren't tornadic right now. It was just a brief little moment, and now they're mostly just like outflow dominant and clustered. Also, the clock on the on-screen helps. Yeah, but like I don't know. I see so many people get behind every stream. It's like the clock helps for some people, but it seems like other people just don't put 2 and 2 together sometimes because they're probably too busy staring at the radar or Stormchaser. Speaking of Stormchasers, let's go back over here. So we got a train view exclusive from Stormer Media.
It's just gotta be a ton of small hail.
So you see that?
You saw it, yeah.
That's in the middle of nowhere's land too.
Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, but maybe there's like a little happy middle ground because to be fair,
In those mountains south of Kingman.
deaf people are screwed. And that concerns me. How many deaf people out there have been in a tornado warning and have just had to just kind of put 2 and 2 together? That's not good. Subtitles, I think, could be a cool addition. Like just putting just on the bottom side of the radar. I'll do some searching to see what's possible on that. Maybe there's something inside of OBS that does it. Like the ability to jump back and forth. I mean, I get that, but that is I keep forgetting. Okay, let's say we're back down here to radar indicated, so we can go ahead and that is, I keep forgetting the word for it. It's a privilege, right? That can be allotted going back in stream. But it's not a necessity, right? It's not a necessity. I guess privilege is the wrong word. It's optional, right? You don't need that to survive a tornado. You do that for entertainment purposes or recap purposes, which is important, but I don't know. I'll try to make the argument for it, and I think my argument's pretty good, but you guys are also making good points, so it's a tough one. I got to think about it more. In the stream to see what you've missed. Yeah. No, I mean, both points of view, I think, are valid. I think they both got good points. So I don't know. We'll think about it. Maybe we'll think of some sort of animation we could play on stream that just reminds people every 30 seconds to, or not every 30 seconds, but every 10 minutes to, make sure they're current on stream. I don't know. I don't know, man. Well, the thing about closed captioning on YouTube is if you do enable it, you are adding a delay to your stream. Latest scan on this storm is broad circulation still on this, heading east of Stringtown. You're adding delay to do that. So like everybody's going to get less of a, prompt warning because we need closed captioning. So the best way to do it, I think, is to do it like with like maybe an app that's linked to OBS and doing it directly into OBS. On animations. What if it's well, you now have 0 tornado warnings again. Tornado warning was just allowed to expire. Let's do a good job reminding chatters, make sure that they are live. They do a decent job doing that. Okay, we'll re-enable DR or DVR. You guys have convinced me. You guys have convinced me. Dance party again? I only like doing one dance party a stream, but we'll play the song. We'll play the strong. We'll play the song at least. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I think closed captioning is a good idea. So I need to kind of figure out just like how much of a delay it does put on there. But yeah, I think it's something worth researching and figuring all that out. Oh, apparently I just enabled DVR. Some member stream tryouts. Yeah, definitely. That is definitely going to happen. All right, folks. I think tonight pretty much. I think we're past the main threat, and I'm going to head in for the night. 8-hour stream. Technically 6 hours on my part. 2 hours from Connor. So I definitely went through the stream with a lot more energy than I would usually have. But I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, though. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to Connor for doing an amazing job today on his first day on the stream. Shout out to all the members. You guys are awesome. Keeping this channel going day by day. Shout out to the storm heads in chat. That gave me energy. He did, man. That was a nice break. That was crazy. That was the craziest experience I think I've ever had recently in my life. Knowing my channel is still live, still saving lives, and I'm eating the burger. I'm just hanging out, relaxing. Getting that energy back up. Channel raid to Stormfront Freaks. No, my audio doesn't like Stormfront Freaks. Or most of them don't. He's a little bit over the top. We can see who's live. Is Connor live? Connor, go live. If you're watching, go live real quick. And he's probably exhausted. He's probably honestly exhausted. Let me see. We might raid Stormrunner Media, though. They seem to be the only people live. Is Stormfront Freaks live? Audience doesn't really like Stormfront. I mean, you guys didn't like Stormfront Freaks, right? Google says 2 to 3 seconds in delay for closed captions. Oh, that's not terribly bad. Hunter says he's done for the night. Yeah, it's not surprising. He was live for like 4 hours today. He's not used to it yet. He'll get there, though. He'll get there. Probably sleep, yeah. Probably so. I mean, there's no one to raid other than Stormrunner Media, so that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Here they are. Save. Awesome. Question? What's the question? See you in the next one. See y'all later. See y'all later. I really do appreciate you guys tuning in. I really do. Especially the OGs that always show up and hang out, even after the main stuff is over with. It's always fun chatting with you guys. Get to know each and every one of you. We spend a lot of time together. Maybe almost an unhealthy amount of time. The severe weather needs to quit. I don't know who's the clingy one, though. You guys or me? All right. I'm getting off. But yeah, we're gonna raid Stormrunner Media. You guys have a good rest of your night. You guys take it easy, and we'll see you probably tomorrow for a video. I'll probably make a video in the afternoon. But yeah, peace.